Hello, everybody. This is the Uncanny Omar from Near Mint Condition, the home of collected editions. And welcome to the annual Tigereyes poll, otherwise known as the Most Wanted Omnibus poll. We are doing Marvel Comics this round. So it is the Most Wanted Marvel Omnibus poll. You all voted for it. You had 10 votes each, and we are going to announce the top 60 here today. If you're looking at the description of the video, it's blank right now. I will add it at the end of the stream when all 60 are revealed. So before I go any further, though, I am not alone. I am wearing the shirt. Thank you so much for gifting me this. I have to explain to people that are normal people out there at the grocery store that no, this is not a sexual thing. He is just Alf, and he's grabbing the seal. Alf has no genitalia, therefore nothing is happening. And that's when people stop talking to me. So to my right is somebody has to fill in these large slot because I don't know where he is right now. To my right is Crisis making a return to Near Mint Condition. How are you, bud?
Hello, everybody. It is I, Crisis with the K, my home on the internet, and on YouTube is Crushing Crisis, where I talk about comic books collections and how comic books are collected. This is my Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, and Halloween all rolled into one, as we all know. I'm so excited to talk about this top 60 vote and to be with my friends here. It's really the biggest day of my year.
It is one of my favorite days of the year for sure. And I look forward to this. My family knows how important it is. I block it out, and this is how we do it. And James, thank you. I was like, where's James? He's already on top of it. Thank you, James, for sharing Crisis's website as well as the YouTube channel. I don't think that's what it's called. Okay. And to Crisis's right is the man that made all this possible. Well, the Tigereyes poll possible, not us being here. But anyway, Tigereyes, how are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me again. Excited for today. I'm enthralled watching Jess do his laundry.
It is really weird to like take a look inside of this man's life. Like,
it's all content. Like, every single thing is content.
That laid back. He's like, I'm just gonna wash my drawers over here while you guys talk about Marvel Omnibus.
Khaki shorts. How dare you?
All right, and the man that is always ready and always on time is Omnidog. What's going on?
Heyo, adorable Omnidog. I misjudged my laundry, and I have to get it hanging up before it wrinkles. So, apologies, the Jess experience. Yeah, apologies. So I won't rush through this now. But I'm really glad to be here, especially with everybody that worked so hard on this poll. Tigereyes, BrandX, Peter, and everybody, like James and stuff. This is a lot of work, and of course Omar. So I appreciate how much work goes into this. So I'm really happy to be here. Thank you. Folding my laundry.
Well, we appreciate you folding your laundry because you're that dedicated to the stream that you're like, put me in, coach. I'm going to fold my laundry in front of people, and it might get weird. Let's see. And Brand, why are you here? Who are you? You were here last year.
Yes, that was the last time I was on here. Was talking about the most wanted Marvel results for 2025. And now I'm here talking about 2026 and the top 60. And you might have heard me mentioned a couple times last stream going over all the titles and stuff. And who I am is I'm the person who has helped put together some of those books you might see in the top 60 here today. So I'm excited to see which ones make the top 60, didn't make the cut, and will be number one. Will it be Indiana Jones? We'll find out.
Or maybe Alf, or maybe something else has taken over. And yes, this is something that we do annually, and it is an amazing thing that we all put together. I have already sent Marvel the list of the top 60, so we need more. Chubby Ray, I agree. He will be back, I think, on Thursday.
Nice.
If I get all the information from Marvel for the solicitations, the July solicitations. But yes, I think Dom, Chubby Ray, Jess, can't remember who else, Cody maybe. One of my two favorite streams of the year. Can't wait for the results, and smash that like button. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Okay, so while update on Lars. Make sure he's okay. We'll do a wellness check on him a little bit later. And there's my buddy Chubby Ray. Oh, I know Chubby Ray's excited. He got one of his books last year high up on the list, and Marvel actually made it, which is just even crazier. Worst stream of the year. Shut up.
Thank you, Ryan. It's an honor and a privilege.
Why do you even type things? Looking forward to seeing the list. Amani's been having a lot of fun collecting and reading. Reading, yes, please. That is the most important thing. Collect.
Well, that's why a lot of people are like, well, what if Marvel doesn't print the whole top 20? To me, part of the fun is like, these are the 20 things that people most want to read and own. If you haven't read and owned them, maybe it's a sign of cool stuff to read. I use it every year as my reading list. I wind up this year, I can't say it yet because I can't show you the results yet, but Tigereyes and Pollmaster Jim basically infiltrated my brain and got me to buy a whole stack of omnibuses based on the things that they vote for on the poll. And it's all your fault. And that's because I get excited about what other people want to read.
And that is why we do what we do. Okay. You want me to go ahead and hit refresh and go ahead and start?
Yeah, go for it, man.
All right, let's do it. All right, let's get ready to rumble. Where is that button I'm looking for? Oh, look at Jess. Oh, now there he is. Now we can start.
Marvel sign.
I
that
see
you
that.
and Nate got me for my birthday. Nobody believes that you got me something for my birthday, so I keep having to tell them.
What do you mean nobody believes?
Well,
I did do something for your birthday. All right. Most wanted Marvel Omnibus poll results. Big thank you to my buddy Dumb of X for creating the thumbnail and this image for the slide. Crisis, would you like to talk a little bit about what we are looking at here, or do you want me to go ahead and just start reading about the poll? Or
well, I have a first strike already because this slide says the 2025 poll instead of the 2026 poll.
All right, that's strike one for
strike
Curtis.
one. Get in nice and early. All right,
Where's
let's
Curtis?
talk a little bit about what the poll is and what we did. So the poll ran for a little over a week. I assume you all voted on it, but if you're watching this and you didn't, don't worry, you can vote next year. We had over 2,800 votes, just a minor increase from last year, which makes sense. I think at this point we've reached saturation on most of the collected edition internet, and these are probably the close to 3,000 people the most interested in buying Marvel omnibuses. This year we had 607 titles on the poll. That was a slight decrease from last year just because Marvel printed some, and also we took out some things that were ambiguously mapped ahead. They are not just modern Marvel. They go all the way back to the Golden Age. They include the magazines of the Silver Age. They include 90s imprints like Malibu, 2000s imprints like CrossGen. It's truly everything Marvel seems to have the right to produce in omnibus, or at least we can't definitively prove that they don't have the right. So this year we had 74 new and reworked titles. Some of them came from suggestions. You know that field if you voted on the poll where you can say, what books did we miss? We go through those, every single one, and make sure we didn't miss them. I will tell the 12 of you who keep saying we missed Mutant X, I promise it is on the poll. It is under X-Men Solo. But otherwise, we did research all of your suggestions, and they're very much appreciated. This has become a team effort and a community effort, and there's some things on the poll that are only on the poll because people brought them to our attention. Somebody suggested the 60s cartoon strip Pussycat, which I didn't even know which was a thing. Next year, there will be an option to vote for Pussycat. Let's continue, Omar. Jess, were you familiar with Pussycat?
It was a Marvel book?
It was a strip in Marvel's men's magazines about a young, buxom woman who became a spy.
Well, you have my attention now, but no, I was not aware of it. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I know you love Spycraft. Okay, well, we'll talk about it next year when it's number one. Omar, let's keep going.
Okay, I'm going. Who are
so
these
I just want to give
people?
some thanks to the people behind this. Omar, why don't you talk about these four? These are kind of your core team, and then I'll talk next slide about the Minties.
Jim is the wonderful gentleman that helps us out with the poll. So when you voted, he simplified the way people voted, and it's not just the Marvel Omnibus poll, but every poll. And so big thank you to Jim. Taylor Talks Comics is my PR guy or my social media guy, but also has his own channel called Taylor Talks Comics. And he did all the poll kickoff slides and did a lot of the pre-Silver Age mapping. And then, of course, James Abel, and that's actually a perfect picture for James. He helped map and then also gathered all the data and kind of rounded everybody up whenever I need people to get rounded up. Like, hey, we're about to kick this off. Can you get the people that helped last year? And that's what he does. And of course, my partner in crime, Dom of X, graphic designer, for putting the thumbnails together, but also all the other suggestions that he does throughout this. But you made this slideshow, didn't you?
Yes, this is a Crisis special. I mean, we all put it together a few years ago, and we're still using this look and feel.
Thank God for the template. Big thanks to all contributors. Yes. Huge thank you to these fine
And
folks.
everybody picked their own image. We did not assign them to them. So these are some of the favorite books of everybody who works on the poll. Will they be in the top 60? We will find out. Now let's talk about the mapping Minties. So we talked about there's 607 votes on this, or things to vote on this poll. In the past, when Tigereyes first launched it, if you didn't know, it was on a forum and people would just write him an email that said, the next Claremont book by X-Men. I think Roger Stern wrote Avengers. And because it was only a few dozen and then later a low number of hundreds and later 200 people, Tigereyes put them in a spreadsheet and paired all the data himself. That's not really a possible thing to do with 2,800 voters. So we need to have this list vetted over and over again. So these folks not only helped us assemble all the titles, but researched what they could contain to make sure they really were an omnibus length, that we're calling them the right thing. And actually, if you go onto crushingcrisis.com, we mapped every single book. 607 omnibus maps are on Crushing Crisis so that you can play your own fantasy. What would this omnibus contain at your home? So those people are BrandXK, who is here on the stream. I'm so happy to have his support. He's our senior mapping Minty. He really gets his fingers into everything. This year he handled Captain America, Daredevil and Elektra, Iron Man, and pretty much all of the solo characters, which is crazy because there were, I think, over 80 solo character omnibuses. Captain Okono, who's returning with us, who handled Fantastic Four, Guardians of the Galaxy, and all of the teams that are not the big name teams. DBZ All-Star, we're always happy to have back. He handles all of the Spider titles. I want to say this right because I got it wrong last time, and people's names are important. This is Fifake, who is a new member of our team who did incredible work mapping Defenders in a really logical way. Doctor Strange, Silver Surfer, and Thanos. Of course, we had a Silver Surfer book coming out this year by Jim Starlin, so we had to do a lot of remapping around that. And finally, our tried and true James, Jam21, not James Abel, not Pole Master Jim. We have a third James has hit the stream, and he maps Hulk, Ultimate Marvel, Venom, Wolverine, and all of the X-Men books, which is quite a task. So without these mapping Minties, this would not happen, and I'm so thankful for all those work. Y'all, this takes literal hundreds of hours behind the scenes, but we do it because it's my favorite day of the year, and hopefully one of your favorite days of the year as well.
One other
and a little behind the scenes too. The first week we were working on this, I was sick with the flu for the first week of it, so definitely took a lot of my energy getting this ready.
And I think we started last year, if memory serves. It was in 2025 that we actually started.
One of the most important things that I think it's also to take note is that these people do it for free. They don't get paid. They've never asked me for anything. Last year, I think we decided to donate something to a charity of their choice. And I plan on doing the same thing this year when the polls are all over. But yeah, that is something to keep in mind, is that these folks don't make any money. This is time out of their day to do this. So thank you all.
Can I just say something real quick?
Please, yes.
Axel, a friend of the show at 517, he's suggesting Crisis take breaths between sentences. But I want to explain to him, this is Crisis's superpower. The thoughts come out fully formed. He doesn't need to breathe, dude.
He doesn't breathe air.
This is his superpower. I appreciate your concern, but as the young people say, let Crisis cook.
I always be cooking. Okay, let's continue.
Crisis
to some actual stuff. Let's get into some top 60. Who's ready?
All right, let's do it.
Go.
All right. Oh, wait, remember, one final, a vague disclaimer is no one's friend. Remember, this is a titles poll, not a mapping poll. Voters voted on titles. We have to map the books to figure out, are there enough comic strips of Pussycat to put into that book? If there's only 2, the answer is no. So you could disagree on every single issue. We're going to show you what we think these maps could contain. You could disagree on everything. As long as you feel that that title is an omnibus that should exist, then we all agree and we should be friends. So the mapping is purely us playing fantasy Marvel collected editions department, and you voted on titles, and we're here to report on titles. Everything else is just gravy. Okay, now let's get to number 60.
Okay. Okay, first of all, it's real charity. It's not Gundam figures. I don't Gundam, okay? I would get Transformers. There's a huge difference. Thank you. All right. Hawkeye is coming in at number 60. And I am so glad that Crisis, with his all might power, put in the previous rankings. In 2025, this dropped down to 80 from 56 in 2024, but back up to the top 60 in 2026. This is one that I actually voted for. So
Hey,
I voted for this. This is the Kelly Thompson stuff in here. But I think the way we have it mapped, it would also include the Jeff Lemire era, if I'm not mistaken.
well, this is one of those choose your own adventure books. I'm really interested in it
Which
coming
I
back.
do.
We had it on the poll in 2024. It dropped out of the top 60 in 2025, and now it's back. The thing is that there's plenty of Kate Bishop material on her own that we could craft a book out of. She has a 16-issue series by Kelly Thompson, which is amazing. I laughed out loud throughout reading the entire thing. She also has her own miniseries. Also, we could put West Coast Avengers in there, although it's already been in the Gwenpool Omnibus, but that would allow us to call this Hawkeye by Kelly Thompson, which would be awesome. However, after Secret Wars, and even a little bit before Secret Wars, Kate Bishop was in some other comic books as a duo with Clint Barton Hawkeye. So you could start this book with that. They were in Hawkeye versus Deadpool. They were in All New Hawkeye 2 runs by Jeff Lemire, and then also that Generations one shot. So this is a map where like we don't need to dictate what it would be. We want to let Marvel know that people are out there wanting to read it. And that Kelly Thompson series is one of my favorite comics of the 2010s.
Yeah, I really like this series. I believe they continued it in oversized hardcover format, but didn't finish it out in OHC. So a lot of this stuff hasn't been collected in oversized format. I would love to see it. Thank you for the super chat. First time super chatting. Is there any hope for a Mighty Thor Omnibus Volume 2 reprint? I think there's always hope, especially with reprints. So I'm hoping 2027 Marvel turns that ship around and goes back to reprinting things that people want. No, not Hawkeye.
Jess, oh,
Yes, you get it.
Jess, are you a Kate Bishop fan?
As the young people say, I am a Kate Bishop stan. Did I use that right?
No, that means you're stalking her. Creepo.
Oh, okay. I'm a fan.
They say fan. Don't let Omar gaslight you, Jess.
Yeah, I really, really like Kate Bishop a lot. She's a great character.
Jess, if somebody has never seen the read the comics, if they've never seen the Hawkeye Marvel TV show, which I think is a great version of Kate Bishop, why are you and me too and so in love with this character?
Wait, they've seen the TV show but not read any comics?
Maybe they haven't seen either. Maybe they're like, who's this chick? That's not Hawkeye.
Well, my first exposure to her was in West Coast Avengers, I think, and then I started picking up the Kate Bishop Hawkeye. She's if she's written properly, and Kelly Thompson, of course, wrote her really well. She's a kind of a not wisecracking, but she's got a little bit of a light sense of humor about everything. And she she has the ability to not only catch the criminals, but she's kind of like Spider-Man, where she's always snapping and cracking. What do you call it?
Quipping?
Quipping and thwipping. Oh, she can't
Quipping and
thwip.
thwipping. Well, it's kind of
Okay.
a thwip when you release an arrow. So, yeah.
She's just all around fun. I always feel I look forward to a book like this because I know, and kind of Rainbow Rowell's She-Hulk is in the same kind of vein. It's lighthearted with a serious subject, and it feels breezy and fun. And it's just super enjoyable. I just always feel better when I read something like Kelly Thompson's Hawkeye, Rainbow Rowell's She-Hulk, things like that. It's a lot of fun.
Couldn't have pitched any better myself. Omar, anything else about this one?
We forgot to talk about the art. It's got some phenomenal artwork, kind of a take on like what David Aja did with Matt Fraction. Leonardo Romero being the main one, who of course has now blown up, and I don't think he even does comics. I think he retired from comics to go do like television and actual I think he worked on the Spider-Man show, the Friendly Neighborhood Spider, or the one that came out last year, where he's a
I think
teenager.
Clay Thompson snuck him in for an issue of Birds of Prey at some point. Because I
Oh,
remember being like, "Oh,
yeah,
he's back."
He was on Birds of Prey for a while, but then he had said that he was going to stick to animation, which is a shame because he's a phenomenal artist.
Yeah.
I will say, if this is your first stream watching this show, we're 20 minutes into the stream and we're still at number 60.
Welcome aboard.
I will leave the entire list after the stream is over. So come back tomorrow, refresh, and just check out the list if you just want to read the list.
Let's that like button hit you on the ass on the way out, though. Number 59, Omar.
Oh, yes. New X-Men, baby. Academy X.
Oh, yeah.
Colin Yost. I always forget to tell people, even on the way out, to hit that like button. This is a continuation of not New X-Men. It's a little bit confusing. Maybe Tigereyes. Well, yeah, your Tigereyes is more than welcome to come with Crisis and I. Everybody has the damn code name except Uncanny Omar. All right. So this is not a continuation of Grant Morrison's New X-Men. This is a continuation of New Mutants by Nuncio de Phillips. It becomes New X-Men after the big event of House of M. They were kind of revamping the series and they retitled it New X-Men. Then Colin Yost from X-Men Evolution joined Marvel Comics, bring in X-23, and decide to put X-23 into a team. And this is the first team she ends up joining. And Mark Brooks doing the artwork for this. This is coming in, let's see, 63. Oh, so it made it out of the top 60 last year. So I guess it's staying there, right? 63, 51, and 60. I love this era. I will say, if you're not into young kids dying, this may not be for you, because that's what a lot of the stories that are driven in here are right off the bat. They killed like a third of the cast that you may have liked. I like some of those characters. But what they do is they take this huge cast of mutants, and keep in mind, a lot of this stuff is taking place after decimation. So we're down to 198 mutants. So both of the writers decide to condense the teams and make it into just one big team. Made us huge fans of Surge and Hellion. I know it did for me. I love Surge, so because of this book.
Yeah, and I think the thing to take away here is I already saw some folks in the chat saying, well, there's a run before this. The reason we've kind of mapped ahead to it is it has been released as its own set of trade paperbacks without the preceding ones kind of being numbered before it. Marvel views this as a starting point. It's a really easy point to pick up. You don't need to know any of these characters are. It's like something where you meet them in the middle of a tragedy, kind of like season 1 of Yellow Jackets. Like something bad is happening to these people. Let's get to know them. And but it's got all the classic X-Men stuff that you want. But this is kind of them trying to be school students and realizing that there's a wider world out there that has a lot more ramifications than how they do in class. So there is the opportunity to get all this into one book. Marvel tends to go a little bit bigger in their 2000s era books, so I think it could happen. This could extend all the way to the X Infernus material, which is where this team and Pixie go into limbo, and we get back Ileana Rasputin magic after she was not in comics for well over 15, almost 15 years at that point. So for magic fans, this is kind of where modern magic starts in the last 5 or 6 issues of this omnibus. Brand and Tigereyes, anything to say about this one?
I actually have never read this, so this would be brand new to me if it ever comes out in hardcover.
Highly recommended. I love
excellent. It's excellent. I love this book.
It's a lot of fun.
It's all about revenge too. Like so many of the kids want revenge. Anything else, Lars? Nope. Okay, moving on. 58 is Spider-Man by Paul Jenkins. This is the stuff that he was writing with Peter Parker, Spider-Man, and then Spectacular Spider-Man from 2003. And I believe you chose a Damian Scott cover, or right? Damian Scott, that's who it is. I love that.
I do not know the name of the cover artist, but I'm happy to have your approval, Omar.
The Batgirl artist, and also there's artwork in here from Humberto Ramos. Yeah,
look at that jump though, 193 all the way up.
Yeah, wow.
I think people on Spider-Man are like really reevaluating their options now that we have all of JMS and all of Brand New Day. It's kind of like they were attracting so many votes for so long, and that was at the top of people's polls. And now it's like they're like, wow, we got there, we did it. So what do we want now? So I think this is really cool to see this into the top 60 for the first time. And the interesting thing is that Paul Jenkins wrote across multiple Spider titles. So he starts writing on Peter Parker's Spider-Man during that next chapter era. If we got a next chapter in perfect reading order omnibus, it would have the first 10 issues of that run there. But then he switches over from Peter Parker Spider-Man onto Spectacular Spider-Man and writes another 27 issues. And along the way, of course, he's been writing everything Sentry. There is a Sentry Spider-Man one-shot we can include here. And he also writes a mini-series Daredevil Spider-Man. So this would be a pretty hefty book if Marvel tried to do it all in one run. We're looking at, I think that's like 62 issues on the slide. But again, Marvel has shown in the 2000s they are willing to go big if it contains everything. Maybe it would be a volume 1 and volume 2, and volume 1 would be Peter Parker and volume 2 would be Spectacular. But this plugs a huge gap in what's remaining alongside of the beginning of the JMS run.
Let's see here. Brand, did you want to add anything to this? Are you a fan of this era?
I am, actually, because like there's a lot of like late 90s, early 2000s Spider-Man outside of JMS that just hasn't really been collected. That just feels long overdue. Like if it's on the list later, I don't know, but like post Clone Saga is always like this weird gap where like it gets referenced in a lot of outside media from comics, but it never really gets collected anywhere. And so if this did get printed, I'd be buying it day one. Should be way overdue.
And Brand, if somebody's only read the JMS Omnibus and they're like, do I need more Spidey in this era? What about this makes it stick out for you?
For me, I like how smaller scale it is for the most part. Like it definitely dives into Peter Parker's relationships and his traumas, because there's a really good relationship he has with Daredevil in that 4-issue miniseries where they're more partners than there actually are like antagonistic to each other. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into like his relationship with Uncle Ben and how much they get into just how he's trying to make himself be more work-life balance between Peter Parker and Spider-Man. It's not just trying to make him be quips and flips all the time.
I will go ahead and play devil's advocate. I wasn't a big fan of this series. Plus, this also has Sins Remembered. I don't need a remembering of sins past. So, yeah, not a fan of that. But I did like the artwork. I've always liked Humberto Ramos on Spider-Man. Just, yeah, this was okay. There was it Death in the Family story with the Green Goblin in here? I think that was probably the standout for me. But I'm glad that a lot of people really like it and really want it. It's a completist, yeah, I get it. Anything else before we move on to the next book? 57. Nope. No, it was Sarah Barnes, I think, that wrote it. Do you remember Crisis, Brand? I know it wasn't Jenkins. Jenkins came back for the last book, issue number 27. But
when it comes to Sins Past, I try not to remember it other than when it got retconned.
Well, the book is called Sins Remembered, so yeah, you have to remember. Number 57. Holy crap. Ultimate Marvel Anthology Year 1. Who mapped this one? Crisis.
This has the stink of being one of mine, I think.
Why don't you tell me about this one then? What makes Ultimate Marvel Anthology different than, say, Ultimate X-Men by Peach Momoko?
Well, folks, we've seen Marvel start to lean in this direction in a couple of different books in the past year that have been monstrous sellers. So we've seen them do X-Men Blue and Gold, which is all of the X-Men and Epic Collection reading order. And it was so big, we got multiple restocks of Volume 1. Now we're going to get what is effectively Volume 3. We also saw that with Krakoa, and they are, again, monster sellers that are getting restocked. We also kind of saw them take that approach on Ghost Rider, which I will say every single stream until you get tired of it, and then some more. No book is mapped as well as the Ghost Rider omnibuses at Marvel right now from the Danny Ketch stuff. So now that we have this idea that Marvel is willing to thread multiple series, sometimes by multiple writers, together into a book, this is one of the options we offered on the poll. We also offered each of the individual Ultimate runs, but this one came in at number 57. And the idea is if you had been reading the Ultimate Universe books month to month, they all happened 1 month of story at a time. It would say at the end of every issue, 21 months until the Maker returns, 20 months until the Maker returns. So these these are very distinctly, each issue is like a moment in time. They're not one continuous arc that happens where the next issue picks up seconds later. If it does, it's the end seconds of one month and the starting seconds of the next month, which means we could very easily collect the first year of Ultimate all in one book and it would read well, which is the most important thing. Whether you shuffled all of those issues month by month in the style of the Krakoa Omnibus, or you kind of did them in bigger chunks so that they would make sense in reading order, this is absolutely a book that would read well. And it's one of the ways you can want the Ultimate Universe. If you want just Ultimate Spider-Man by Hickman, if you want just Ultimates by Dennis Camp, great, vote for those again next year. But this could basically get through the whole first year. The question is if we could get through the whole 2-year enterprise in 2 books with all the stuff that's coming at the end right now. Ultimately, it might need to squeak into 3 books. You also won't see Ultimate Wolverine here because that started in year 2. So this is really quite literally the first year. And even that is going to be pushing the boundaries of how big Marvel likes to go. The Krakoa Omnibuses usually weigh in around 44 issues each. So this actually might stop 4 or 5 issues earlier than this if it became reality.
So with this, I haven't read this, and I would certainly look forward to this. Could I just step into this? I guess the idea is that I could step into this and I'd get a more complete idea of what's happening, and it would make me look forward to books 2 or 3. I don't. What did I just ask?
No, it's a great question. This is exactly like the Dawn of Krakoa books. This would be a full line book. And so much like with Krakoa, Jess, you and I are Kieran Gillen fans.
Yes.
So regardless of if we picked up Dawn of Krakoa from the beginning or not, we know we will enjoy X-Men by Kieran Gillen from the Krakoa age. In that same way, there's probably plenty of people who just want to read Ultimate Spider-Man or just want to read Peach Momoko's Ultimate X-Men, and they wouldn't need this. But this would be, like we said, the anthology version. We put it in the poll, not knowing how it would do because some, could have been number 600, but it's number 57.
Okay.
I will say this. I think this era of Marvel was super successful for them. I think it would be just like the Krakoa era. They could do it, how Krakoa does it by creator centric and then anthology centric. They could do it this way, or they could do it with the series like Ultimate X-Men by Peach Momoko, or Ultimate X-Men, or I'm sorry, I just said Ultimate X-Men, Ultimates by Dennis Camp. So I think in this way you'll get to try out everything to see what the rest of the books are doing, because they're all different. They are so different.
Okay.
And I think that's why I enjoyed this.
Yeah.
What does Lars think though?
Indeed. What does Lars think? Hello. Lars Pearson, publisher and editor-in-chief of Mad Norweigen Press, formerly of Wizard Magazine. I am
didn't ask you to introduce yourself. Fool, you're late. Get the thing.
I am sorry to be late. I suddenly got Omar's link and hurried here. On the way, just to make sure I was not going insane and having a stroke, I checked my email, and I have an email from a enigmatic, mysterious individual named PM, and who has a picture with it that looks stern yet alluring. Normally when I get this sort of email, it's some sort of thirst trap. But it says that this show is supposed to be happening on Wednesday, April 8th. So I had it on the calendar for 2 days from now. So I'm sorry about that, but here I am. Haha.
Lars, I didn't get this on my calendar at all. I know Omar thinks he invited me, but I just don't remember that.
Okay.
Right. Well, that's enough of those two fools speaking ill of the host.
And thematically, apparently, Lars is receiving emails from Peach Momoko. Who knew?
Yes. Yeah. No. Exactly.
Good one.
Normally, I'd be having dinner at this time, but I have a banana. I'm armed with a banana and a lot of potassium, so I'm ready to go because this is journalism. Damn it!
All right, let's roll on. I think one last comment on this is people in the chat coming out strong for and against this. Y'all, there were no thumbs on the scale. Everybody had the opportunity to vote on every individual Ultimate book. I think people have been anthology pilled. I think they like getting the Krakoa all in one and not having to chase down different books, but maybe not. It doesn't mean you have to like it just because it's here on the poll. All right, let's continue.
Web of Spider-Man Omnibus Volume 3. Wow, you all are hungry for some Web of Spider-Man. Tigereyes, did you choose this cover, or was it? Don't say what book it was if it wasn't this one.
It was not.
It was not this one. Okay, I could have sworn you wanted to change the cover. I was like, I dig this cover. So yes, this is a continuation of Volume 2, which is not even out yet. So wow, you guys are like, let's get these out. Let's do it. Was Spider-Man
About
73
time.
116 and annual 7 through 10. And now this is an interesting note from down here at the bottom. This would likely skip Maximum Carnage issues 101 to 103. I say no. That's not my little note. Whose note was that? Was that a DBC All-Star or was that a Crisis note?
That's Crisis speaking to the map, Omar.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but I know it's not a mapping show, and I've been yelled at before for that. Just give me a little blurb as to what happened previously in Maximum Carnage. That's all I asked for. You can leave those issues in. They've done them before.
So do you want a separate Maximum Carnage Omnibus?
Drag him.
No, I don't need the whole event. Just give me a little bit of like what happened? What happened during this issue of Amazing Spider-Man? I know what happened, but I don't like leaving issues behind. It is surprising that Web of Spider-Man 3 made it was volume. What the hell made it up this high to the top 60? We don't even have a volume 2 out yet. It's been announced, but my gosh, just shows.
I can probably take a guess why. That fantastic spider armor from issue 100.
Yes, I love that stupid armor.
If that's not the VM cover or the standard cover for this, if it ever comes out, I would be disappointed.
Sorry, folks. I tried throwing Lars off with those thirst emails, but it seems he still made it.
I will always accept thirst emails from Vikings.
A whole lot of Howard Mackey, the one true voice of Spider-Man.
Oh, that's a bit bold claim.
Wow.
Don't know if sarcasm translates well through comments.
Next, never.
So it's
Anyone
really
else
interesting
got things
because
to say?
Web is
Crisis.
so far ahead of the other books. Team Up is still in the 70s. Spectacular in terms of omnibus coverage. Spectacular's in the early 80s. Amazing, I think, is at 86 or 87 right now in the Masterwork line. Web is now the farthest. Web 2 is going to go all the way through the beginning of 1991. This Web 3 could very reasonably just take us all the way to Clone Saga. Even with the Maximum Carnage issues in there, even with a couple other minor crossovers, even with annuals, this issue range is just between 40 and 50 issues. So as long as they don't repeat all of Maximum Carnage, which I don't think there's any reason to do because it's already in the McElhinney and Bagley book. We don't need a volume 4. This will take us to Clone Saga, and then we'll have collected all of Web there is to collect. I agree with that, Geedy 3451. I, as an Epic collector, would love to have Web and Spectacular. I really loved Web. It might have been my favorite of the three later 4 Spider titles, and I think that's another reason this one's really hot in omnibus. Most of these issues are uncollected. If you go on Marvel Unlimited, there's not even the covers. There's placeholder covers because they've never been in any book unless they were part of a crossover. So I think a lot of the hunger for this one is one of the last frontiers of truly never collected, never digitized Spider-Man comic books.
I love this event right here. The name of the rose. It's how I got hooked on Web of Spider-Man, because I was like, I'm just gonna get the Todd McFarlane. Oh, I like Eric Larson too. Oh, but I like Mark Bagley. Oh, man, that was a mess. Really quick, for people that have been asking me since Saturday, sorry I haven't had time to get back to you all. Can we still expect the restock of the first Krakoa on this month? If so, do we happen to know which week? I will say that I do believe it's coming in April. That's the last I saw. And I will tell you that nobody, not even the retailers, know what day it is, because that's the way restocks work. Restocks, they will know the day that it's being shipped out. That's it. That's all. But once they give you a month, that's the month. But we don't really know. I know retailers don't even know the date that they're coming in. Okay. Moving on.
Quickly, Name of the Rose. Isn't that Umberto Eco's book about a murder in a Franciscan monastery?
Yep.
No, it's the name of the Return of Rose, the Kingpin's son, in Spider-Man.
Omar, were you thinking about taking your vows or something like that?
I'm always taking my vows, Lars. I'm
Lars,
sorry.
it was a play by Tom Stoppard.
That's what I was going to say. I'm sorry it wasn't a play.
I love Tom Stoppard. Is it the Tom Stoppard show now?
Oh, God. You and Lars
Yes.
get a room. Oh, all right. We're moving on. Star Wars Road.
Oh, yeah.
Road to War of the Bounty Hunters. There we go. This
Lars, I
is-
know you love a road to a path to a journey.
I do.
To
I
an inkling
do.
of an idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
To a snorkeling to a yes.
all right.
To a
I
romantic
prologue.
candle at dinner.
Cool.
Yeah.
Huge fan of this because this is the book we need to wrap up this era of Star Wars, with the exception of, I think, Sanastero's miniseries, which was collected only in the Dr. Aphra Omnibus Volume 3, or what was it called? Friends and Family? That omnibus, whatever they changed the name to. But this is the book that leads into War of the Bounty Hunters, and then, of course, we got the Hidden Empire and ending with Dark Droids era. But everything will be in here. I would love a Bounty Hunters omnibus, but this is really cool, too. Who's with me? Lars, you look like a man that's got a lot to say about modern Star Wars.
I've always loved there was a gag in Toy Fair. It was a picture of Vader looking at all the bounty hunters in Empire Strikes Back, and Vader goes, "Excellent, excellent. You will all be turned into action figures."
Gotcha. Those are your thoughts.
And that's very much the Bounty Hunters comic book. So look, what's funny is sometimes y'all are right and we are wrong. And that is why it's important that there's a community poll and it's not just the Omar and Crisis and Tigereyes show of what books we want you to vote for. Last year, we didn't put this on the poll and we were like, there's no history. Marvel has never collected things in this way, line wide, without an event. And then, and our thought was, if they do Dark Droids is not actually going to push all the way to issue 50 of all of these series. And then you're still going to be missing stuff. Well, lo and behold, when Marvel announced Dark Droids and Omar announced on his channel, Dark Droids is going to be a thickum, baby, because Dark Droids is going to collect all the way to the end of every series from this era, which means truly the only books from this era that aren't in one of these line-wide omnibuses is the first year, because there was no event in the first year. So even though I guess you could say this is the anthology book in the same way that Marvel Ultimate book is, but really this is all that anyone will be missing on their shelf of the Star Wars post-Empire Strikes Back books that occurred from 2020 to 25. This is it. This is the only one in that post ESB continuity that we don't have an oversize yet. Then later, I'm sure they will do each title in their own book. I'm sure we will get Star Wars by Charles Soule. I'm sure we will get Vader by Greg Pak. But if Marvel wasn't already thinking of this, I hope they're thinking of it now. And thank you to all of the folks last year who were like, y'all need to add this, because we added it and here it is in the top 60.
I like this era. That's all I will add. I thought War of the Bounty Hunters was a really fun crossover, and I'm a huge fan of Ethan Sachs' Bounty Hunters itself. And Darth Vader never disappoints. I think Darth Vader is just one of those series that's consistently good, and this one is no exception. Star Wars and Dr. Aphra, they were okay, but I don't know.
Vader in this period was white hot. Greg Pak with Raffaelienko. Oh man, I was like top of poll list every week that it came out.
So you liked it, okay? Tigereyes, have you read this?
Nope.
Moving on to number 54, Daredevil by DeMatteis, Kessel, Kelly, and Lobdell. Wow, so many names, but this is the big chunk of Daredevil we need. 333 to 380, the -1 issue, and Daredevil Deadpool Annual 97. And you know what? I was gonna say, well, Root of Evil, I think that would go better with a D.D. Chichester omnibus, but that's all I will say.
So,
yes,
Brand, you are the resident hugest Daredevil fan there is available to us that we know. What makes this run special or not special that would make you want to have it an omnibus on your shelf?
Well, it would take us right up to the Marvel Knights by Joe Quesada omnibus, which shouldn't have that title in the first place, but we deal with what we're given. But this would take place after the Chichester run. And it's a little bit more the funner side of Daredevil than Chichester's run, and even a little bit of the Minties run. It's a bit more lighthearted, especially when you have Joe Kelly and DeMatteis writing. And I will say that, like, Root of Evil being a part of it, listen, the Chichester run would be big enough on its own. Root of Evil being in this one would be more kind of just like to put it somewhere where it's not going to make Chichester into 2 big volumes.
Would you know what? Okay. No, I think they could do it in one, even with that, because I think this would need the what's it called, the Typhoid Mary miniseries. right?
It would
Like
be a good place to finally
the
put
Anna
that,
Sensi
yeah.
one that she did. I think this would, again, this isn't a mapping show. Sorry, guys. I just can't help myself sometimes. But this is a great series. Not keen on the cover because, you know, that's Daredevil, like, putting aside his badassness to go back to the red costumes.
I had no choice in that sense.
Like, yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. I do love me the back in black costume, though. This era was very strange, by the way, if you haven't read it. Like Brand said, it's kind of what are we gonna do with Daredevil? Okay, this Joe Kelly's taking over. Oh, he can't stay that long. Okay, well then we're gonna have to get someone. How about Lobdell? He's not doing anything right now, right? Kessel, I think actually Chichester came back for a couple of issues here too, didn't he, Brand?
Yeah, it was like 380 or so, where like he jumped back in for like an issue, and it's like it was hard because it's like at this period of Daredevil where like it's trying to find its niche between all these different writers and creative teams taking over before it got rebooted from like Marvel Knights era. It's not bad though. I would give it a shot if you're ever curious about it.
Well, I assume it's ranking high because most importantly, it's Daredevil and it's not been collected yet.
Not even.
Yeah,
Also,
there's
just
definitely
the thing
people
is,
with
like-
room on the top of their ballots to vote Daredevil.
Yeah,
And every
Daredevil
time
anything.
Marvel knocks another one out, then some other stuff moves up on the ballot. So we have Nascenti 2, which was on the top of people's ballots for years. And didn't we also get like Daredevil Volume 4 Masterworks on the schedule? So like people had spots free, and this is one of the two next gaps we can, or three next gaps that we can attack.
Yeah.
I will say this too, that also not in epic format. Like not
Yes, all of this has been collected in Epic completely.
It's crazy. Like, wait, it has all of it.
Yes,
all the way
and the
380?
first collection, Omar, is called Root of Evil because Root of Evil is collected after the Chichester material ends. Thus, the map, which is based on the Epic collection.
Take yourself out of this.
Daredevil 380. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Do I need to take it off the? It's right
No.
behind me.
I believe you. I just said
All
cool.
right. Here it is, Daredevil Widow's Kiss. This is Daredevil Epic Volume number 21. It collects 365 to 380 at -1, and Daredevil
Holy crap.
Deadpool Annual.
That's crazy.
97. You know, if you're a little bit confused about Epic collections, there's this guy's name is Curtis. I hear he gets a lot of strikes, but he's a really cool guy, and he can explain all of this to you.
We have high hopes for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo. Okay. That's the Gene Colan cover. That's the one that needs to come back to print.
All right.
Okay. Moving on to number. Wait a second. Nope, I didn't skip any. Okay.
No, you didn't
52.
skip because it's a tie. Two
Okay,
52s. No 53s for you. No 53s for anyone.
Number don't exist.
It is a tie with Jessica Jones and the Defenders Omnibus. This is continuing Jessica Jones by Brian Michael Bendis when she stops being for mature audiences only to just parental advisory, not for kids. So yeah, I think that's about the only difference, right? Whenever it was going to relaunch. Pulse is in here, which happens right after Alias was, I don't want to say canceled, but it came to an end. And then her appearances through New Avengers. Plus Jessica Jones by Kelly. That's Kelly Thompson, isn't it? No. That happens later.
No, that's Bendis again, I think.
Yeah, that's Gatos and Bendis.
The Pulse is really good. Really, really good. And I enjoyed that Jessica Jones revival. I mean, it was kind of like, well, hey, here's more Jessica Jones, but it was actually, I own it. It was quite readable. The Defenders is the one that you felt like, well, they're doing this because of the tie into the dreadful TV show. And it just kind of sat there. But this collection's got a lot of good stuff in it.
Now, you might be looking at this and going, huh? What? Because the title all said different things. On your shelf right now, you might have a book called Alias, which is by Brian Bendis. That was the world of Jessica Jones from 2001 to 2004, and it was a mature reader's title, but it was in continuity, right? So as Omar said, then she goes to a book called The Pulse, hopefully not called Alias or Jessica Jones. Then, after The Pulse concludes, Brian Bendis adopts her as a character in his New Avengers. We have some New Avengers issues there that we could pull materials from, but really you just need New Avengers Annual 1. That's actually been collected with The Pulse in the past. So it's as far as Marvel's concerned, it's part of the run of The Pulse. Then there are some key Jessica Jones moments or stories stories in New Avengers in 22, 38, 47, 49, 58, and 16 annual 3, but we would need full issues of those. So it's not like we would have to double dip all of those out of the New Avengers Omnibus line. And even if we did, it's 8 issues. But again, they're not whole issues. Then Jessica Jones has a story in Marvel Assistant Size Spectacular. Then we jump over Marvel Now from 2013 to 2015, because in Marvel Now, Jessica Jones was exclusively written by Al Ewing in his 2 Mighty Avengers books, which would be collected separately, and they're not Jessica Jones books. But then Brian Bendis takes her back up in 2016 with finally, for the first time ever, a series that's actually called Jessica Jones. And then towards the end of that series, he's also writing Defenders, which is not the Defenders as we have comic book fans know them with Hulk and Doctor Strange and everybody. They're the Defenders of NYC, which is what we often call them in the poll to differentiate them. And that is where Bendis concluded his time at Marvel. If you want the book after this, it was also on the poll. It is called Jessica Jones by Kelly Thompson and Gail Simone, because the next 2 writers who take up the flag of Jessica Jones are those 2, with a series of digital originals, which was also one of the earliest works from Matea Dia-Lewis at Marvel, one of my favorite artists. So that would be the next book. This one is big enough, and it is exclusively Brian Bendis.
One of the first series I pulled when I was getting back into comics.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, I would.
But it's also confusing, Peter, to go back on what you said. When they reprinted the Omnibus, I think they added Jessica Jones to the title, because originally it was just called Alias Omnibus, and then when they reprinted it 6-7 years ago, I can't remember, they decided we'll just call it Jessica Jones Alias. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can't stay for the whole show. We'll watch it on replay. Just want to share some love and thanks to everyone who worked on this project and helped bring it all together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, they probably switched it to Jessica Jones to match the TV show or for trademark reasons. You could call this Alias Volume 2, because that's basically what it is.
Thank you, everyone, for
either way. I would buy this. This is very recommended.
Yeah, it's got a lot of great material in it, honestly.
Yeah,
I want the Kelly Thompson stuff.
I loved the Kelly Thompson.
That stuff was so good too. Okay, any other thoughts, Jess?
Yeah, I was just checking my Jessica Jones to make sure I had it all. Did Kelly Thompson just write 2 trades, or was there a third?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
No, that's it. Just 2.
2. Okay. And then Gail Simone did the variants. That book I loved.
Yes. Okay, let's move on to the other 52. Amazing Spider-Man, Renew Your Vows.
Ooh, okay.
Great book. This is one of the very few books to spin out of Secret Wars 2015.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was Old Man Logan, but this proved to be so popular that Marvel kind of gave it the green light to make it into an ongoing series, and had some great Stegman artwork at the beginning. I'm a big fan of alternate realities, and this is Spider-Man with Mary Jane and his kid having adventures. They're married and they have a superpowered daughter. So I'm sure some people are like, well, that's the same concept as Ultimate Spider-Man by Jonathan Hickman. Yeah, but
this one came first, so
yeah.
This is one of my favorite action figures too, Spinnerette. I love her.
Oh yeah, you got an action figure Spinnerette?
That's what made me look into, and I got all the trades for this based on the fact that I was like, who the heck? This is an action figure that's awesome. But yeah, I enjoyed this series. I got it years ago.
Yeah, I love this series. It's solid. It's not I was gonna say it's not Spider-Girl. Somebody just said that. It's not Mayday Parker, but it's really, really good.
Did you like
so this could all be collected in one. This could all be knocked out in one. This character does appear elsewhere after the end of Renew Your Vows, which was at the beginning of All New Marvel, but she kind of appears in the context of, oh, it's all of the spider people from all of the realities in things like Web Warriors or Edge of Spider-Verse one-shots, and it's not really productive to collect them here because the story never again really fully focuses on her and her family. So this is a complete tale. It has a beginning, a middle, and sort of an end. So it's if you like your alternate universe Spider-Mans, and if you want something, if you're a Mayday Parker fan and you want something like that, or if you're an Ultimate Spider-Man Hickman fan and you want something more like that, this is kind of like the perfect sweet spot between the two of them.
Who did that cover?
I think that's Stegman.
Yeah, it looks like Stegman.
That is a boss cover. I love that.
Lance, how are you, buddy? So far, I'm 6 out of 8. Holy crap, really?
Whoa. That is some major coincidence.
Okay. Anyone
Let's
else?
roll on, I guess.
You're welcome, Mr. Tax.
Hell yes. Alien
Wow.
versus Predator
Good
versus
Lord.
DC. Finally. Where are you going to put this? Right with your Stormwatch and Authority Omnibus. That's where this goes. Aliens, Batman Aliens. Oh my gosh, this had some good stuff in here. So yes, Wildcats Aliens is awesome, and it's got the death of a lot of characters that if you're reading Stormwatch, you're like, what the hell? What happened to all these guys? That's what happened to all those guys. That Aliens Wildcats one shot.
Yeah.
But dude, that Batman versus Predator, the first two are so damn good.
I'd be buying that just for that story alone.
Yeah, those
well worth
two
the price of admission.
Fire, man. This is so good. But yeah, this is solid. This is actually where I think I would also put. Nah, never mind. Not mapping. What was it, Lars?
Well, just I'm not actually a fan of like every single crossover. I'm like, because Star Wars and Star Trek, I'm like, who cares? But there's something about aliens and superheroes that goes together really well. I've been really enjoying Marvel's recent series like Aliens and Avengers and Aliens and Captain America and so on. There's a lot of good stuff in here, really.
This is a really good question, actually. I didn't think about this. Would this also be on the DC poll?
I mean, they could print it too, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay, just maybe is all I will say. I don't know. We haven't thought about it. Some killer stuff in here. Somebody said, "What is Marvel?" This isn't truly Marvel. This is the stuff from Dark Horse Comics, of course. But now because Disney owns
Aliens
property like Aliens and Predator, they would have to go through Marvel in order to get something like this made. Which is why you're seeing it here.
Yeah. But it will also be on the DC poll, and it will probably also be in the top 60 on the DC poll.
But it's that good, though.
Should also be number 51.
Oh, that would be cool. I mean, let's get the ball rolling, man. We got DC versus Marvel Omnis. We got a DC versus Marvel trade coming out later this year. Why not? They're in talks. I think this is the most Marvel and DC have ever talked in decades.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even
a JLA Avengers, really.
I'm a big Aliens movies fan. I tend to not care about aliens in comics, but even I am kind of interested in this. This is really good.
It's good, Lars. I promise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Crisis, any thoughts on this, or you have no thoughts?
No
thoughts. Okay.
No thoughts at all.
Marvel Team Up Volume 2.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Volume 1 just came out this year. No issue left behind, by the way. And also collecting issues 31 through 64 of Marvel Team Up. Annual number 1, Giant Size Spider-Man 4 through 5. Following the, or you already wrote it there, following the 3 Masterworks rule, which is what the first one did. And this, also John Byrne and Chris Claremont. Classic stuff in here. Where's my Conehead Omnibus? Did you help map it? If you help map it, we would have added it. This is one that was such a long time coming. I remember people were just getting pissed at every announcement I was making. You know, the older crowd were like, I'm not getting younger. Where the hell's my Marvel Team Up? Did you let them know, Omar? And I was like, yeah, man, I let them know every year that you guys want that book. Of course. But it's really cool now that we have Amazing Spider-Man. We've got Web of Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man, Marvel Team Up. And we don't have an adjectiveless Spider-Man line anymore, but that would do some heavy double dipping with the McFarlane and then the Eric Larson Omni. What's up, Omnibo? How you doing, brother? But yeah, some classic stuff in here. Cover, I believe, is by Gil Kane, right, Lars? Look, Lars is on mute.
He's still on mute. Can't
You caught
hear
me. You caught me scratching my eye. I wasn't prepared, and I was muted. Yes, indeed, Gil Kane.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts, guys? Adventures with Spider-Man and pals. We're good on this, right?
I will just point out again, as I said previously, this is now the oldest Spider-Man material that is not an oversized format.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I know it is odd.
I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I mean, give it enough time. This one's a gimme. This one will happen. Just who knows when.
Would it be weird to order movie popcorn while watching? Absolutely not, Chubby Ray. You're gonna order it for all of us or just yourself?
Yeah. No, but I was telling friends of mine before movies pre-pee, for God's sake. So, Chubby Ray, did you pre-pee before this show?
Wow.
You don't have to ask.
It wouldn't be weird, but I'd be jealous because you have popcorn and I don't.
If you're doing a near mint condition stream without a catheter, what are you doing?
I know.
What are you all doing?
I get-
Okay,
I-
I'm moving on to 49.
I get tired of going to movies with people who don't pre-pee, and then they go out during a crucial juncture to pee, and then they come back and they go to me, what did I miss? I'm like,
those people are monsters. That's a good way to cut them out of your life.
I'm watching the movie, for God's sakes,
Get rid of those people, man.
Figure it out. Yeah.
Me when I watch the Mario movie tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna
Be
move
sure to
on to
pre-pee,
49.
okay?
Incredible Hulk by Greg Pak, Volume 1.
Ooh.
This is something that we really need because we've had the beginning of his run collected in Planet Hulk. Then we had the follow-up to that, which is this gigantic omnibus called World War Hulk. And this would follow that up. And this stuff was good too. I actually really love this era of Hulk. Incredible Hercules and Hulk were awesome. Hulk by Jeff Loeb, it was a thing, but the other two titles were great, and it did have good art, I guess. Yeah, had Ed McGuinness for a while and Frank Cho.
What's the book that's super out of print? Is it Fall of the Hulks or World War Hulks?
They're both out of print.
Yeah,
they only did one print, and those aren't omnis though. Those are
no, I know. Yeah, oversized hardcovers, but I just
that's what this would replace those books. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and this was one of the most kind of dramatic. There's a few that stick out in my mind from the mapping Minties. I'm sure Brand has a couple in mind as well that were like, we really went back and forth. Last year, we had a whole separate Scar Son of Hulk omnibus that probably like 30% double dipped this. And we saw that this was kind of like right on the bubble of having enough votes to be a threat into the top 60. And we thought, well, does the Scar stuff really even belong to be separate? Because some of the initial issues of the Scar is the main character in the main Hulk title. So this year we eliminated the extra Scar book and we said, look, there's really no way to know which way Marvel would go. And Scar is not a big character. Let's just say that we probably need 2 books that would collect everything Hulk in this period, including all of Fall of the Hulks and all of World War Hulks, because as Omnibug said, they have been out of print for so long. So this is one of those ones where the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Do you just want it to exactly reprint Fall of Hulks and World War Hulks? That was a great reason to vote for it. Do you want it to have every single Hulk thing that happened in all the Gamma characters in this period? That is also a reason to vote for it. This is one where we truly don't know what way Marvel will go. I know what Omar wants is actually an integrated anthology version of the Hulk line that also has Adjectives
baby
2008 mixed in with this. So there's a lot of ways Marvel could go, and because we haven't seen them do like modern Hulk in this period, we just don't really know what they'll do.
There is a really, really good question, and I'm trying to find it in the chat because somebody was wondering how can this be a volume 1, and it's following up all those books I just said. And I wish I could find it.
Hulk's plural volume.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point at. This is when the titles kind of went through a change, which is why we decided to call it Incredible Hulks. And I know it gets confusing, man. I know, because hell, I think there is a Planet Hulks in a World War Hulks story like we have here. So it gets confusing. Especially, I remember doing my reading order. People could not find those, man.
Yeah. If I had to pick like top 10 confusing Marvel periods, of reading. And of course, that's never going to be X-Men for me because I just get it. This one confuses the hell out of me. Just the title change, and then Scar's lead character for a while, but then Scar gets his own book, but then Hulk comes back to this book, and then Red Hulk gets the adjectiveless book. Like it is confusing. It's not just that somebody maybe doesn't know it well or is not familiar. Even for people like Omar and I and Brand who like really follow Marvel bibliography, it is still confusing.
I remember Jess and I bonding over this because he had a hard time finding these books, and I remember having to drive back home, turn around, and take a picture of what he needed. Because not only that, Jess, did you find the books?
And
okay.
It's really okay. I'll let you. I'm gonna let you.
No. Put it up again. Put it up. I want people to see this because I have
the one that you helped me with. That's this one.
Yeah, I'm so glad I helped you find that yours. I'm so glad I turned my car around because the goddamn thing is still sealed, Jazz. You didn't read it.
I haven't got to it yet. The other one was World War Hulk.
That was like 10 years ago. Anyway, the thing that was confusing was that book is an OHC. There is also a hardcover, standard size hardcover, with the same cover. With the same title. Man.
And if you type in Incredible Hulks, Fall of the Hulks, at the time anyway, into any online retailer, it wouldn't bring up the right thing. It's super confusing. Back then, to even find it was hard because honestly, I don't know why, but it's Incredible Hulks, Fall of the Hulks. You'd think that was easy, but yeah, Omar had to help me just even find the thing on eBay just so I could get it.
It's an oversized hardcover. I don't know if you're asking for real or not, or maybe people that don't know. Yeah, I remember it was a pain in the butt to get. Okay, enough about Incredible Hulks, right? We're moving on.
Yes.
No one's okay. No one's
go for
it. What the hell? How did this go?
Oh my.
In Humans, the early years is Geo watching? Can somebody do a wellness check on Geo, please? This has moved up 3 slots in the poll. It could be done in one. Okay, you're putting all the classic stuff in there. I like that. Okay, early years. Really, I really thought the one that would make it in would be the modern era, but cool. So yeah, classic stuff. This is the last of the Marvel classic heroes that has not made it in omnibus format. Is that right, Crisis?
I don't know if I would say that. We don't have we have Khazar from the 80s. We don't have him from the Silver Age.
But at least he has one omnibus.
He's got one. I'm looking at my Masterworks shelf. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to this being the only Masterworks hero other than Dr. Voodoo that doesn't have an omnibus. Now that we have Submariner.
Or Omega the Unknown.
Do we have
Invaders had an omnibus.
We do have an Invaders omnibus.
Is there a Deathlock?
No, there's not a Deathlock omnibus.
But he's
That's
not
another good. Or Killraven.
No Killraven.
Well, Deathlock isn't this classic. I mean, he came after these guys. These guys have been around.
He came a little after. Yeah.
This is a Jack Kirby thing, man. This should be in print already.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's because a lot of it, if you look, does major double dipping. Not that we're not above that, because if you look at like Silver Surfer, Epics, and we're beyond double dipping.
That ship has long sailed. Yes.
but if you look here, Jess, that is God damn it, my stupid finger. Sorry about that, guys. That's a lot of Fantastic Four.
Okay. Well, yeah.
A lot of Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what's funny is it could be a lot more Fantastic Four. We had some people chiming in with like, this should have every time the Inhumans have ever been in Fantastic Four, which we could have, but that would definitely push this to 2. Right now, this barely fits as 1, and it could be 2 volumes. But also, we've seen Marvel sometimes go in that heavily double dip route, but it tends to be in like a Loki omnibus or a Doom omnibus, something where people have a vested interest in not buying the other books in the line and only buying that, which I think it's probably more likely if they're buying an Inhumans book that they probably have some Fantastic Four books. But I think necessarily you need those. I think it comes out to about 8 Fantastic Four issues at the beginning, or maybe 10, just because it's like who they are, where do they live, what is their relationship to each other. And then of course there's some key Inhumans events that happen in Fantastic Four, like the various weddings of various Inhumans. But Inhumans have a ton of their own material, and that's what the majority of this is. They have 2 Masterworks verse of material, which is great, which is Jack Kirby material. Then Marvel switched over to doing trade paperbacks, and there's a series of I think 3 different trade paperbacks that collect where they were in backup features. They had an an OGN and Marvel graphic novel. They kind of never had their own permanent series again, but their stories still continued to be advanced all the way through the Atlantis Rising crossover and Fantastic Four in the late 90s, but right before Onslaught. And then after Onslaught, of course, when we come back in Heroes Reborn, we also get that very famous Paul Jenkins, Jay Lee Marvel Knights series.
Yeah.
Everybody always assumes that's the one that people are going to want in the poll. But the thing is, that series has 12 issues on its own. It's kind of like, well, that's not an omnibus, that's a deluxe if we were at DC. But there are 2 other Marvel Knights Inhuman series, so that one is on the poll, but this one has beat it at 3 years in a row, and it's the 2nd year in a row that we see it in the top 50. And I think, Omar, it's like you said, for people that are big classic Marvel collectors that want that whole Silver Age, Bronze Age shelf, this is now kind of sticking out as one of the sore thumbs that needs to get a book.
Out of classics with a Jack Kirby cover, I don't think they've missed much. This is one of the few ones.
Well, it says something that it's kind of the last one. I have always struggled to get there with the Inhumans. I agree.
Speak on it, Lars.
I think a lot of people like that. No, the Jenkins Lee series is legit really good. But beyond that, I'm always kind of like, not sure.
Oh, I want to speak up for the Inhumans and my boy Gio. I find these early issues, I know it's all double dipping and stuff. I find them to be really interesting, really well thought out characters with, they have bizarre powers and they are bizarre. That's what I like. I mean, you got a guy that can't even talk. He's going to blow up half the world. And his wife has freaking alive hair that goes all around like a spider's web. Let's go. I love this. So Lars, be quiet for the rest of the stream. Thank you.
I want to know.
I'd be excited for this.
Yeah.
I feel like this is long overdue. This should have happened 10 years ago, really. Given how much they were trying to push the Inhumans that long ago.
Well,
and then just nothing really came of it.
No, they did try to push it and it failed utterly.
Which wasn't really the character's fault. I'd say it's bad editorial's fault, but that's a whole different discussion.
I think it's that I think that Inhumans is a hard sell, even if it's done well. The Jenkins Lee one did well because because Marvel Knights at the time was it was very exciting, and they were kind of trying to breathe new life into Daredevil and everything else. And it was part of that headwind. But normally, I don't know. It's hard to get people to buy
Jenkins and Jay Lee series worked well because Jenkins hadn't read a goddamn word of Inhumans.
Yeah,
well, got hired to be on that book because they wanted somebody that had never read Inhumans to write a story about them, and he didn't know any of the characters. So he kind of gave them and created their own voice. So when people think of like modern Inhumans, it's that run, which is just crazy. Yeah, I would be happy for people that have been wanting this for years.
Oh no, the people who want it, God bless. God bless. Yeah.
I mean, people wanted Loki. People want, they're people that love Thor, Silver Age. Those people are nuts. All right, we're moving on to.
I guess I'm nuts then.
Is that you, Brand?
Yeah, I'm wearing the Silver Age Avengers shirt. I love the Silver Age.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, man, that's cool. Avengers was okay. It's that Thor.
Yeah, that Thor. Rough.
Silver Surfer by Ron Mars. This would be a follow-up to the newly announced Silver Surfer, the Infinity Gauntlet. This one could also be called, if they wanted to, Infinity Wars Silver Surfer. Well, though, this would also have Infinity Crusade in there as well, right? Let me look. What have we got the mapping here?
Yes.
Defenders, Infinity. No Infinity War. We'll talk about that later. But yes, this would be the follow-up to that series. It's great stuff. I really like.
Once you pull in Infinity Crusade, as we all know, of course, Infinity Crusade also crosses over with Warlock Chronicles, and it also crosses over with Warlock in the Infinity Watch. Yeah. So once you pull in Infinity Crusade, you kind of wind up pulling in like 20-ish issues, which could work. Silver Surfer is a big player there. We've also got another big Silver Surfer crossover in potentially this map during the Ron Mars period, which is the Blood and Thunder crossover with also Warlock Chronicles and Warlock in the Infinity Watch and also Thor. So it kind of has to do with, again, how much Marvel wants to double dip. And we saw in the Silver Surfer by Starlin book, Marvel's actually willing to double Marvel did pretty hard to give you a complete story of Silver Surfer. So it could happen. This could have been called Aftermath, but actually, since that last one was called Starlin, we leaned hard into putting the name on it. Now, Ron Mars writes more than one omnibus of book here. This would be a giant omnibus if we tried to get through all of it, probably bigger than Marvel has the appetite for. So the real question becomes, when it is split into two, because it most certainly would be, if they then also pick up a small amount of material not by Mars, that would be between this and DeMatteis, who ends the run. Because without picking it up in a second Mars omnibus, there's really not a lot of marketing hook to apply to it. So this one is kind of an ambiguous map. We know just where it'll start. It'll start with Silver Surfer 67. How far it will reach and what will follow it is more of an open question.
Which is why I think they will call it Infinity War Omnibus, and then whatever the last one will be.
They'll call it Road to Infinity War Aftermath Rapture Cucumber. Yeah.
Whatever makes our jobs harder.
No, well, how much Silver Surfer is after this? Is the
how much Silver? A lot.
Of this series. I apologize. It went up to 147. So yeah, actually another omnibus would work very nicely. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Anybody else? No. Okay. I'm moving on to number 46, which is X-Men.
Oh my!
By Kelly and Siegel.
Wow.
This is the era of X-Men where Cyclops fights birds, and that's all I remember from this era. It was
oh my!
But it's got some great artwork in here. It's got the crossover with the hunt for Professor X, which introduces us to a new team of mutants. So happy you included X-Men Liberators. No issue left behind. Hell yes.
Yeah.
And it's got those weird annuals from the late 90s where they had two characters in one annual, Doctor Doom and then the Fantastic Four. And not missing an issue of X-Men Unlimited. Hells to the yes. And Alpha Flight 9, that's the Siegel Alpha Flight with
it is.
Scott
date, obviously,
he did write Alpha Flight. That's right.
97. Yeah.
Scott Clark was on artwork. Man, rest in peace. That guy was so good.
Yeah. I have a lot of time for Steven Siegel's writing. I'm one of 5 people to have that, House of Secrets omnibus that he wrote for a while.
I also have that.
Yeah, no, that is really good.
It is.
It's
brilliant.
For all you mapping nerds, this is the stuff that follows up immediately after the upcoming trial of Gambit. So it is a much needed gap filler because this would go after Trial of Gambit, but also it would go before the Apocalypse the 12.
Yeah.
So, no, there's one more book that comes before Apocalypse the 12. Yeah, this directly follows.
Well, it's got Operation Zero Tolerance, right? That's also
well. That's one of the big questions that people have about this: is that would it collect more Operation Zero Tolerance issues, or totally skip those issues, or only collect the X-Men 1991 issues from Zero Tolerance? The thing is that this is a slightly bigger book, and the book that would have to come after it would be a slightly smaller book, which would be, I don't know what we really could call it, probably Magneto War. So this one maybe ends a little bit earlier and includes a little bit more of Zero Tolerance. Maybe that pushes some of this Hunt for Professor Xavier stuff into the next book. But pretty much like the Kelly and Siegel stuff makes sense to read in a chunk because they were coordinating with each other really, really well across both of the titles. And they really read well kind of back and forth during this. What was that?
What was that? Did somebody knock on your door and bump up the Mario bricks on top of it?
I thought it was your laundry going off again, Jess.
You have to go take care of some.
So you wouldn't include Magneto War in all of this because that would be too big of a book.
Yeah, I think this is already maybe even pushing it a little bit bigger than Marvel wants to go, but I guess we'd see. But as you said, the big draw here for those of us who are true freaks is that unbroken run of Unlimited and also getting Liberators in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced this is the most successful run of X-Men, but I mean, the thing with Steve Siegel is that even when he's not being successful, it's interesting. It's actually interesting.
Yeah, I think he's always interesting as a writer.
Yeah, like I say, I remember his Alpha Flight run, and there's plenty of Alpha Flights that have, are completely forgettable. So yeah, this would be interesting to see.
Okay, we're gonna move on to number 45. That was the first X-Men book on the list, huh?
Yeah.
Well, Academy X, but yeah.
Oh, Academy X. Sorry about that. I love that book. Wow.
Whoa. Okay.
Well, speaking of Magneto War,
Yeah.
So this would be the immediate follow-up to the previous book. This would have the Magneto War, and you gotta have Bishop the Last X-Men. That is one of the most underrated X titles ever. It's so good. And yeah, I think Magneto would be the big thing here, maybe Quicksilver, but yeah, this is good. This is when Alan Davis comes back to the book and starts writing and drawing.
That's right.
I think he is drawing, correct me if I'm wrong, Crisis, but he draws Adjectiveless, and then Adam Kubert draws Uncanny, and Alan Davis is writing both series.
Yeah. Although, aren't there rumors that Chris Claremont was doing some ghostwriting in that period, or is that a little bit?
Chris Claremont would not let that Apocalypse of 12 nightmare have happened.
Yeah, it was definitely not that.
If Claremont was ghostwriting, they would have get the hell out of the way, bitches. I'm writing this. I'm Chris Claremont. Anyway, yeah, this is it's a much needed gap filler.
Yeah.
Is it the best X-Men? It's better than the previous book, but not by much.
I mean,
You got beautiful artwork though. You got
that's the thing. I mean, I recall this feeling a bit rudderless, but it's Alan Davis. I will always read Alan Davis.
Oh no, we remember the 99 Warlock series. It's in an omnibus. What was that called, Crisis? Was it M-Tech? I think the
Yes,
M-Tech omnibus.
M-Tech.
Oh, we remember.
Well, it's not in an omnibus.
It's in a potential omnibus.
It's on the poll.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody voted. Well, we will see.
No. So here's the interesting thing about this one. First of all, it's funny that they're back to back. I laughed when I saw that in the results, because for a while, looking at how the results were pouring in, they were kind of on the bubble, and it wasn't clear if either of them were going to make it. And now both of them made it back to back. This book, I think, is a hair more attractive to people because it says the story in the title, which I think always is going to do better for X-Men fans than a run that just is like X-Men by some person. That could happen anywhere in a 60-year range. But the tricky thing here is this is mostly just recollecting a trade paperback that's also called Magneto War. And much like Lars, I remember distinctly reading it for the first time. And I would agree, it's a cool Magneto story. It kind of feels like a natural progression from where he was at the beginning of X-Men 1991. But it does kind of feel like, do I ever have to go back and read that again? I'm not sure. And that's coming from me, major X-Men fan. Not bad, but not memorable. But the problem is, if we just make that trade paperback into an omnibus, kind of unexciting as an omnibus. So this really doesn't have a whole lot of other stuff in this period it could pick up. Then we have to start kind of playing the mapping game. It could put all of Bishop the Last X-Men in here, because otherwise that would get abandoned. It could just start a little bit earlier and basically start during that previous Kelly and Siegel run and pick up Hunt for Xavier. It also could right some wrongs by picking up some miniseries and things that got abandoned by the next two books, which are X-Men Apocalypse the 12 and Eve of Destruction. So either way you cut it, I think this is going to have some things more than just Magneto War in it, but it's hard to say exactly which way they would go. Personally, I agree with Omar. I would like it to be Bishop the Last X-Men.
Yeah.
I like that book a lot. Okay.
I like how Kitty's screaming when presumably she's phasing and it shouldn't bother her. Maybe she's screaming because everyone else is screaming and she just wants to make them feel comfortable because she's a good team player.
Well, I don't think it's pain. I think more it's like rage, right?
Okay.
Baptism of fire, like a crucible of fire.
Crucible of fire. Okay.
Yeah, we finally get the whole Joseph Magneto thing debate in this one.
Oh yeah, right.
Remember Joseph?
And I will point out, Magneto War and Kelly Siegel, once we all have Trial of Gambit on our shelves, these are the next two gaps in X-Men flagship books in oversized format. We have it all in trade paperback.
That's crazy. And
if we get these two, then the next book after that is Apocalypse the 12. Then the next book after that is Eve of Destruction. And then we arrive at New X-Men and Extreme X-Men. And then the next gap will be Chuck Austin. That's how far we are.
Where are we going to put my damn magic? Black Sun, make it happen.
I think it goes in the
Well,
Joe Casey book.
maybe if they reprint X-Men Ever Revolution.
I mean, Peter's.
Oh right, I did miss naming Revolution in that lineup.
That was actually an omnibus too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Peter's right. This didn't offend me certainly, but I've never felt an urge to revisit it. So
there's always an urge to revisit X-Men, Lars. What are you missing from
unless it's Onslaught or Chuck Austin or there's a few exceptions.
Oh, you had me at Onslaught. Okay, now we're back on the same boat. Okay, I'm gonna move on from X-Men. Number 44. Hell yes, Fantastic Four here. Love that choice of cover. Good choice, guys. That's a great cover. Salvador Larocca, Claremont kicking off this era. This is the only Heroes Return era that has not been collected in Omnibus format.
Interesting.
We've had Captain America, we've had Thor, we've had Iron Man, we've had the Avengers. We need Fantastic Four. Claremont creating one of the greatest characters, Valeria. And Salvador Larocca on art. You've got, I think after Claremont, it's Lobdell, then Jeff Loeb, Carlos Pacheco, before the Wade run. But yeah, oh my gosh, yes. Give it to me. This is good. Solid stuff.
Yeah.
Fitting is at number 44.
Hey, Josh, you're a moderator, right? Can you ban yourself? That comment about Claremont? And find the other guy that was talking ill of Nicieza yesterday. Go ahead.
I just want to say, look, I'm not the biggest Fantastic Four devotee, and yet you're right. What a difference Valeria makes. She makes a huge difference to the storytelling. Essential sometimes.
Is that her on the cover?
No,
That's
two.
two.
Yeah.
Valeria was like 2, I think.
Yeah,
Or not even. Yeah,
she's
born.
She's like 2, but she's a mega genius.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Chris Claremont, and as you say, the art is pretty great. This is the one era of Heroes Return that I could be convinced to buy. This is actually pretty good.
Tigereyes, any thoughts from you on this one?
It's a fun run. Is it groundbreaking? No, but it's a lot of fun.
I will say the mapping note on this one is the trades actually start 2 issues or end 2 issues earlier at issue 32, which is the end of Claremont. But Larocca sticks around for 2 issues, actually writing himself with someone else, I think, assisting on script. And he kind of completes the storylines they had, which also means that we could add Fantastic Fourth Voyage of Sinbad, which kind of was written by both of them and fits into this period well. It's not a big drama if it cuts out 2 issues earlier, but I think because you have the ability to say by Claremont and Larocca, why not have this run right up to issue 34 so you have Larocca's complete run on this book?
That is some self-control, man. I skipped the complete collections just hoping for an Omni one day. I do have the singles, though. Okay, but still, how do you
Before
do
the
that?
complete collections, this used to be my number 1 vote on Tigereyes back in the day, like 11 years ago. This used to be my number 1 vote on the poll.
This one was.
Yeah, because it was uncollected Fantastic Four. It was and Claremont at that. I was like, how do we not have it? Seems like an easy thing to sell. Here we are 11 years later. Still, I mean, we got the complete collections, but still no.
No, we do. At least they finished those out. I think there's 4 of those. Okay, moving on to 15. Avengers Volume 7.
Yeah.
Volume 6 just dropped with some. That Volume 6 of Avengers has to be one of the best Omnis that have come out this year so far. I'm probably making it on my list. John Byrne, Jim Shooter, George Perez. My God, it's full of super talent.
Those were the days. Yeah.
Oh, the Simple Fun days? Like, that's what's alluding to yesterday. Who said that?
Simpler times, Omar. Simpler times.
Simpler times. Yeah, this one's, again, inevitable, I would think. They just haven't gotten around to it.
This is, let me say, this would have issue 200. So it is that David McElhinney era, also the era when they were trying.
Oh, actually, those Marvel premiere issues should be thrown in. They got Scott Lang as Ant-Man. Yeah.
I do like the choice of cover that Crisis was like, screw it. I don't care if the issue is collected in here. I'm going to choose this cover because I like it. Bold move. That's a very
is that covers from the run from last year.
It is a striking move, yes.
But yeah, this will, God, it's so weird to think about a volume 7 and only at issue 226. We got a long way to go with Avengers.
Still waiting on Roger Stern's run.
I know my wife is not watching this live stream because she is watching the Artemis 2 live stream. Like, she loves the idea of going to the moon. Omar loves Avengers 200. It's his favorite issue. No, it is not.
That's slander.
No one's favorite issue.
No,
it's not even when none of the writers in the editor take claim of that issue. You know it's problematic.
No.
Okay, I am moving on to 42. Hell yeah, more classic stuff. Doctor Strange. Let me actually get rid of there we go, so people can read the whole thing. Master of the Mystic Arts, Volume 2. This would be the Roger Stern era, following up Englehart, and I believe Claremont as well. Collecting Doctor Strange 23 to 57. So yeah, man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Crisis, what's the note down here? All 3 of the Doctor Strange classic omnis break the 3 Masterworks rule, would this one obey it? So you're saying this one could possibly begin with 7 and go all the way to 12?
All of the Doctor Strange omnibuses so far have been a little bit on the short side, and people have always been like, these are tiny. Now, maybe that we're in the end game, it makes sense because we have 6 Masterworks, 5 that exist, 1 that doesn't, but it's clear what would be in it to get us to the 90s Doctor Strange omnibus line. So at this point, it seems like maybe it would follow the 3 Masterworks rule. And when we say the 3 Masterworks rule, it used to be for a long, long time, every classic omnibus based on Masterworks content collected exactly 3 Masterworks. Marvel started breaking that rule more and more in the past 5 and 6 years. All the Doctor Strange ones break that rule, and also recent Uncanny X-Men and Amazing Spider-Man ones also break that rule. So we tend to note whenever a book does or doesn't break that rule in specific, because it just was the way we all mapped for so many years. At this point, this would take us halfway to the end of the remaining oversized gap in Doctor Strange, and then the next book would close that if they would be including his half of Strange Tales 1987 in this collection series. I think they would, because they included that in his last Marvel Masterworks volume. So to them, it's part of the Doctor Strange line. It makes sense. It was his title for 2 whole years. So yeah, I think this is 1/2 of everything that remains Doctor Strange. And when we are done, we will have Doctor Strange all the way to 1998 with no gaps. But we need this book and 1 more book to follow it.
Okay, really quick before we move on to 41, who here is a fan in the panel of Doctor Strange?
I mean, I enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Who raised their hand?
I probably did. I'm a fan of the very early stuff and the current stuff.
Kirk says he wants to get into Doctor Strange. Omnis can't decide which one to get. Wasn't a fan of the Aaron book. The Aaron book feels like
that's actually my
that's my favorite one.
Yeah, for me, favorite is a tie between that one and Jed McKay. So
yeah, I
was gonna suggest Jed McKay, but
yeah,
Jed McKay's really good.
It's an easy way to get into the character.
Well, I think the only 2 I own are the Jed McKay and the Aaron book. Yeah.
What would you suggest, Brand? Unfortunately, because the Roger Stern stuff's not available yet, but what would you suggest?
I would suggest either the early Stan Lee, Steve Ditko stuff, or I would suggest, if it was still in print, the Sorcerer Supreme stuff. But since volumes 1 and 2, I think, out of print, I think 3 might be as well. I would recommend that as 2. Jed McKay run is up there. It's probably one of the best runs of like last ever of the character, really.
You went old school, man. That's awesome. Because there is nothing wrong with the Steve Ditko and Stan Lee stuff. That stuff is great.
I do want to point out something funny about this. If you look at the past rankings, it was in the top 60 every year from 2017 to present. With
What
just
happened
a dip in 2024? Because people used to vote for this, pretty much this book, as Doctor Strange by Roger Stern. And so it used to be that we had no Doctor Strange classic omnibuses. Then we only had 1 Doctor. Then we had 2. And it was like people kept voting for Roger Stern because this is the run everybody always wanted an omnibus. Finally, at the point that we had 2 classic omnibuses, people kind of like took the gas off the pedal a little bit in 2024 and stopped voting for it. But now that it's only 1 away, people are voting for it again. So I just think that's really funny that this is one of the longest standing books that's been in the top 60 of the poll.
Wow, that's awesome. Moving on to 40. Holy crap! Really? Ultimate Spider-Man by Hickman, Kiketo, and Messina. So not only did people vote for that Ultimate Anthology Omnibus, some, maybe even the same people, voted for Ultimate Spider-Man by Hickman. Well, I guess it's all one and done, huh? Ultimate Invasion 1 through 4 and Ultimate Spider-Man 1 through 24. And it could contain some of the other content down at the bottom. Crisis, since you mapped those, I'm out of curiosity, which route would you go?
I don't collect modern material on Omnibus, so I would read it digitally.
Okay, but if, like, hypothetically speaking, if you were collecting it, how would you like it mapped? Would you like it everything, or would you like it by character?
I would like the everything route for this reason. They're all kind of short runs. In Spider-Man, we can cram in some other Hickman stuff. In Ultimates, I could cram in some other Dennis Camp stuff. But then you're going to be left with Ultimate X-Men being only 24 issues, Ultimate Black Panther only being 24, Ultimate Wolverine, which would be really weird to put in with Ultimate X-Men because they are so different, is only like 16 issues. So I just think you're asking for a shelf of kind of like weirdly shaped omnibuses, and possibly 5 of them in order to get everything, and some of them will have to double dip each other because of stuff like Spider-Man Incursion and the kind of end game stuff. Whereas if you did it anthology style, I think you could get away in 3. So for me, it's like about like how many times do I need to keep remembering to buy this material and how many kind of individual slices. But I get that some people think it would be really weird whiplash to go from reading a Hickman Spider-Man issue to reading a Peach Momoko X-Men issue. And like, I agree. I was there every month. It was weird whiplash. So I can understand kind of going either way on this.
I remember years ago at a convention, I asked Hickman, who does not like interviews, by the way. I asked him a few questions about his run on X-Men and why he left. And I remember, I will never forget this. He was like, you know, I wanted to leave. I had Marvel pays me too much to be writing a monthly series. My brain doesn't work like monthly series. I'm a big idea kind of guy. And if they need me for events, they need me for big things, for big stories. When this was announced, you know, I got excited because I was like, oh, Peter has a family. He's married to MJ. Sure. It's written by Hickman. That's really interesting. He told me he's not a monthly writer type of dude. Man, I love the first 6. That first arc was awesome. And I've been reading these through trade paperbacks, and it seems like, I don't know, each one of them just kept getting not bad, but not as good as that first arc. Like the legit, the first arc was so good. And then it was like, oh, it's okay. But I'm glad for the people that voted for it. I'm glad that people enjoyed it. And, you know, odds are they probably, Jonathan Hickman is a huge name at Marvel Comics.
Well, I've sort of been thinking I need to.
Likely, this will be Spider-Man by Hickman Omnibus one day.
I've sort of been thinking I need a marathon on a Marvel Unlimited. I think I tried the early issues and I just wasn't. I was reading too much other stuff and couldn't quite commit. But it seems like it's good. Yeah.
Well, and I guess, Omar, correct me if I'm wrong here because I can't visualize it. Is this now the only omnibus length run by Hickman that's not an omnibus yet? Clearly, there's things like Gods and Wolverine Revenge that are tiny. But is this the only run of Hickman that's not oversized?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Because they've done Ultimates, they've done another printing of Secret Warriors, they've done Secret Wars, they've done Shield, my God, Shield, which had 12 issues, I think, if that. Yeah, this would be the only one.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's always a Hickman effect.
Yeah, it's bound to happen. And, you know, people made fun of the Secret Wars. They were like, this is so much double dipping. That damn book is sold out. And it's not because of it's because of the new print run. And no, that book sold out because people bought it, which is insane. And it was heavily double dipping, by the way. But when Hickman maps books, whatever, you know. All right.
Yeah, I mean, God bless. He's one of the few creators out there who's like, I'm going to map this in the perfect reading order that I always intended. Nobody's going to do it for me. And that's cool. When you get a Hickman Omnibus, you know you are getting the reading experience that he intended.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Moving on to number 40.
Top 40, baby. My number one vote on the poll.
Wow. This is a huge surprise.
Holy cats.
This is a huge surprise because it's not good.
Well, I'm all right. I'm glad we can admit this.
I'm all here for it though, dude. This is my kind of not good. I know it's trash.
I'm at the point where I don't care if it's bad or good. We're getting Alpha Flight collected at all. That's amazing to me.
Baby. So I think we should just put everything in here. God, I don't think they could afford to make another volume. I don't. Just put it all in here, man. Give me a big omnibus. This would have the James Hudnall stuff, the Scott Lobdell era, and Fabian Nicieza. And if you extend it to 106, 106 is the, at the time, very, very, very controversial issue. Because, again, it was the early 90s, and North Star coming out as gay. And I don't know. I live in Kentucky. So I need to preface it with that.
Oh yeah, I'm a little worried where this is going.
The headlines that I would see for a comic book that had a gay character were legit. Comic books are making kids gay. Marvel comics are making kids gay. That was the headlines that I
goes back to Frederick Wortham, but you're right.
Well, I also live in the state of Kentucky, where I think the 80s was, or the early 90s was kind of like the 50s. But seriously, man, it was insane. Nowadays, you know,
how
my God,
how many times did it make you gay?
I'm not answering that question. This is an AMA, Mark.
Yeah, but if you ask an AMA, he will detail at length. Lars.
Yeah. Like, and then he would read She-Hulk to cure himself.
You know, it's funny because like nowadays, it seems like that's just a thing that's expected to be in every team. But back in the day, it was such a huge deal that people they made a second printing of Alpha Flight 106.
Yeah, they did.
Because people bought it up because they were like, this is going to be worth a lot of money.
Well,
this has the first gay superhero.
And the art in that issue is not good.
It was Mark Pacella. Oh, he's awful. Mark Pacella's art is so bad.
See, the queer coding here is always fun because I would talk to people in my Wizard days, and there were people who were like uncertain about whether North Star was gay or not. If you read the original John Byrne,
100%. John Byrne is
Byrne was queer coding.
Byrne was very vocal about making the character gay.
But there is zero doubt that he's gay. It's just that it doesn't come out and blatantly say it. But I don't know how you could possibly have any other interpretation, and yet people found a way.
It was people not reading comics, right? They just had heard about it and then writing articles. I remember I think I threw it away probably about a decade ago when I was finding my own I used to keep the clippings of like headlines like that. I'm like, this is so stupid. I gotta show my kids one day how stupid we were as a society. Then I ended up throwing them away to make room for comics.
How did they handle John Kent? I remember my brother, who doesn't even follow anything remotely like comics, calling me and saying, is Superman gay now? And I'm like, not really, but okay. So, and that was
people forget the reaction news headlines had to Miles Morales of all characters back when he was first introduced. So like,
right. But no, this is not the most successful run from memory. I think, again, this suffered from the time that Marvel's range was so big. They were putting out so many comics. They literally did not have enough talent to go around and cover all the titles. And if you have a scarcity of talent, they didn't prioritize Alpha Flight. Let's just put it that way. So, but yet they felt the need to keep publishing Alpha Flight because, you know, it was in the catalog and they're going to keep it going.
It was a team book. It was X-Men adjacent.
Yeah. It just is. Canadian.
A good joke.
Maybe controversially, he was born in France.
Does anybody like this era though? Like anybody?
It's my number one vote. Legit. It was
Are
my
you
number
serious?
one vote in the poll. Yes.
Wait, Peter, are you because you honestly think it's good, or just because it's Alpha?
No,
why?
Nobody said that. But I will come to its defense a little bit, and then I'll have a mapping.
Go ahead.
So, in its defense, there's a lot of things I love in comics. One of them is when there's a team book with like a big cast of characters that are not solo characters on their own, and they kind of just let it simmer in the long term. Like, what can they get up to? What villains are made for them? And the things that I like about Alpha Flight is like they had their own rogues gallery. They had their own problems. They were off in Canada. They very seldom interacted with the rest of the Marvel universe, except for occasionally Wolverine, until we get into, I think, 107 through 110, which is them crossing over with, I want to say, Infinity War. So we're talking about a huge stretch of issues where like they're in the wilderness, literally plot-wise, because they're just doing their own thing. And there's just something very charming to me about that. Even though I like a shared universe, I don't want every book to be like, and then Captain America arrived, and then we fought Dr. Doom. And this is like a very insular run of Alpha Flight where it's just developing Alpha Flight. And that's really attractive to me because I can sit down and read it kind of totally ignorant of the rest of the Marvel universe happening at that time, but still be inside of the Marvel universe. So I like a run like that. Now, the mapping note of this is that Omar is like, why wouldn't you just go all the way to the end? I do kind of agree because heaven knows Marvel cannot possibly be selling that many Alpha Flight books, even when they have Jim Lee's name to put on.
Yeah, but isn't that it's another 30 issues?
Well, that's the thing. This would have to get all the way to issue 1, I think it's 130, and we'd have the North Star miniseries, which follows that, and they're in an issue of X Factor.
Yeah,
they could charge $175, call it a day.
But the other thing is there is Lars. I can quote Lars here that there's a good Alpha Flight run, and it's written by Steven Siegel on this very stream. Lars said that a few minutes ago, and that's the next run after this. So I think if I'm the Marvel Collected Edition department, A, I think you need to refresh your memory of my direct deposit number. But B, I think the thing that you do is you stretch this just to after North Star coming out so you can market this book that way. And then the next book has the remainder of this run where they're a little bit more integrated with the Marvel Universe because it's during Infinity War and Infinity Crusade. And then it ends with the Siegel run in 1997. And you get to market that book by saying the introduction of the Disney Stars Big Hero 6.
You did a video where this was number one.
This is my number one vote. I'm not joking.
I want to say that Body by Liefeld is funny because he said you had just gotten done with surgery and the pain meds were lit. Listen, pal, I've gone a long way to establish my brand as the YouTube junkie. Don't you come in on my turf, okay? But I want to see that now. Pain meds were lit. That's great.
Steven Seagal. No, not Steven Seagal.
Seagal.
And
like block up.
I said it had good art by Scott Clark. It was. I don't.
This is the perfect cover though for this book.
Oh yeah, when you're talking about like Alpha Flight standing on its own, I love that you threw the cover in there with Wolverine.
The one time Wolverine popped up in the whole run. I mean, if I'm being really cynical, I put in Wolverine 35 through 37 where Puck co-stars with Wolverine, and then I
That's such a good run.
And then it is a really great story. And then I put the cover from that on the cover.
Oh, you know what? Marvel would not. They would not be above that. They've done that before. Remember the
cover, baby.
Wolverine. What was it? Wolverine Omnibus Volume 3 had a Jim Lee cover from X-Men number 4. So it is possible. Okay.
All right. That's as much as anyone needs to talk about Alpha Flight.
We forget Marvel deserves some credit though for being ahead of the curve on having a character come out as gay, because like that was 1992. There was as
that's why it was such a huge deal.
Yeah, well, it was a huge deal, and actually they got there like 4 or 5 years ahead of a lot of people because there was all this hemming and because I think Ellen DeGeneres comes out in 97. And then
I was just going to use that as my next landmark. I'm like, well, if we're talking about being gay in the 90s, Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah. But this is 5 years before that. So, good on you, Marvel. Got there a bit ahead.
I was thinking of the characters in Sandman. I could not remember if that was after.
Oh, yes, you're right. In Game of
but no, a superhero saying I am gay was really like that was something that. First of all, the script was awful, by the way. It's not
so bad. Never let anybody tell you Alpha Flight 106 is like a landmark of the medium.
No, unfortunately not. I think Sandman Game of You was 1991, so that was right before this.
Yeah, that's my favorite Sandman story, by the way. Okay, moving on to number 39, Daredevil Companion.
Brand,
yes,
take it away.
My number one.
Brand, tell us about this.
Yeah, this is actually my number one.
Talk to us.
Man, it feels so surreal seeing this on the list, considering like this all came from my chicken scratch of notes of like trying to piece this together from the last 26 years of Daredevil comics. They're just off to the side of the Bendis and Brubaker runs that have not been collected in those omnibuses. So this would be everything from like 2000 to basically, if you want to have it up to like Cold Day in Hell, like from last year. And the reason why it's volume 1 is because this would fit like so many issues. It would have to be in 2 books.
Would you replace Ninja with Last Days?
I put both in.
Because Ninja was collected in the Daredevil Bendis Omni, right? Volume 1?
No, it was only in the epics. It's not in the omnibus at all.
I really thought
they were so early that they weren't really doing like side stuff at that time.
Dumb question. Was that Bullseye by Kevin Smith ever finished? Remember that?
No.
I don't think it was.
No, it wasn't.
I think he got literally that one issue and then
he finished Black Cat.
Yeah.
And that was it. But he did not go back to the Bullseye book. Adam Kubert was supposed to be working on that, right? That's what I seem to remember. They were giving him a big name.
What's so interesting about this is that even let's say there's this perfect world where Marvel reprints the Daredevil by Bendis expanded edition omnibus, and it's mapped just like the Epic collection. So it has the David Mack 2 arcs in it. It's got Ninja in it. even if they did that, there would still be enough content to do this. Even if they did that with the Brubaker book too, and we knocked off a couple of other book issues on here, including Daredevil Cage Match, there would still be enough to do this and to get further, because there's so many other Daredevil things after 2010. We've heard Cold Day in Hell, we've heard End of Days. This
Man Without Fear
happening.
by Jed McKay.
Exactly. There's so much stuff off
we
to
need
the
that.
side. So this will be eternal, no matter what Marvel does to kind of expand those books, which we've only ever seen them do that a very limited number of times. They expanded the Eternals omnibus into a bigger omnibus. That's one of the few times they've taken an existing omnibus and said, we could do better, and really blue and gold in a way. So even in that world, this would still be a relevant title. And in the world where we've got 15 years of people with those Bendis books on their shelves wanting to read all of the stuff that went to the side of it, it's no surprise that we see it now cracking the top 40. The first year Brand mapped it just missed the top 60. Last year it just snuck into the top 60. At this point, I'd say it's embedded and people really want it.
And what's funny is, I know like the reminder is like this is a titles poll, not a mapping poll, but a book like this doesn't make sense unless you have a good, strong, solid map behind it. Otherwise, it's Daredevil Companion. That can mean literally anything of like the last decades of the history. So a book like this is like pretty crucial if you want to have all this side material in 1 or 2 books, with next to Bendis, Brubaker, Wade, and all of them afterwards.
Yeah. I was just pulling up Kirk's comment there because that's another one of those rare times Marvel expanded an existing book, taking Thor by JMS and adding Gillen to it.
That was
but the cool thing is, go ahead,
uh,
Omar.
I was going to say, usually when that was happening is I would let them know through an email, like, hey, I think this would be really cool to reprint it, but adding this, because they did that with Iron Fist. Iron Fist was a tougher sell than JMS and Gillen.
Oh yeah, another expanding, and I love that run.
Well, I kind of figure I'd take a shot because they did that with Eternals. I don't know if you remember the original Eternals omnibus did not have all the extra stuff. And then when they reprinted it, they added all the crossover stuff, all the appearances. So I thought, okay, maybe they can do that with other books. Squadron Supreme was the same way. So yeah, would be really cool. Captain Britain, thank you. Yeah, Captain Britain. Somebody just mentioned it.
Well, Captain Britain, I don't know if I guess it is an expansion. It really just mushed together the existing OHGs, but semantics. So yeah, I mean, and I think the cool thing is, and I'll pitch the brand to close out the slide. I think even if you didn't have the Bendis book and you just wanted a lot of cool one-shotty anthology Daredevil stories, this would still be a fun read.
Yeah, I agree. It's got a lot of different miniseries in here, and it's got different eras of Daredevil. Shit, I'd even throw in Daredevil Back in Black, a retro DG Chichester story to the greatest Daredevil.
Yeah, if we got it that far.
I thought about that, but I think I mapped that with the Chichester book.
See, that's how you fatten it up. Brand,
Yep,
that's how
I think that's what I thought about it.
So we ready to move on?
Yeah, I will point out our good friend, somebody, always an instigator, said that this is kind of like a Deadpool minibus. So it is kind of a Daredevil minibus.
Absolutely.
And that is something they've done before. Yeah.
I would totally buy this.
It's a great book. Spider-Man by Conway and Buscema, Volume 1. This is a really interesting one because this is not just Spectacular Spider-Man, but you also have Web of Spider-Man in here. A huge chunk of Web of Spider-Man, which would double dip with that third omnibus. But people are like, screw it. I want all Spider-Man by different creators and everything. And also, I was going to say Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, The Way to Dusty Death. Yeah, so you guys are going for more of a creator-centric Omni, which Marvel.
Well, I will say this came from voters. We didn't used to have it on the poll, and we got schooled of like, why would you not have Spider-Man by Conway? So then we put it on the poll, and then we got schooled again. If you're going to put Conway on the poll, why wouldn't it be Spider-Man and Web of Spider-Man? So in a positive way, I'm not upset about this. People wrote me essays. I had essays and email about like why this makes sense, why it goes together, comments he made about writing the run. I mean, it's people take it very seriously.
Well, I think it goes to show that I don't collect books like this because, you know, me, I want it all, but I don't represent everybody. And I think it's wonderful that people love stuff that are creator-centric and only want the creator-centric stuff instead of everything. So really cool that people are the ones that voted this one in. There's some great stories in here. I will say that. But more, it's just really interesting that I wonder if it's the same people also voting for the other Spider-Man books in here.
Well, and I think the one interesting thing about that is
Tombstone, right, Samantha? That's what I was thinking. Go ahead.
Also, it does do some double dipping of Web of Spider-Man potentially, but the spectacular stuff actually comes far after all the other spectacular that we have. So even though it's a creator name book, much like the Michelini book, Someone Amazing, it does have the ability to cover a bunch of ground to like get stuff collected. Because again, we have very little in the 100s of spectacular collected. So the Web of Spider-Man stuff, less interesting here because we already have 2 Web of Spider-Man omnibuses. We only need a third one. That would kind of be the argument against including Web here because like we've got it already. But the spectacular stuff would be a huge boon to get.
That's the way I see it. All right, moving on to number 37. Oh yeah, but look at that Todd McFarlane cover. Good choice, Omar. Well, thank you. I thought it was a good choice. Quasar, hell yes, by Mark Grunwald. So this is collecting. This would have to be a volume 1, and you do have some great art through here. I think the person that stood out as far as great art comes a little bit later, and that is Greg Capullo. Greg Capullo having some early artwork through here, and immediately Todd McFarlane going, that guy kind of draws like me. And then when he went over to X-Force, Todd McFarlane was definitely like, that guy totally draws like me. Maybe I'll get him over here to work on Spawn. And the rest, as they say, is history. Omar complimenting Omar. Yeah. Oh man, my wife hates that joke, by the way. I do it all the time. This is one of my votes that made it in, so I'm so glad that other people.
This is my number 2. Yeah.
Oh, really?
This was one of my votes as well.
Love this book, man. Love it. It's good. No epic collections. It's had 2. Is it 2 classics? Crisis, or did they make it the 3?
I think it was like 2 and then a third one that had this on the cover that wasn't called classic, but it was still a classic.
It was still a classic. Okay.
Yeah.
Never finished it though.
So the unfortunate thing, I mean, not unfortunate, but that this would basically collect stuff that we've had before. It would be nice to get it in oversize, of course, but this would not be kind of breaking any new ground. It would be the material after this one that would be all stuff that's been never collected, never digital before, including one of the few Marvel events that has never been fully collected, which is Star Blast, which would be entirely in the 2nd volume of this book.
Yeah. Is the top 60 being sent to Marvel, or is it top 20? Well, it's already happened. I've already sent the top 60. Who is the other guy on the cover? That is Jess Bragg.
Spindlejack.
No, that is the Stranger, I believe.
Yeah, and with this cover, this was collected as Cosmos in Collision, which was effectively Classic Volume 2. They just didn't call it that. And it was Quasar 10 to 25. So actually, this would maybe give us the chance to go a little bit past that. And that was released in 2018. I remember I got it pretty early in being in New Zealand. So it's, coming up on 9 years since Marvel's even touched this material.
They definitely need it. And I'm glad Mark Grunwald's getting his love too, because of those Captain America Omnis and the reprint of Squadron Supreme.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, and I have a couple of thoughts there before we move on too. If you see a lot of people in the chat saying, I don't know, what is Quasar? I've never heard of Quasar. Quasar was like the one Marvel book at that time in the late 80s, early 90s that was exclusively set in space in the present day. They had Jim Valentino's Guardians, which was set in the future of space, and we had occasionally went to CR with X-Men, with Operation Galactic Storm, which crosses over with this, but we didn't have a Marvel space book in the way that DC at the time had many space books, Lobo, Green Lanterns, Dark Stars, Rebels. This was Marvel's space book. Because Nova at that time was very much rooted on Earth because of New Warriors. So if you like Nova, or if you like Green Lantern type stuff and you want to read that kind of 90s comic book from Marvel, that's what this is. And then my other note is that Omar, my true belief, and I'm curious to see what you think as a prognosticator, I think Marvel will release Captain America by Grunwald 4 first. And then based on the strength of, if that Grunwald line did really well for them, I think they would then do this, because this is one of the next things they could release that has his name on the spine.
I would love to see that. Actually, that I would love to see. I would love for them to finish out something that we already need just one more volume of, and then give us a new book. That would be great. Yeah, I love this era. It's a fun era. Obscure for sure, because not a lot of cosmic books, as Crisis stated. There is no Galactic Storm Omni. I did ask a long time ago. Holy crap, really? Uncanny X-Men Volume 7? You guys, 6 isn't even out. This stuff's already been collected. You guys are crazy. You guys are like, screw it, man. I don't give a crap about no damn Fall the Mutants and Inferno. Just give me the damn X-Men. Let's see. What do you got here? 232 to 255. So this is definitely post Fall the Mutants, and it will have Inferno plus the big Savage Land battle with 250. And then X Factor 37 through 39 because of Inferno, material from Classic X-Men 39. So you're following the Masterworks with this mapping, or this line generally sticks to map. I think they'll probably add something else that was not in the Masterworks or Epic collections. They tend to do that. But I can't think of anything else during this time that's not in Marvel fanfare. But yeah, there are people that only want X-Men. For people that are like, why would somebody want this? This crap has already been not crap, by the way. This great stuff has already been collected in Inferno Omnibus. The reason people want it is because they just follow X-Men. They don't care about New Mutants. They don't care about X Factor. They're like, sure, I'll take those X Factor issues because they cross over. They want their letter pages and they want their art restored. That's why people want this.
I'm a little surprised it's that low, unless, again, some people are just assuming it's going to come out at some point. I'll vote for something else.
That's exactly why.
Yeah.
Look at previous years was 97, but then we just got X-Men 6 announced for later this year.
Yeah.
That's probably another reason. And then 184 in 2024. Yeah. You know, this is one that, sure, this is out of the top 60. I'll just go ahead and say this is a sure bet. This will come one day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably not in the next year or so, though.
Yeah.
So very, like, you guys, John, I envy you guys that have self-control, that are like, I just want X-Men. That's it. I don't care about any other mutant. Not that you don't, John, but I'm just saying there are a lot of people like that. I don't know how you get up in the mornings. That was almost a compliment. Okay, Crisis, I've talked enough about this. What do you think about this? How do you collect?
Well, you know, I mean, many of us have the event books. Many of us bought the Masterworks, but some people want that unbroken run of Uncanny X-Men on their shelves. And so that's what this would provide. I think that the challenge with this, interestingly enough, is that it potentially will answer the question of how does the Extinction Agenda Omnibus fit into all of this. I think we are going to see that that's actually part of an event line, and this will double dip some things from it, because if you look at the notes here, as Omar was suggesting, what do you do to kind of sex this up a little bit compared to the Masterworks? There are Marvel Comics Present stories that you could put into this book, but they've already been in the Extinction Agenda Omnibus. My position is that the Extinction Agenda Omnibus is from a totally different line of omnibuses than this one, and so Marvel will actually put the Masterworks stuff in here. But that's, now we're into deep lore of the X-Men omnibuses.
Yeah.
Outback era, baby. Outback era.
I mean, the only reason I wouldn't buy this is because, again, I have the Masterworks. You know, I have it in other forms, but I actually am one of those people that, like, I kind of do just want the X-Men run and get rid of a lot of the superfluous Fall of the Mutants tie-in stuff like that. So yeah, the only reason I wouldn't buy this is because I bought it already.
Okay. Everybody say their piece about X-Men? Got over 600 people watching. Please don't forget to hit that like button. I say that and then it dropped to like 588. Okay. I hope I caught you all on the way out. All right. 35. Woo! Almost.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Almost, okay. Omar. Yeah, almost. Okay. Mad Fraction makes sense, right? Because we just got, or are getting, the Kieran Gillen Omnibus comes out next week. Mad Fraction is what leads into the Kieran Omnibus. It is the omnibus that takes place after the Ed Brubaker run. So it's the Utopia Omnibus. It's the crossover with Dark Avengers. It's Living in Alcatraz. It's Terry Dodson on artwork. And I would throw in those issues of Brubaker, which you did already, my man. Okay. I will let someone else that really likes this era speak highly of it. I will sit out.
Well, before, go ahead. We've all heard me before. Who was that?
I don't recall your opinion on this.
This used to be my favorite era of X-Men before Krakoa happened.
Okay.
I think I liked that Matt Fraction was finally felt like we were telling a story about all mutants, even if we were mostly telling a story about Cyclops and Beast and Psylocke in any given issue. It kind of just felt like finally we were like looking at the mutant race kind of being a gestalt together, and that's because we were in the wake of everything happening with Decimation in the 198. And then this acted as the center ring that like really all the other books felt very tied to whatever the status quo of X-Men was here. So I love this has their move to San Francisco. It has the early stuff in San Francisco. The arcs at the beginning of this are probably not the most memorable arcs you'll ever read. But I've gone back to them many times. I really enjoy it. We all know Greg Land is one of my favorite artists. He's got a lot of Greg Land art in it as well. And then this would end with a pretty big explosive amount of content, which would be Utopia, which I think is a really memorable, really great X-Men arc. And yeah, there's no way to get all of Matt Fraction's material to get all the way into Gillen in one book, even if it didn't have to recollect Second Coming, because that's in the Messiah trilogy omnibus. We still will need two. There's just no way to do it in one. So the question becomes, how is there other stuff we could add? Now, Marvel, I will say this. Marvel, I'm sorry, this might upset you, but you have a tendency of going hog wild when it comes to the 90s and mapping things perfectly, like Blue and Gold and Ghost Rider. And then when it comes to the 2000s and the 2010s, you just slap two PDFs of a complete collection together and make it an omnibus. They're going to be tempted to do that here because there are Matt Fraction complete collections, but there is so much other material here that would otherwise get abandoned that was happening in San Francisco right next to the Matt Fraction books. And I think if there's ever a time to plead with Marvel to not do the dumbass thing they did with the Gillen book and just copy and paste complete collections into it in a way that makes no sense whatsoever, this is probably the time to make that plea.
Good plea. I'm going to answer this question really quick. The Brubaker run is not out in omnibus format. Aspects of it can be found in the War of the Kings omnibus and the prelude to the War of the Kings omnibus, like Deadly Genesis, and then the X-Men in Space, the Rise and Fall of the Shi'ar Empire. But the stuff that came afterwards, not so much. So maybe one day. Anybody else?
I only know this because a couple of years ago, Crisis organized my X-Men collection, and he spoke highly of it as we were reorganizing. So I know that this was his favorite. So I'm looking forward in 2032 to reading this when I get to it.
How did he organize your collection by remote? Did you?
Since everything's content, I just opened up my laptop and showed. And my X-Men it's all old trade paperbacks and all oversized hardcovers and standard hardcovers. It's like an entire mishmash. And I just put it on the, I opened StreamYard on my phone, on my iPhone, and had that looking at certain areas. And he and Freddie would both help me organize it. And now it's still totally organized. But this shows me how much stuff of the Fraction era I don't have. I know I had a lot of stuff, but looking at this, I definitely missed some stuff.
Peter, how much do you charge for this service?
We could barter.
Okay. I'm sure I've got something you want.
You definitely have something I want, Lars. Omar, Omar actually has that as a service on his Patreon. What I want is the Lars Lore podcast. I will exchange self-organization for podcast episodes of Lars.
No, although I will say, I've always thought I could have made a ton of money if I had gone to conventions and set up a sort of Lucy Van Pelt style little booth saying, the doctor is in, and then people could come up and talk about comics. They could say whatever they wanted, and I would thoroughly listen and give them my, if any advice was needed, or just sit there silently. Either way.
Yeah. I could have made a lot of money if I had OnlyFans back in 2001.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah, they didn't have that back then. We had other means. Okay, I'm gonna answer this question. Who is above Iceman? Well, I'm sure it's some random model because Greg Land loves
How
photoshopping those
dare
people.
you?
If you look,
How dare you?
look at Cyclops and Sunspots, the same freaking pose. If you look at Storm, if you look at the other side, it's another lady. Anyway, I'm not making fun of Crisis' favorite artist. I was just answering your question. Could be Warpath, could be Forge, could be an unknown dude that was in a magazine that Land traced over. But we're moving on. Moving on. To Amazing Spider-Man Volume 8. Man, X-heads are nuts.
Yeah, okay.
Spidey fans are crazy too.
Yep.
So Volume 7 was number 10 in 2025, but guess what? We're getting a Volume 7, right? Did I announce that? Crisis, did I announce Amazing Spider-Man Omnibus Volume 7?
You must have.
Must have. Good. So this would be the next book in there, 224 to 262 or 263, annual 16 and 18 material from official Marvel Tryout book. What does that mean? To anybody that, like, if you're a Spider-Man Omnibus buyer, what does this book mean to you?
Oh, well, that's controversial. So if you all remember, the last two Spider-Man books that we've had in Omnibus, 6 and 7, are quite slim. In fact, Amazing Spider-Man Volume 7 is the smallest Spider-Man classic omnibus that we've had. It's one of the smallest ever Masterworks-based omnibuses other than Doctor Strange. It's only 680 pages. So now let's talk about the why, because that's where, if you want to get into map, you want to see me go crazy about mapping, I think I wrote 1,000 words just about this.
On just this.
I wrote 1,000 words on Crushing Crisis about just this book, I think. So here's the thing. The previous Volume 7 could have gone farther, but they wanted it to end exactly so that the Spider-Man by Roger Stern omnibus would start next to it on the shelf. Great, maybe a good reason to have two short books when we could have had one longer book. Okay. But that means that the Spider-Man by Roger Stern omnibus starts at the exact same place that this starts. Now, this would collect past Stern, because Stern leaves Amazing to go on to write Spectacular. But right after the Stern book comes the Black Costume Saga omnibus, which has even more Amazing in it. So I think what this is going to be is kind of exactly like we just saw with the X-Men book that's going to like recollect a bunch of X-Men that we already have in oversized hardcover. I think this is going to exactly cover the Amazing issues that are in the Roger Stern book, which is 224 to 252, and what is in the Black Costume Saga book, which is 252 to 263. For many people, that is going to be very frustrating because they're going to say like, but I already bought that. But here's the beauty of it. You can just skip this if that's the case, because it would be the same. Then we get into the fascinating world of what would be collected after Black Costume Saga, which would that be a Volume 9? Would that be a Black Costume Saga Aftermath? Who knows? But I think that that's why this one is so double dippy. It's actually the least offensive option if this just exactly covers the same material as Stern and Black Costume.
I have to agree with some of the people in the feed. I feel like some of these mapping conversations with the intense, I almost feel like it's a sacred event going on. So thank you.
That's when we get into arguments during Map My Eyes.
Yeah. Do you not have your ceremonial nipple clamps on right now?
No, I don't think
that's why he was late.
I told Omar that 4-hour discussion you had with him about X-Men. The only time I could listen to it is when I was showering, listening to it off my iPad.
He loved.
So you took a 4-hour shower. Do you have a tank with water?
I did. It was. I got quite wrinkly. No, it took me many. You could mark how many showers I'd had by how far I had progressed in the video. So.
Oh, I see.
We appreciate you listening to us while you're in the shower, Lars. I do appreciate.
Yeah, click that, smash that like button, Lars.
No.
Your poor water bill, though.
No, it's Spider-Man, because we're moving on to Spectacular Spider-Man, not Volume 2, but by creator. Spectacular Spider-Man by Peter David.
Oh, yeah. No.
103 to 136, annuals 5 and 7. This does have some phenomenal stories. Lars, what is the story from here that everybody remembers?
Is it Death of Gene DeWolf?
Or is that playing Jeopardy? Yes, it is.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I have always said there's enough Peter David Spider-Man stories to do this sort of collection. I would gladly buy this. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's really good stuff. Yeah.
It's great stuff in here. Very underrated. Will it double dip heavily with a Spectacular Spider-Man Omnibus Volume 4.
Well, I'm
Well,
one of those. I'm one of those
would it?
weirdos that I would buy this because it's Peter David, and I
Yeah.
don't actually own those other Spider-Man volumes which you're referring. Now that could obviously be a problem for the people, but it's not a problem for me.
I mean, I'm still waiting on 2 right now, so
Now, the
yeah,
other thing
I would boldly propose just map that line to end at 102, and then
Mhm.
much like Grunwald Cap, just call this one David because his name is a great name and he's a great writer.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you double dip. I think you just do it by design. And then this leaves off at the Conway one that we saw earlier on the poll. People want spectacular. If you're not getting the message, the Spider-Man theme of this poll is give us more spectacular Spider-Man.
Yeah. Well, and at this point, there's not much that Peter David wrote that is left to be collected in his name.
Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Well, yes, it's been collected. It's not collected in hardcover. You're right.
Which you could just add to the end of this if you wanted. This is
Yeah, I was gonna say you could throw it in
yes,
there.
actually, you could. Yeah, that's another 20 issues though. So
There we go. Bob's your uncle. We got to move on.
Yeah.
We're not even in the
Yeah.
top 30. Anybody else? Unless you got something really important to say, Jazz.
Yeah, I can't wait for this book.
Okay.
By Peter
Really good.
David.
That should be the blurb on the back of the book. Thank
Sure.
you.
It sounded like somebody put that together like hostage notes. I can't wait for it.
you're quite good
All right,
at
we
never mind.
got another tie. So the first one is the Black Costume Saga
Huh.
Aftermath.
Yeah.
You see how I just did some foreshadowing? Did you all catch that?
Oh.
So this
So-
is appearing. It was at number 60 last year, way down from 31 in 2024, back to 31 in 2026. This is the stuff that happens after the Black Costume Saga or no, they call it the Black Costume Saga Omnibus, and right before Todd McFarlane and David Michelinie Omnibus. It would be that gap filler, and one that we need so bad because it's also not collected in Epic Collections, just in Masterworks. Yeah. This dude, yes, Daredevil. Where's the fat suit? I'm so glad someone remembers that. It's so classic and stupid, and it
Samantha
works.
is deep into the 80s and 90s Spider-Man. How far are you, Samantha? Are you into the OOs yet?
You know what? I would confuse the hell out of everybody, and I just call this Spider-Man, the real gang war omnibus. And then when they're looking at Spider-Man gang war, they're like, "What the hell? Why is there like an OG gang war, man?"
I was gonna say the OG war, the original gang war.
Just call it OG omnibus. Oh yeah, man.
But because it's Spider-Man, let's get into the mapping weeds on the next slide. This is a special first time we've ever done this on this show.
What did we do?
Deep
What happened?
breath.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
This book could be one of two different
Oh,
things.
God.
And this is not a mapping show, but this is for you to take your screenshots so that later you can get all greased up and think about it later in the night. Okay. So on the left, we have an
my
amazing
God.
Spider-Man 1963 collection that is exactly what Omar just said. It is filling the gap from here to the Michelinie book. It has Amazing Spider-Man 264 through 295, which is not that many issues, and then only has the absolutely critical stuff that would be in an Epic collection or that you can't live without. It has Spider-Man versus Wolverine. It has the direct crossover for Craven's Last Hunt, and then it has 2 Marvel graphic novels. That's it. We go totally bare bones because the goal is to get from where we were all the way to the Michelinie and Todd McFarlane book. And you'll note that this continues no matter what book you have in your shelf. This could continue from the Black Costume Omnibus, or this could continue from that other book we just saw, Amazing Spider-Man Volume 8. But, what if you're like, Marvel, this is the perfect time to establish a beachhead and start giving us something we've all wanted for so long, which is a line-wide collection of Spider-Man. The only book that's ever done line-wide Spider-Man mapping before Clone Saga is Black Costume Saga. So it kind of stands to reason like, ooh, maybe that's our blue and gold. Maybe that's our X-Men Inferno. Maybe that's our way to like get into this world where we start collecting all the Spider-Man titles in reading order together. You might have voted for this wanting that, in which case, more power to you. It could be either. If you voted for that, on the right is the thing that we're talking about, which is basically 1 year at a time of all of the titles. So volume 1 would take us another 11 issues through Amazing Spider-Man and Spectacular and Web. Then we would need a volume 2. Maybe that one would be Gang War. I forget exactly where Gang War falls in here. Volume 2 would be another 10 issues of Amazing and Spectacular and Web. And then finally we get to volume 3, which would be the final book to get us all the way to Michelini, and that would also have Kraven's Last Hunt. Now, the what you choose here probably is heavily influenced by how you feel about some of the other books we've had on the poll. Do you want Web volume 3? Do you want Peter David Spectacular? Like, because you are either thinking I want them all separated or I want my peanut butter and jelly mixed together. This is a book unlike the Star Wars anthology, unlike the Ultimate Universe anthology, where it really could be either of the left or the right, and we truly won't know until Marvel maybe one day prints it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I could go another couple minutes.
Peter, that was remarkable, and I'll probably need some aftercare if that's all right.
That's a different Patreon level.
Ah, okay.
Thank you.
Well, now I'm trying to find a damn way to share this.
Omar broke it. Uncle Omar broke everything.
Hold on, let me find it.
We're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live.
All right, we're doing
All
it
right.
live.
And we lost 30 viewers while I was giving that, probably to go grease themselves up in anticipation.
This
of
is great.
Okay.
Jimmy,
What are you
No, it's a
doing?
real one. Is that it?
You
No,
just got
goddamn,
it
that's
right.
too small.
Ooh, that's fun.
You just
Oh, no.
have to throw
Okay.
that in there, didn't you?
All right, let's see
Talk
what it's
about
tied
this not
with.
being a
Oh,
Marvel
look at
show.
that.
All right, fine. God bless. We still got 30 books to go. Avengers Volume 8, aka by Roger Stern. Hell yes. I love it. Thank you for voting for this book. Also in my top 10. Yeah, this is great.
I was waiting for this one.
Yeah. Screw it. Skip volume 7. Let's just go straight to 8 because it got voted. It got more votes. That's awesome. But this is a great era. You got Big John Buscema drawing these issues. Later on, it's Al Milgrom, but Roger Stern. That's the main factor to this. So tying with Spider. Do we have another breakdown that I need to be prepared for this one?
No, that was a special presentation.
It's a special sneak Web My Spider-Man.
Yeah, since we don't ever actually do Map My Web that we've been talking about for 4 years, I was like, what if we just webbed a little bit? Just web a little bit.
The bat signal or X symbol up there. It's up to everybody else to say yes.
I've been hearing about Map My DC for like 3 years now, so.
That is true. We could. Okay. Well, you need to move on. Stay focused, Brand. Come on. All right. Avengers Volume 8. Moving on to the top 30. X-Men Messiah. Woo!
Okay.
Guys, we're getting the Messiah Complex off.
Wait. I was going to say,
No,
isn't
fuck
it coming
that
out?
book.
God bless Peter. Explain. For the people that are so confused right now, going, wait a second, aren't we getting that?
Yeah.
You fought the good fight and apparently won again because it made it in the top 30. What do you got? Crisis? What is this?
Okay. I hope there's a book that Brand really loves coming soon because it feels like it's a lot of me. So this year, we're getting X-Men Messiah Trilogy. That book is the 3 Messiah-themed crossovers and
Correct.
only those crossovers.
That's
Messiah
it.
Complex, Messiah War, and Second Coming. Perfect
And
theme for Easter.
Revelations was added.
Yeah, it has some extra Second Coming stuff, but that's it. No connective tissue, no
Okay.
arcs surrounding them, just the 3 crossover stories and their directly supporting issues. What that does is it kind of creates a weird gap, not only between them, but around Messiah Complex itself. Because Messiah Complex was still Ed Brubaker writing X-Men, and he doesn't stop writing until 499. And in the past, Marvel has shown that to them, in their mind, Matt Fraction starts at 500. So we need a way to get from the end of Messiah Complex to 500. But there's also another supporting thing that goes with Messiah Complex, which is Endangered Species. It's also been an oversized hardcover in the past, and we all thought it was going to be in the Messiah trilogy book as like the prologue. So we were shocked when it wasn't in that book.
We did.
So that gives us something very obvious that we could do here. It's first, it's endangered species, which basically recaps where the mutant race stands in the wake of decimation. It's like there ain't no mutant babies getting born. We all have tons of us have lost our powers. Is there anything we can do? Beast goes to Mr. Sinister. He goes to High Evolutionary. He goes everywhere to be like, is there any recourse or are we going extinct? And then boom, exactly after that, we get into the actual Messiah Complex crossover. And then following Messiah Complex crossover, the X-Men are slowly making their way to San Francisco in a series of arcs that are called Manifest Destiny. In actual Uncanny X-Men, that only comprises 495 to 499. So we're only talking about 5 issues, but there are a lot of little supporting Manifest Destiny books in that period that we could probably also put in here that would kind of get us all the way to that Fraction book totally clean. So this would be a chance to maybe alleviate some of the weight on that Fraction book so that it could just start at 500 and maybe focus just on the Fraction material. I expected this to disappear from the poll this year. It used to be in the top 10 multiple years in a row, but when trilogies broke through, I thought, okay, we're going to lose this one. No, it's still in the top half of the poll. Trilogies did not scratch that itch for everybody.
Okay. I think that was enough. So we're going to move on to number 29 now that people
Please
know.
don't be a me book. Please don't be a me book.
This is definitely something that people will buy. It's X-Men. Some people don't care about events. They just want the whole thing. So here we go. Let's move on to 29. It is a Ghost Rider. Hell yeah. Classic era. Johnny Blaze. So I've already sent the top 60 to Marvel. What they do with the list is up to them. This is collecting the original Ghost Rider. I know there's another Ghost Rider before this one, but this is Johnny Blaze, the guy on the bike, and later appearing in the pages of Danny Ketch, Ghost Rider. So the classic stuff has fully been collected in Marvel Masterworks, and I think we have 2 epic collections of the classic stuff, if I'm not mistaken, or 3.
3, actually.
3. Yeah, thank you. 3. So I'm surprised Marvel hasn't done this. Maybe they're waiting to finish out Danny Ketch. That would be great. I hope they go with this instead of Robbie Reyes. I do like Robbie Reyes. I just want the classic stuff collected before Robbie Reyes does. So this would be a good one. Mike Plug on a lot of the art in here and some just really fun stories. If you like Danny Ketch and you've never read it before, take note that this is a lot different than that. It's not quite as dark as far as like the way the art is handled, but it's still pretty good stories in here. Some solid stories in here. Any of you vote for this in your top 10? Yes, you look like a Johnny Blake fan.
No, although could you not throw in the Champions series?
This isn't a mapping show. Did you not hear us, Lars? This is not a mapping show.
Yeah, nobody would come on this show and map.
Crisis did not just spend
with
5
that.
minutes.
It was with that series that nobody knows where to put it in the Omnis.
No, well, no, exactly.
Well, like I've had an argument with Crisis about like, okay, Champions, does it fit in X-Men? I'm like, no, because it really has nothing to do with X-Men other than having 2 members of the roster in it. And then I was like, it doesn't fit in anybody's book but its own, in my opinion.
You can go into the Road to X Factor Omnibus. Okay, we're moving on to.
Oh Jesus!
You asked me a question. I have that in Ghost Rider Marvel Masterworks. Thank you.
Yes.
There's the end of my question. Yeah.
Oh, that was your question. Okay, thank you, Jess. 2001, A Space Odyssey. This is the classic Jack Kirby stuff, and introducing one of the most important characters to Marvel Comics, Machine Man. That would be collected in here. I believe there was a certain website that started rumors 2 years ago saying that Marvel could not print this, and it has to be DC now because they own the rights to the movies. So it is a rumor website. I don't know.
That's rich of them to say.
I didn't say the name of the website.
That was good.
I don't know where the rights lay. I'm glad that we put it here. It was a Marvel book, so it makes sense for Marvel to try to get the rights back and put it out there. So it would be great. Some classic stuff left by Jack Kirby that has not been collected. This is when he came back to Marvel Comics after he's like, you guys are jerks. I'm taking my lunch and I'm going to the distinguished competition. And then he was like, you guys are also jerks. I'm going back home to Marvel Comics. And then he left and went to animation. So, yeah.
2001 is possibly the most influential sci-fi movie that makes me want to take my own life. every single time I try to watch it.
Wow.
I had no idea where that was headed. That's
It's
a
You're a Doctor Who fan.
Yes, the Doctor Who's
There are
plot
some
is, like,
really boring
fucking-
Doctor Who episodes.
hold on. I don't know why when I say I'm a Doctor Who fan, people think I'm defending every single bad story they've ever made. I'm
Because
not.
you're a Doctor Who fan.
No,
I mean, that's
the-
what
what we
X-Men
do
fans
with-
do.
Yeah,
they
I
did a-
defend all the Chuck Huston X-Men omnis. I'm sorry, are we not on the same page?
Yeah, they did a retro showing of 2001 at the local coffee house theater, and I thought, well, I'll go along to that with some friends. And unfortunately, that the theater's like the seats are like really pulled back, and somehow the screen in that looks like a very tiny TV. I'm like, I'm being made to watch 2001. I'm paying to watch it on a very tiny TV. I think I'll just leave. So
The last time you could buy a copy of this was 1979. Will there be an intermission? Only if Jess or Lars brought some slideshows that I was not aware of.
I have sure.
Number 27, Dark Avengers by Brian Michael Bendis.
I would get this.
This is the era where he was writing Avengers, Dark Avengers, and Mighty Avengers. So yes, Dark Avengers is probably the most coolest, like in your face Avengers era of Brian Michael Bendis. And this would make for some interesting mapping too, especially when you include if you were to go into the Thunderbolts era. But this is the stuff that he did with Mike Deodato Jr. And this probably has been one of the craziest memes of Norman Osborn shared out there, looking like Tommy Lee Jones, because that's just the way that he would draw him. And it's good. It ends with Siege. It's a lot of fun, a lot of great artwork.
yeah, this is good.
It is absolutely. I love this run. Absolutely love front to back. Great. I love Mike Deodato in this period. I love this story. If you all have purchased the Thunderbolts Dark Reign that has the Warren Ellis Thunderbolts, this is almost a direct sequel to that.
Oh yeah,
and it's Omar. It's just crazy to me that they didn't put this out alongside the Thunderbolts movie, because it has the plot of the movie in it, sort of, kinda. It's just crazy, absolutely wild to me.
But I don't think they knew.
I think I made this observation before, but really at times this felt more like Thunderbolts than the Thunderbolts book at the time was.
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
So if it is where Warren Ellis's team pretty much says, we're the heroes now. It was a very dark era for Marvel, so much so that it was called the Dark Reign era.
Yeah,
Normally, I mute the stream while I run at work, while I get a run at work. Not today. Some random railroaders are getting a dose of NMC. Thank you for that, John. I appreciate it.
Railroaders.
I will say that
I'm glad they get to listen to the sound of our melodic voices.
Lost me at Bendis. God bless you.
But the difference between this and a Thunderbolts run is usually in a Thunderbolts run, you're like, oh, maybe they are good people. In this run, it's like, oh, these are bad people.
Oh yeah.
They're freaking villains, man. Yeah.
I mean, they're bad. This
Dude,
whole run is
Bullseye isn't
not only
a-hole in
villains
this.
to the heroes, but just awful to each other. Dakin and Moonstone at the breakfast table, they hate each other.
Yeah.
And you got Tommy Lee Jones, Norman Osborn. What's wrong with these people?
Excuse me, Crisis, and Greg Pak's Incredible Hulk. You talked about Scar. Is Hiro Kala's story not enough to make an omnibus together? They are.
We
twins.
originally had them both in the Scar omnibus. Whenever you get to this point, Common Sense 51.99, and it was getting low votes, and it overlapped that book so hugely that we're like, what if we just put all Hulks in it and we called it the Hulks book, Hulks with an S. Anyway, Dark Avengers, love it.
Oh, it's edgy as hell. It's edgy as hell.
Yeah, it's the edgiest Avengers has ever been, other than that one page with Hank Pym and Janet.
The way they just screw. Okay, I would have loved if Marvel had added that in the omnibus.
Was that edgy or just disturbing?
I'm sorry, you've never had those kind of fans.
Or maybe profane is the better word for it.
Number 26, Generation X, Volume 1. Coming in at number 26. It dropped a little from the previous years. 21, 21, and 22, and 23, and 24, and 25. Now it's at number 26 in 2026. Woo! Look at that. But This is the very beginning, and of course, you would have to put in the issues of the Phalanx Covenant in there that introduces us to characters like Skin and Husk and Sink, and another character named Blink. And M, I forgot she's introduced through those pages as well.
Tigereyes, is this a favorite of yours?
This was on my list. I don't understand. I mean, I know the logical reason Omar has said it over and over again why this hasn't,
You want me to repeat myself?
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
All right.
But I don't understand how we have 4 volumes of Excalibur already and 8 Wolverines, and this hasn't been done.
Hey, why does Wolverine got to get in the middle of this fight?
I'm just saying.
Why are we dragging Wolverine?
I'm with Tigereyes on this. I would totally upgrade my epics to this.
No, Jess, this is Generation X. You need what generation are you? The Boomers. That's
No, I like young.
Raiders.
Okay, wait. I like new.
We're gonna cut that together. I like young.
easy how you word that, buddy.
I know. I backtracked immediately. I love New Mutants style X-Men the best. So this is something I would definitely get.
Okay, yeah. The reason is because of the restoration. It would have to be a lot of restoration going into those first, especially the first 2 years of Generation X. If you look at the Epic collections, the scans, they have all these artifacts. They were like, nah, people still buy it. It's in standard size. When you blow it up, it's a lot more noticeable. If you look at Excalibur Omnibus Volume 3, for example. Yeah. Put Heroes in Crisis in this. So, wow. Way to bring it down, dude. Worst mutant. There he is. There he is. Warren, everybody.
Warren, what are you doing?
You know it's good. And Warren says it's the worst.
I've got a theory that this will come out after they do X-Men Blue and Gold 4. I think after they recollect, because Phalanx Covenant itself, the whole thing has been out of print for so long and oversized. So I think we'll get Blue and Gold 4 next year, and then we'll get this in 2028. That is my official prediction.
Okay. We should start bets.
I'm going to have a fantasy omnibus game on my channel coming soon.
Well, look at that. Are you playing for money?
I don't know. Do you want to play for money?
I may have a gambling problem. Okay, we're moving
How about
on.
me versus Omar? Who can pick the book lineup better for next year?
Is that only going to be?
Wait, Crisis. Listen, don't do that to yourself. You'll just embarrass yourself on your own channel. That's just bad news, baby.
Is that on your Patreon or just the regular?
No, I haven't done it yet. It's the next thing I'm going to work on. And once I'm released from the Tigereyes' basement, where I live the first half of every year.
I thought Tigereyes was in his basement. Okay, we're moving on.
No, there's a basement under that, and he throws me a basket. There's lotion. It's a whole thing. Okay, let's continue.
Oh, that's very helpful.
Now you got Lars' interest. He was like,
yeah.
Wow, you guys are nuts. X-Men Age of Krakoa, really?
Okay, Volume 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
This would follow up Volume 1, Lars. This was 3.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome, buddy.
As we know, I am famously poorly educated and can't math.
Okay. You know what? You write your own script. I'm not saying that about you. X-Men Age of Krakoa, Reign of X Omnibus Volume 2. You guys are nuts. This is the first Tigereyes poll appearance? No, its previous rankings is 324. Did it not rank last year, I guess? Surely it did somewhere, right? Or
324. Well, you have to think last year we were in a world.
Oh, no, sorry.
Last year we were still living in a world.
Sorry. So that was 2025.
Oh, right. No, it didn't rank last year because we took all the mapping ahead out last year. In 2024, we put every Krakoa Omnibus on. Last year, we took them out because last year was a world where we still thought that Dawn of X3 was going to be X of Swords. So, like, the world has changed. What is the monologue from House of X? While you were asleep, the world has changed. Let me read from the Holy Scripture. Anyway.
Okay. So good on you all for voting this. Odds are, those books are selling really well. Dawn of X is already out of print. The Dawn of X Volume 2 Omnibus that is restocked in July is also out of print. They're looking at another restock date in case you can't get that one. It's insane. I know, but that's the times we live in. I don't know what else to say. I wish they could keep things in stock more. That's for sure. Oh, yeah, baby. Dark Horse. Oh, hell yes. 24 for the people in the back. Darkhawk made it to 24. It is rising, baby. Rising with the tides. It was 30 last year, 85 in 2024. In 2024, people were like, who the hell is Darkhawk? 51 in 2022, though. Some good people there. But in 2026, Darkhawk came swinging big. Hell yes. All 50 issues. Crisis is like, I'm not.
This is Sleepwalker. Like, give it to me. I need it, please.
Crisis didn't even bother mapping my Darkhawk. He's just put it all in one omnibus. I don't give a crap about that. Well, no, actually, you like Darkhawk, don't you?
I love Darkhawk. This was
just that
this is in my top 60, not in my top 10, but I would buy it in a day one.
Oh, this is in my top 10. This is in my top 10. Oh my god.
This isn't the Darkhawk. The Darkhawk I have a problem with. It was in the War of Kings event where it came down from the cosmos and went into the Darkhawk.
It's the same guy. It's still Chris.
But it came down. It was when he came down. It was the ground level Darkhawk, and it was so poorly written and so boring. It crashed me out of all 5 books. I just sold them all and said, I don't ever want to read this again. Wow. It was so dull. But I don't have a problem with this. I remember reading this in the 90s. But it's
Who's voting for this? I'd rather have an Ares omnibus. Well, do we have an Ares omnibus? Matt?
I don't know. It might just be in Dark Avengers.
Yeah. Crom, yes. That's who's voting for it. A Viking, buddy. That's right. Real men vote for Darkhawk. Everybody else votes for it. Who said shut up? Somebody say shut up there?
No, not me.
Man, I'm just so used to people speaking behind my back. Okay. We're moving on. Can we move on?
Were you having a Pavlov's dog's reaction to that one?
Yeah, okay. Let's move on.
No, what were you going to say? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I never got to say in the Krakoa slide previously, my money is on that Brain of X book will end with Hellfire Gala. That's just my prediction.
Well, you put it in the map.
Yeah, I'm saying I just wanted to point out. People are like, what about Hellfire Gala? The math works out that will probably come right up to Hellfire Gala. Yeah.
Not one Iron Man Omni yet. Not holding out.
Oh, John, it is tough being you today. All right, enough Darkhawk.
John looks at himself in the mirror every day and says that because he's an Iron Man fan. You don't need to remind him of that. I used to pray for times like these. Okay. 23.
I prayed for this
year.
Oh boy. Okay.
Marvel Color Version, Volume 1. I think they could put it all together in one omnibus, but that's just me. But you know what? For the license fee, yeah, let's make it 2 omnis. This would be
Mark, you know how big that box set is, right, Omar?
Well, that's got extra stuff, and it's using matte paper stock. No, 2 omnis. You're right, 2 omnis. Let's do 2 omnis.
All right.
This is, oh my god. Yes, absolutely. You know what? I'm blasphemous. I know that any manga fans watching. Yeah, never mind. I want it in the American Western style, left to right format with the colors and the original translations from the Epic. Oh my god, yeah. I have the original or the Kodansha ones, but this is the way I read it as a kid. Yeah, the way I read it as a kid. Drop from the top.
The colors are beautiful. There's not a lot of options to get them now unless you track down the original issues, some of which are hundreds of dollars. And were there briefly trades, Omar, of the Marvel colors?
Yeah, there were these.
Yeah, were they graffiti?
So these are the trades right here of the Marvel. So kind of give you an idea. This is what the color.
Oh, the color! It is beautiful.
Approved.
It looks like the anime.
Katsuhiro Otomo had to approve it, so Steve Olive was like, "Okay, I got to make this look good." So this is one of the few trades. Yeah, and then even the trades are super rare and out of print, and yeah, and single issues are great. That's the way I have them, and I have a couple of the trades. But
yeah. I think the key is here that we're not asking for a recolor. It would have to be a color reconstruction of those original colors, and the question really becomes: does that even exist as camera ready art anywhere in the world anymore?
I don't even know how they could do that. Yeah. Omar, how could you? I know, but I love me nostalgia, man.
Yet another series that I know that I'm a bad person because I've not read it. But the thing is, when I was growing up, it came out in comic book stores in the direct market, and I couldn't get to comic book stores in the direct market. So it kind of escaped me by. And then as an adult, I just never quite found the time.
You didn't like the movie? Well, the manga's a lot different than the movie, though. The movie was done before the manga was over. Like, he took a break from the manga to go and do the movie. That movie's a masterpiece, man. If you didn't dig the movie, this isn't for you. You might like Darkhawk though. Number 22, Spectacular Spider-Man, Volume 2.
Wow. Okay.
There it
I
is.
told you. It's the theme of the poll. People want more Spectacular Spider-Man.
They don't care about the double dip and triple dip, and then they're like, give it to me. This is in the Roger Stern Omnibus. I don't give a flying fudge. This is the Frank Miller cover. Yeah, good choice.
I
43
love
to
this
79.
cover. One of my favorite Spider-Man
Great
covers.
It is good.
Yeah. Annuals 2 and 3. Yeah. I mean, this is a sure thing. This is coming. The Roger Stern Omnibus is out of print. I think this might be a book they do before they reprint that. I mean, the smart move would be to do this, not reprint the Spider-Man by Roger Stern Omnibus. Wait till this is out of print and then reprint the Roger Stern Spidey Omni. But yeah, this is good. This is it, man. It's good. Good stuff.
And hey, would you look at that? A volume that comes after this, which collected, let's say, something like issue 80 to 103, would mean that we could pick up directly with the Peter David material as a volume 4. So it could.
It's almost like someone
thematically.
thought ahead about the mapping.
But this isn't even me being the mapper. This is like Marvel has a chance to crush this. Like they could put out 2 and 3 of this. They could put out the David book. They could put out the Conway book. It could all perfectly fit together.
I voted for this, even though it would double dip. I mean, it's going to happen, right? There's no way, unless you are okay with breaking your books up, which I've seen some people do some weird things when it comes to like some custom omnis. People get crazy, but yeah. Number 21, Alien versus Predator, the original year's omnibus. This moved down a little bit, right? Yeah, it was number 14 last year. This is the stuff that has not been collected in either the Aliens Omnibus nor the Predator Omnis. This is, you probably guessed it, when aliens are fighting Predator. Some really good stuff in here, too. The, what is it? Xenogenesis is great. I really like that. And I don't remember Booty. What's a Predator Booty, Lars?
What?
Aliens versus Predator Booty.
God is my witness. I don't know what I'm being asked right now.
You don't have an interest in Predator Booty, Lars?
I'm really surprised Lars doesn't know what that is.
I don't understand how we pivoted to that question.
Oh, you don't?
No, not really.
Do you want to get back to
Yes,
showering?
these are some excellent comics and much better than the movies, probably.
Oh God, yes, miles better than the movies.
Well, and you've got to remember, this invented the concept. At the time, they were just two disparate, creepy alien properties that, like, the comic books invented this.
Yeah.
Nothing but Predator. That's the follow-up.
That is so funny.
And Josh is right. Aliens versus Predator started as a comic book. 100%. Yeah.
Totally did not know that.
All right. Crisis.
Oh my God, that took me out.
Love it.
Okay. Here's the little comment on data. By the way, we're going to have 2 special guests join us for the top 20 in just a moment.
Nice.
Here's a comment on the data. We're into the top 20. Book number 20 beat number 21 by just 3 votes. So the difference between 21 and 20, real tight. Everything in the top 30 was very competitive with what was in the top 20. There was a lot of shifting of position during the poll. However, when we get to 13, everything higher than 13 was far from what came before. So the jump from 13 to 12 is massive. At a point, 13 was never going to be number 12. Then the jump from 11 to 10 is massive. So as we get higher in the teens, and especially when we hit 13, we're going to start hitting books that pulled away so far from the other books. I would say the top 13 this year have really distinguished themselves as like the books that people are rabid for, more so than the things even in the top 20. A little bit of trivia to pair with that: 98.8% of books, exactly 600, received at least 1 vote in 1 position on the poll. So there were only 7 books that did not get a vote. If you want to know what those are, you better be a Near Mint Condition subscriber, because Omar posts the entire list on his Patreon. So that was only a hair off from last year. 64.5, so almost 2/3 of books received at least 1 first place vote. So that means 392 books, almost 400 books, is somebody's number 1 book that they want the most. That is wild to me, given how far down the list of Marvel stuff we went on this. And that's even 1% higher than last year. And then finally, almost half, 45.1% of books, 274, received a vote in every position, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th on the poll. So for well over a third, almost half of books, there are people that want them in almost every priority spot. So sometimes people look at the poll and they're like, it's too many options. I don't want all this stuff. Well, here is proof that someone somewhere wants all of that stuff.
Okay. We ready?
Yeah, let's go to number 20 and then we'll have a guest on for number 19.
Number 20, one of my all-time favorite runs on Daredevil. I said what I said. Daredevil by D.G. Chichester. That's right. That's how you pronounce it. That's how he pronounces it. That's how I pronounce it. Made it in the top 20 this time. That's the highest I think it's ever been. 29 last year, 25 in 2022. But yeah, this is Scott McDaniel on artwork. This is a huge book. Oh man. I know it's 90s madness. This is, it's not for everybody, but this is some really good stuff. And when I say it's not for everybody, this stuff is awful. Yeah. You may think it's awful, but I really dug this stuff from the 90s. Yeah, I dug it. It's the return of Elektra during this time. It's when Daredevil got his black costume. Last Rites is some of the best Daredevil comics I've ever read. All 4 parts of Last Rites is phenomenal. It's a true sequel to Born Again. So Omar's drunk again talking about D.G. Chichester. Okay, you too, Eric? Is there nobody that likes D.G. Chichester? Yes, Chichester.
Hey, I do. I mapped this one, and I can definitely say I unironically actually enjoy this run.
Oh yeah.
Is it as good as the Cinti? No, but I still think it's a lot of good fun in it.
So I mean, we've had the classics. We've had Miller. We've had Decenti. We got Bendis. We've got Brubaker. We've got Chip Zdarsky. This is just one of those big gap fillers. Is it life-changing? Is it as good as Decenti? Absolutely not. But there's a lot of good things in here. I think a lot of people loop it in with bad 90s comics, which unfortunately happens a lot with 90s comics.
I'll be quite honest. I think people take one look at that black costume and go like, nah, this is too dumb, and don't actually read stuff like Last Rites, which is genuinely good Daredevil comics. Like
this is when Scott McDaniel developed that art style that he took over to Moon Knight, or not Moon Knight. I'm sorry, Nightwing.
Nightwing.
Yeah, his Nightwing is awesome. So anyway, that's my pitch. It's great fun. It's not the best Daredevil, but I really enjoyed it.
All right, before we move on to the next slide, I want to welcome a mapping Minty to the stage, DBZ All-Star, who is joining us to pitch one of the books that he personally mapped for us when he first joined the project a couple of years ago, and I know it is one of his top picks. Welcome, my friend.
Thanks for having me. Howdy, chat. How y'all doing?
Thanks.
All right, Omar, please advance the slide, and DBZ All-Star, take it away.
All right, so this left Omar aghast last year, but guess what? It's on the poll again, and thank you all for voting. This is the beginning of a huge gap filler from the Ben Reilly Omnibus Volume 2 until the JMS Omnibus, because we're not talking about the John Byrne Omnibus. It doesn't exist in my mind. This would be the start of 4 potential Omnis for the post-Clone Saga Ben Reilly. Again, it's 4 last year. It is 4 this year. We've got some great stories, some great guest stars. We have the Black Tarantula show up, who becomes a huge part of Brubaker's run on Daredevil later on. We've got Electro causing Spider-Man to need to team up with Nate Gray X-Man. And this all could get us ever closer to filling that wide gap in Spider-Man's history.
Yeah, I had no idea that this would be 4 Omnis. Also, it's weird to call it Amazing Spider-Man Clone Saga Aftermath. I get what you're saying, but there was Ben Reilly Omnis, so this would have to be Amazing Spider-Man the Clone Saga Aftermath, but really, truly after Ben Reilly Omnibus.
Yeah, it's the Clone Saga Ben Reilly Aftermath.
God bless. I can't
What
believe
is it the road to,
Omnis.
Omar? Road to next chapter.
Well, I just think it's crazy that people voted for this. Yeah, it is definitely a huge gap filler. And again, not a lot of it collected in epic format. But I think by Steve Scrooge, by the way, jumping on as a Spider-Man artist during this time. leaving the pages of X-Man for a while. But Luke Ross having some early artwork through this era as well, if I'm not mistaken.
So DBZ, we have this where it's kind of a choose your own adventure. It could just collect all of Amazing. It could be line wide. What is your heart of hearts preference, and why would you sell that to the viewers?
I don't want any issue left behind. I would prefer that this collect everything Spider-Man for this era, because eventually we do get to the point where it's crossover hell again. Spider-Man gets accused of a crime, and we deal with identity crisis. We take a break for a little bit after that and Spider Hunt, and we go into the final chapter before the next chapter begins with a relaunch for the John Byrne and the Howard Mackie era.
This is the best part of the stream. Where did Samantha vote for this? Is this your number one, Samantha? This has to be Samantha's number one. Because she's like me with X-Men. Samantha wants everything, and this is a huge gap filler. I can only assume she voted this as her number one choice. Steve Scrooge era. That's right. Luke Ross, some early. Hold on. Omar loves trash Daredevil, but hates. No, I'm not hating it. I'm just going to buy this. Wow, you can't be nice about Daredevil black costume. People jump your crap, man. I'm sorry. Batman Year 2 is also the superior year. Anyway, you got anything else to add, DBC All-Star?
Now that I can't agree with.
Once again, thank you for voting this so highly. I'm thrilled to see this be so successful. So Marvel, there is an audience for this. Please publish this.
I think I saw Samantha say this was her number one.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good for her. Can we remove Omar from his own stream? Oh God. What? For which comment? The Year 2? I said what I said. All right.
All right, DBZ, thank you so much for making time jump on, folks. He was behind all of the spider mapping the past couple of years of the poll. Thank you so much for everything you've done.
Thank y'all.
You can read this, by the way, without reading the Clone Saga. Number 18, Fantastic Four by Ryan North.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I voted for that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you did.
Is this the most recent book on the list other than the Ultimate stuff?
Fair. It is, other than
I think
Ultimate.
it is, yeah. It's a great
I'd say
run.
well deserved, because the North run has been like some of my favorite Fantastic Four books of like the past
I'd absolutely buy
20 years.
It's I will say it surprises the hell out of me it ranked this high with as many votes as we had. I'm taken back by how much other people really, because I really love this book. I think this is, man, it's top 3 best Fantastic Four I think I've read.
Did you say you were surprised that I voted?
I'm just surprised that other people voted for it. Like, I didn't vote for this, by the way, because it's too modern for me. I want to go to. I voted for a bunch of gap fillers and obscure stuff like Akira.
Okay,
but this is I think it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
It surprises me that it ranks so high, because other people also must think it's phenomenal or really like Fantastic Four.
And I guess it surprises me just because it's
Heroes Return.
It's so new that I know a lot of people haven't read it all yet. And so it's whenever we get a book this new on the poll, it's like a combination of people who have read it and are like, oh my gosh, this is that great. Right. And people who've been hearing people say that and are like, well, I will only read it if it's in an omnibus. So I guess we better get it, because I want to know if it's as great as that. Yeah. I mean, it's that great. It is that great. I just said so many positive things about it. I don't know what else I could say. The great part of it is you need no knowledge. It's like Ryan North explains who they are from scratch every issue or every other issue again. It almost feels Lee and Kirby-esque in that way. And Ryan North, if you don't know, of course, the author of Dinosaur Comics, he was the author of Squirrel Girl, and he's a real life, I believe, computer scientist, software engineer, and he loves all kinds of mad science, and he brings real science into it. So when Invisible Woman uses her light powers in a certain way, he talks about the science of it. When they have to battle a meteor that's like headed towards Earth and they didn't predict it in time, so it might totally hit Earth and cause the next extinction of all the species on Earth, they like play with the science of how do we divert that meteor. And so it's like taking Fantastic Four back to its roots as a science book and doing it in a way that there's no arcs, there's no continuity. I mean, it does have continuity, but you could really open this omnibus up to any page and start reading there. And I think it really has resonated with fans.
I need to add one thing. So Crisis just said that, Ryan North takes real science to this book. And I love that Crisis did that research. I, on the other hand, am a reader that's like, I assume that's real science. I'm just going to keep reading this comic book.
No, he'll like bring in like deep theories. I'm like, oh, he surely made that up. And then you Google it, and it's like some paper by somebody who like works on astrophysics at NASA, like about refraction or something. Like it's always real. It's really cool.
It is amazing. There are times that I'm like, is that possible, or is this comic book science? And I don't want to go down the Google road because, well, that can just open up a can of worms, and I'll end up on another website I shouldn't be on. All right.
This is genuinely that good. I mean, you know, I don't own that much Fantastic Four, but this ranked on my radar. I read it incessantly on Marvel Unlimited. I would buy the shit out of this. Absolutely fantastic.
Now, for being mapping nerds, if we're being mapping nerds, the big question is, would this include One World Under Doom in it, which splits the Ryan North run kind of into what this part is and what comes after it? I don't know that you have to. One World Under Doom is a Fantastic Four book, but it doesn't directly spin out of this, so your mileage may vary. Clearly, there's only 33 issues, so if you want all of the other Ryan North material, it's 9 issues of One World Under Doom, one tie-in he wrote for Gods, the material from Free Comic Book Day last year, and then the first 3 issues of the next run of Fantastic Four, which kind of relate to One World Under Doom. So we're talking about adding 15 issues, which would only take this to 48. It's very doable. Alternately, if you're like, let's save that for the One World Under Doom event omnibus that is inevitably coming, or let's save that for volume 2, we could then instead pull in some stuff by other authors. Fabian Nicieza wrote a giant-sized Fantastic Four. There's Fantastic Four Fanfare, which was a really delightful anthology book with stories by like Alan Davis, Jonathan Hickman, all doing Fantastic Four. So either way, there is material you can add to this, but I think Ryan North is so hot on this, and it's so demanded that they might just do pure Ryan North and keep it uncomplicated.
Okay. Moving on to number 17. Yes.
Ooh.
Spider-Girl moving up to number 17 from 36 last year. And this is the very beginning of Mayday Parker, Tom DeFalco, another guy that I don't think gets enough recognition in the world of comics. I'm surprised we don't have a Thor Fantastic Four by DeFalco. Who knows? Maybe one day. But yes, Spider-Girl. Great. Oh my God. Do Warren and I agree on something? What's happening? Yes, it is that good. Even Warren agrees. Yeah, it's a great series. I think I speak highly of the series all the time. I'm going to let somebody else talk. Who else likes Spider-Girl in this panel?
I know I definitely do.
Okay, Brand.
This is one I've been collecting in Epics. Well, I've been collecting this in like complete collections. I've been collecting in Epics. I know I'll be that dummy who, if they put an omnibus of it, I'll probably buy that edition of it too, because this series is just that good. I'll buy it 3 times. Because this is like one of those alternate Spider-Verses that are like just generally even better than the mainline universe at times with how well written it is. And you get different interesting interpretations, like different characters too, like the reinvention of like the Green Goblin and the MC2. Like I enjoy like what they did with this, and it felt like a precursor almost to like the Ultimate Universe and what they do later, and an extended version of like a What If as well. So I really enjoyed what they did with this.
That's a really interesting idea, Brand, that I've never thought of before, that this almost laid the groundwork in a way for the Ultimate Universe, and that Marvel had never really stuck with a What If. They had done Mutant X, well, actually at the same time as this. They had done Exiles after this, but this was one of the first times that they like picked an alternate universe character. I'm sure you all can think of counterexamples, but they just ran with it and they kept running and they like developed a whole world around her. Which always surprises me, the timing of it, because it came after Malibu, where they had kind of tried to do that by exporting characters like Juggernaut and Black Knight to Malibu, and it was a crash and burn. So it was interesting that they took a chance on this. Of all the What If issues to pick, right? And the fans of Spider-Girl, they will show up anywhere. They will buy any book. They will do anything it takes to get Mayday in print. And they will buy this omnibus on day one.
Yeah. Same people rebought volume 1 for the Modern Era Epic Collection. They didn't have to. They could have just got the complete collection, volume 1. Moving on to number 16.
Before we move on, don't click the button. So I want to bring on another special guest, another one of our mapping minties, probably the only mapping minty I trust to do an X-Men map that I will not edit after he does it, although we talk about it. And that is, you know him if you're on Near Mint stuff as JM21. His name is James. And I have to give a special shout out. James goes way back to the CBR board days. I used to talk with him about comic books on CBR. He was one of the voters in the original Tigereyes poll on the Marvel Masterworks board. So it is very, very cool to have him be a part of this and to announce our next book, which he mapped so perfectly.
Oh, awesome, dude. Welcome aboard. That means Tigereyes has your address.
Thank you very much. Yes, he does.
Oh, it is.
And it is very late for James right now, because if you can tell by his accent. So thank you so much for hanging in.
Just say it's really surreal. It's the middle of the night here in the UK, and I don't know if I'm falling asleep while watching the poll and I'm having some weird fanboy dream, or if it actually is a fanboy dream come true. But I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Well, dude, I didn't know you were all the way from overseas. That's all. I would have. We should have had him on earlier. We should have done this backwards. We should have gone 1 through.
I'm happy to stay up. This is the best community event of the year. I love the poll time of the year.
Well, I'm glad you're here, man. Okay, I'm gonna go and
do it, baby.
So, James, what are we looking at here?
Okay, so we've got Road to Messiah Complex. Why does this book exist? So this was something that would sit between the Decimation Omnibus on your shelf, and for those of you that has pre-ordered it, the Messiah Trilogy Omnibus. Can I just say, before I go any further, I am delighted to see the Messiah Complex Omnibus still ranking strongly in the poll. It's taken a bit of a hit with the trilogy coming out, but it's good to see it at number 30 because that is the correct way to collect it. However, this book would fit whether you are buying the trilogy book or you are, like me in Crisis, holding out for that comprehensive Messiah Complex Omnibus. So why does it exist? So there are creator-centric books, but I love both Brubaker's run and I love Mike Carey as well, but neither of these runs are particularly satisfying reads without some supplementary material. And me and Crisis were debating this back and forth for quite a long time, and we came to the conclusion this is somewhere that genuinely needs a Road to book. It's a part of the Decimation era. It's a very distinct time in the X-Men timeline. But why don't they work on their own? So Brubaker, two-thirds of his run really is heavily taken up with the character of Vulcan. So as you can see on the notes here, you've got the Deadly Genesis miniseries and then Rise and Fall of the Shi'ar Empire. This has already been collected in the War of Kings trilogy. But then there's some of that cast gets catapulted back to Earth, and they're with us for like 5 issues, and then it's into Messiah Complex. It falls a bit flat. There's collecting it as a by Carey omnibus just doesn't feel like it would work, especially when his last issues are the epilogue to Messiah Complex before Fraction takes over. And then on the other main title on the X-Men, you've got Carey starting off his run on Adjective List. He's got a couple of storylines with Supernovas and then Blinded by the Light, and then Messiah Complex is really the conclusion of that run before it fundamentally changes into a different book and relaunches under a different title of X-Men Legacy. So neither of them feel like particularly satisfying reads on their own. They feel like they need to flow into and conclude with Messiah Complex, and putting them together felt like the best thing to do. And it bridges that gap, like I said, between Decimation and either the trilogy or hopefully a comprehensive Messiah Complex omnibus. The other thing to fit into there is Civil War X-Men 1-4, because, as I say, it's a very distinct period in X-Men. For some reason, they've got the Sentinels out on the front lawn. Civil War X-Men takes place during that era. It's very much set in the backdrop of what's going on at that time. And really, that is the core that you would need for this book. I mentioned some supplementary material as well. You could offer a couple more miniseries into that period. Phoenix War Song, I know that's been collected in the Phoenix Omnibus, but that is very much after Decimation with Sentinels on the front lawn and whatnot. World War Hulk maps X-Men, maps quite well into New X-Men, but it could also fit here again, happening just before Messiah Complex. The other route it could go is Brubaker's material is really complemented with the ongoing story of what's happening with Vulcan in the War of Kings saga. And there's some mini-series that you could just pull out of the War of Kings trilogy, put them in here to really kind of round off that modern cosmic X-Men storyline. That would include Emperor Vulcan, X-Men Kingbreaker, and I would push as far as including the actual War of Kings itself, 1 to 6, to finish off that Vulcan saga, as it were. But these are all additional things that could round off the book. Very much the core is the beginning bit of that Brubaker run and Mike Carey's initial run before it becomes Legacy.
Yeah, I know some people out there are like, well, just call this all Messiah Complex, but Messiah Complex is really the start of something. It changes everything. It's a major cadence in the world of the mutants. So it's kind of like, how do we market stuff that's like, hey, you're not quite there yet. And once we landed on this, it just makes a lot of sense because a lot of things that could otherwise be weirdly orphaned, and they kind of work together to show how separated mutants were in that period right before they come together. So it's important to note that this has been on the poll only for 2 years as this combined title. So James figured out how to get it mapped together last year. It debuted at number 20. In previous years, Carey, as his own run, was number 14, number 2, number 7. So Carey's X-Men has always been very popular. But now the idea of getting this Carey stuff combined with Brubaker has also become very popular. So thank you, James, for that overview. Why don't you stick around for one more slide? But Omar, let's talk about the next one. I think it's one that I know that you like.
Yeah, James, really quick, the man, I don't know if it's your accent, but you sound so smart, dude. It's really good.
Must just be the accent.
Must be the accent. You're talking about X-Men. I'm like, I know this shit, and he's talking about it like in ways I haven't thought about it. Cool.
It is my absolute favorite era, I have to say. Everything from House of End through to Second Coming. It dips off a bit after that, but I'll take it through to AVX. So,
that was a compliment. All right, we're moving on. Number 15, Exiles, Volume 1.
Okay, yeah.
So, also in my top 10 votes, I absolutely love this series. There's no kind of there's no messing around with this one. It's a three volume set, and you're done with all of the Exiles. It's great. I like to think about sort of 6 months before issue 1 come out, and there must have been like an editorial pitch meeting or something, or they were kind of trying to come up with the ideas. And I can, alternate realities are good. Let's sell something with alternate realities. No, we had to cancel What If. Let's forget about that. Well, what sells well? Oh, X-Men. Oh, okay, let's stick some X-Men in it. Well, hang on. If you've got the same team of X-Men, how they go through different alternate realities? That's not going to work, is it? Yeah. Has anyone seen that TV show, Sliders? And that's what they did. They basically took What If, X-Men adjacent characters, and they mixed it all up with Sliders or Quantum Leap. And there you go. It actually worked. And it went for what? Over 120 issues when you include all the Claremont stuff with New Exiles?
Yeah.
What a great series. It's self-contained. It's really good fun. It's easy to split up. I'd do volume 1 as 1 to 45. So that would be by Wennick and Chuck Austin. Then you got Tony Bellard taking over all the way through to issue 89. And then volume 3 is Chris Claremont taking over some of his 616 characters and adding them into the mix with Exiles, and you've got a really great 3-volume Omni series. I'm glad this ranks every year so highly. It's great to see it this high this year. Day one buy for me, this would be. It's great fun.
The other part I would add to that is that the cast is ever changing, because you never know who's going to be alive by the end of an issue, and it's just one of those Judd Winnick things that he loves doing. Is like, you get so used to a character and you're like, oh, I hope nothing happens to this character. Oh, damn it, something bad happened to this character. There's the Chuck Austin part that you mentioned was the crossover with the X-Men that featured Ileana and Nocturne primarily in that crossover. Clayton Henry, I think, drew that arc. Yeah, this is some great stuff, man. Oh, thank you, baby. Thank you so much.
I think that Chuck Austin issues really round off that first period as well. It's kind of the Weapon X stuff that's going off in there. It's just a really nice conclusion. That initial
James,
45.
I need to invite you back on the show to talk about Exiles. so we could do like an old reader, new reader. Because I love this stuff too, man.
Oh, he would be so cool, an old reader, new reader.
Yeah, seriously. Except it's super damn late where he is right now. But yeah, this is I'm with you, dude. It's something that I want. Woo, it's so good.
Fantastic. It'd be amazing.
Oh, and I miss Nocturne, man. I know I love Blink, but man, Nocturne. Woo. Yeah.
Well, that's where we need a new Excalibur omnibus as well, but that's for another chat.
Yeah, that's for another day, right?
James, thank you so much for being the only person other than my ex-compatriots, Omar, Riley, and Odefel, that I trust to map an X-Men book. And thank you for everything you've done these past few years.
Thank you very much. Thanks again, guys. Been an honor. Cheers.
Thank you, James.
All right.
That guy's not that smart, guys. I'm obviously smarter, right? I was just saying that to his face. I'm just kidding. God, he was great, man. We need him back. We need to do a Map My Ex with James.
Oh, he's a database. James could do it off the top of his head.
I just want to argue with him with his British accent. All right.
Yeah, you'll sound even more wrong. Let's do number 14.
14. Whoa, Indiana Jones. Dropping some. Okay.
No.
That has taken a tumble. Huh.
Just 10 slots. It's still up there. This is the Dark Horse era of Indiana Jones. Marvel would be the only one that could print it, which is why it made it on the poll. All right, let's not get crazy, Dallas and Anubis, okay? All right, let's not get crazy. I saw that. This is stuff that has been long out of print in omnibus format, the way that Dark Horse does their omnis, meaning like the short digest size books. But also, never been truly reprinted in a big trade paperback collection. So I assume the stories in here are good. I've never read this stuff, nor Young Indiana Jones. The only stuff I read with Indiana Jones was like some of the Marvel stuff, but that's it.
What's cool about these is they're each kind of their own little Indiana Jones movie. Like they're all Indiana Jones and it's kind of just like the condensed cool part, like the act 3 of every Indiana Jones movie where he actually gets close to the artifact. Like that's what every one of these series is. So I just love this Dark Horse stuff. Dark Horse Aliens, Dark Horse Predators, Dark Horse Star Wars. Like there was a reason they had all these licenses. They were just really good at writing in these universes. I think if you love the original Indiana Jones movies, this would be so satisfying as a read. I think that this really extends his world in a cool way.
It is as crazy. Someone who only, sorry,
go ahead.
As someone who only gets very select licensed stuff from Marvel or DC, I would totally buy an Indiana Jones comics just because it would be pure adventure comics, pretty much, and with an IP I care about, which is Indiana Jones. So I love the original movies.
Yeah, and look how well the Tomb Raider collects. I mean, I know Tomb Raider, there's other factors there, but people like nostalgia, they like adventure comics. It's still of that zone of stuff.
You had Dan Jurgens writing it, and then you had some early Top Cow artists drawing it too. Those are the two big factors with Tomb Raider. Not so much so with Indiana Jones. Although Indiana Jones had, I think, Doug Braithwaite doing some of the art, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not, because I don't know. I haven't read any of the Dark Horse stuff.
I would definitely pick this up in Epic. I don't know if I need an omnibus of it, but I would like to own it and read it. Okay. All right.
Let's move on to number 13.
So this is when things start getting heavy, 13 and up.
Big Time by Dan Slott. So this would be the follow-up to Brand New Day. We're getting a Brand New Day Omnibus Volume 3. And this is when Big Time starts. It's Dan Slott rolling solo. So it legit is the next place to go with that. And oh my gosh, there would be a lot of volumes. I would love to talk to you how you map this. I love the fact that you just wrote 648 and onward.
The end.
There's just so much. Then so many events too that took place during Dan Slott's run.
Spider Island, Ends of the Earth,
Clone Conspiracy, lots of events. I'm not even talking about Spider-Verse or Spider-Geddon, just lots of different events that,
I think
all this to lead up to Superior Spider-Man as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so we would probably need 2 to get to superior. There's just no, even if we went totally scant on every kind of like event tie-in or side thing, some of which did go in the original Dan Slott collections, you still could not get all the way to superior in one book. I think it's really a question of, is this 2 books? Is it actually 3 books? Is it, how much of the side stuff did they pull in? Does it have every Spider Island tie-in? Does it have all of like, what was it, Avenging Spider-Man, which is like the team up book? Those are the questions, but just on pure slot alone, we need 2 volumes on this.
Yeah. We'll get you to help us out next year, Aaron, if you're volunteering.
I love Dan Slott era. I know I don't always love Dan Slott, but I love Dan Slott Spider-Man. I think it was always fun. He was always doing something. He was in New York. It felt like Spider-Man. And it just is a run I really, really appreciate. And a lot of people were like, where's the Spider Island event book? Well, this could have all of Spider Island in it. We just don't know. So we don't have Spider Island on the polls separately anymore. Now that this is the next book, now that we have the Gauntlet or Brand New Day 3, this is the next book.
Yeah. I'm going to move out to number
of your house.
No,
and leave your family behind. So.
Daredevil by Dennis O'Neil Omnibus. Is this the one we committed a sin on last year? Do you remember? I remember people yelling at me and you, Crisis, for not adding a Daredevil book proper.
I mean, it ranked number 18 last year. The sin couldn't have been that bad. And only maybe a couple Hail Marys.
It might not have been this one. I just remember somebody was yelling at you and I. Anyway, coming in at number 12. So going up some. This would be the end of the, or I guess, the end of the Frank Miller era, 192 to 203. But then it would go into the, I guess, all the way up until Born Again, huh?
Yeah, the idea is, why would you not double dip from the Frank Miller companion? Because this way you get all of the Denny O'Neil run leading into Born Again. And, you know, again, we're not a mapping show. You could be fooled. So you could think of this any way that you want to. If you really desperately wanted this to end before the Miller companion because you were going to get offended, great, awesome. But it remains whether or not you take the end Frank Miller in parentheses there, we do need this run that is mostly Denny O'Neil. And it's the next gap after the Miller Omnibus and before Nocenti.
Some good stuff, often overlooked because it's Miller, right? It's like kind of in the between Miller era of Daredevil. I'm gonna get a couple super chats. I like J2. That's Juggernaut's 2. He gets an omnibus. He has to be part of the world of MC2, right? Yes. I think there's a better chance for a MC2 or M2 as it was called. And for my buddy Paul, Spider-Girl, great DeFalco plots, classic Marvel teen drama, and the best idea Marvel had in the late 90s. Even newer Warriors. Yes, Paul. Thank you for that. Let's go to number 11. We're almost.
Well, hold on, Lars, Jess. Any big fans of this kind of gap year material by Denny O'Neil?
I mean, I do like Denny O'Neil. My attention for the series admittedly drops off when Frank Miller goes. But Denny O'Neil's always reliable value. I guess I'm a bit agnostic about this. I recognize its quality, but I, probably wouldn't rush out to buy this one.
This would be a gap filler I'd be happy to get.
It would be a big gap filler.
Yeah.
But you'd have to throw away your Born Again omnibus. Or keep it for Man Without Fear.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Number 11. Almost to the top 10, folks. X-Men Inferno Aftermath.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Nuts. This is one that I know a lot of people want. Because they don't want to buy Uncanny X-Men. They don't want to buy X-Factor. They want to buy the event lines. And X-Men Inferno Aftermath is another huge gap filler. I assume you mapped this one, Crisis? Or James?
I think a few of us chipped in on this and even had your notes originally, because we first had this on the poll the first year that we all kind of like got really heavy into this. So this is very reflective of your thoughts on it, for sure.
I can tell by the cover choice, too. A good cover choice. Liefeld and McFarlane, too. Excellent choice.
So the idea on this is it's another one of those choose your own adventures, right? Some people want a book that just has the X Factor and New Mutants stuff to sit on the side of the Claremont and Lee books, even though X Factor and New Mutants are now fully collected thanks to X Factor 3 and New Mutants 4. Some people are like, no, man, keep the line-wide party going. Let's still have a book that braids together all of the books in the line and keeps going all the way to Extinction Agenda and then the stuff after Extinction Agenda 2. Given the fact that we have New Mutants 4 and X Factor 3 now, I think that I suspect people are voting for this to be a line-wide book and not just an X Factor and New Mutants book. But Omar, what do you want it to be?
No, I would be really happy with this. I would be happy with an event line. I think it's definitely a must for people that have bought into the event line omnis and they want everything. It kind of goes back to what you were saying about the way Ghost Rider is mapped nowadays. This kind of predated all that, right? This is the way we thought Marvel was only going to collect X-Men at one time, years ago when you first started, because everything was built around the events. Yeah, I love it, and I know a lot of people really want this. So, yeah.
I mean, if I'm hearing you right, this is a shocking act of double dipping, and yet people want it. So,
yeah, it is at number 11. X-Men fans can't be stopped.
Yeah, no, apparently not. No.
Does it? So I guess my question is, would you continue after this with because the next place is Extinction Agenda, right? But not everything from the Claremont and Silvestri stuff is in there.
Well, I mean, if you want to get crazy and talk about it, this would basically say the Claremont and Lee Omnis don't count for anything. We're not paying attention to them.
Yeah.
We're going to have 2 Inferno Aftermath books that get us from the end of Inferno to the beginning of Extinction Agenda. So this one is going to collect probably around to the same places that Uncanny X-Men Volume 7 that we saw earlier, right around to 254 or 258. But it will also have New Mutants in it, and will also have X Factor in it. Then we'll have another book that basically takes us through the 260s of Uncanny X-Men, again with New Mutants and X Factor in it. Then would be the Extinction Agenda omnibus that already exists and catches up on all of those Marvel Comics Presents and stuff that had been missed along the way, so these books don't have to really worry about them. And then we'd need a pretty short book after Extinction Agenda, because that collects so much stuff that would just get us from Extinction Agenda to Blue and Gold. That's actually the trickiest one, because it's hard to think of what could go in there. But I think we would find a way to map it in an interesting way. There's probably some like stories that have been missed along the way that, much like Extinction Agenda, could fit in there. So yeah, we would need 3 more event books to totally cover in the style of events. We would need 2 to get to Extinction Agenda and 1 to get from Extinction Agenda to the beginning of Blue and Gold 1.
Which is why Crisis and I did a 4-hour stream on that.
I personally would prefer this by series, just New Mutants omnibuses, X Factor omnis, because there's a lot here that's not. Yes, it all comes after Inferno, but it's not really meant to thread together like this.
No, I don't feel that it does, Lars. I'm with you. If anything, it was an area where they're distinctly separate.
Yeah,
no clue what Peter said, but I agree wholeheartedly. We have reached the top 10, and we have 650 plus people watching. I just want to thank you all.
That's as high as it's been.
Like, we are landing on Mars soon, and people are still watching this.
Right.
And apparently, this is also the NFL is having some kind of game. So thank you all, seriously.
Yes.
For the people
we
that
figured
are
out how to colonize space while this stream has been happening.
So before we get to the
taking
top
that
10,
long?
for the people that are still watching, I want to say something. I want to reward you all after just going back and forth with Marvel unofficially, but I can't say it. The X of Swords hardcover will be back in print next year.
Oh, baby.
There you go. Love you guys. All right, we're moving on to number 10. Curtis, God damn it, I'm running out of stuff.
Wow.
Let's just real quick.
Wow.
Biggest gainers that weren't in the top 60. X Factor by JMD Mateus. Would that include Peter David? I don't know, but it does collect the 1990 run, and on run of X Factor went up 293 paces. 265 places, Wolverine Volume 8, Return of Weapon X. That would finish Wolverine's 1998 or 1988 series and take us to the beginning of his Marvel Knights run. Up 262 places, Guardians of the Galaxy by Al Ewing and Donny Cates. I think we finally got the title right and the mapping right, and people voted voted for it hard this year. Up 248 places, Star Wars Legends, The Menace revealed. Now that we have Clone Wars 1 and Menace 1, we are so close to total Star Wars coverage. That one leapt hugely because, again, now we have the ability to have a volume 2 of it on the poll. And then finally, it's still really coming up because now it's the next book in the line, but not in the top 60, is Captain America by Mark Grunwald, Volume 4, which will close out the Mark Grunwald run of Captain America. Omar, let's see our number 10.
Punisher by Greg Rucka.
Jesus.
Phenomenal run. This was number 10 3 years in a row. Is that the first time that's happened, I think, in the poll?
We've never had that kind of consistency before.
That's crazy. Yeah, this is such a good run. This is such a good run. Man.
I don't own any Punisher. I would buy this one. Absolutely.
Me too.
Yeah.
First time I saw Marco Cicchetto's art too, man. It's got some great artwork in here. This I just hope they go back to the classic Frank Castle stories, man. Start printing some of this stuff, especially with a name like Greg Rucka, who's got not one but 2 Wonder Woman Omnis at DC plus a Batwoman Omni. Come on, this is something we need.
This feels
Plus,
like a slam
you
dunk.
can throw Wolverine in there too. Anyway, very happy to see this. Who voted for this in their 10 choices here in the panel? Any of you?
I'm ashamed to say I did.
I was very close. This is on my top 15.
I kind of skimmed over it, and that was foolish of me. Yeah.
This is the first year I did not vote for this because every year I was like, you know what? I think this book gets enough votes. I'm going to take my vote somewhere else. And it's still at number 10. So there you go.
And it wouldn't be that.
There it is. Omar, it could have been number 9 if not for you.
Why did you guilt trip me? You know I'm Catholic and I feel guilt.
Because I'm Catholic and Italian.
There's only 24 issues. It would be a low retail price, even better.
$100.
And I think the thing is, it's very readable on its own. Like it's not. You don't have to know any Punisher lore to appreciate this.
No.
It's kind of just its own self-contained run, and it doesn't really glorify Punisher. Greg Rucka would never do that, which is not to say it's like shaming you for being a Punisher fan, but it ends with the trial of the Punisher. Like it really contends with the idea of like, who is this character in the Marvel universe? How can this coexist with Spider-Man in a way that a lot of authors kind of just like, whatever, he shoots people. Spider-Man's busy not dealing with that. No, this run actually kind of deals with the idea of like, how do you have Punisher live in a world where there is Captain America and Thor and Iron Man?
It handled really well because they try to handle that in Civil War and well, never mind. Okay. Number 9. X-Men Legacy by Mike Carey.
Okay.
Hell yes. Hell yes. This is what James was saying earlier. That would happen before this particular era. So this would be the X-Men Legacy era. This is a huge surprise that Marvel hasn't done this, just because of how popular this era was, especially with X-Men. Like, I don't know how we don't have this yet.
It's never been reprinted in any form. There's no complete collection. There's no oversized hardcover. It has never been back to print, except for a little bit of it in the Avengers versus X-Men omnibus. No, that's actually not even Carey. That's Christos Gage. Yeah, it's never been recollected.
Yeah, I think the only thing was the crossover with X-Utopia, but it wasn't even Carey then either. I think it was just Fraction, right? Matt Fraction was writing those stories.
He writes. There are 2 Carey tie-in issues, but they're not part of the direct crossover with Dark Avengers.
Yeah.
So if you don't know what this is, you're like, X-Men Legacy, what does that mean? They had adjectiveless X-Men for so long, and there was kind of like brand confusion of like, what is the big X-Men book? So at the same point that Fraction is taking over the main Uncanny X-Men book, they were like, what if we did something different with this adjectiveless X-Men? Let's call it X-Men Legacy. And it starts off as a really like retcon continuity deep dive with Professor Xavier. Like, what was it like Xavier growing up? Let's explore what it was like for Juggernaut to be his stepbrother, which sounds really dull. And when I first got the first trade, I was like, this is going to be really dull, but it connects to so many things. It connects to Mr. Sinister. It connects to why are there even mutants? It connects to like this whole history of X-Men in the Marvel universe. And then it connects to all the bad shit that we've now learned that Professor Xavier has done, especially after getting through Deadly Genesis and stuff like that. And then just when you're like, okay, 12 issues of Xavier is a lot, I might be done now. Then Carey shifts his focus to Rogue, and I think creates in what for me is probably the most successful extended 40-issue run of any X-Men book ever, of Carrie just getting rogue right and digging deeper and deeper into her personality, her powers, how she interacts with the world when she can't touch the world. And I don't know if it'll ever be matched. I don't know if anybody will ever do the big statement. I don't know if anybody will ever do an X-Men solo character deep dive as good as the second half of this book.
You just wait till Chris Claremont comes back again. Is that
does Sage the early years?
That's a David Finch cover. But yes. Okay. That was such a great pitch. I can't do any better.
Yeah, no.
Number 8. Punisher.
Y'all got me hyped for this book.
Okay.
I am hype.
Oh my God. Wills Portacio, dude. Oh my, so this is the Chuck Dixon, Mike Barron, Wills Portacio, who else? Tex later on taking over the book. Oh my gosh, Carl Potts on edits. Like that. This was the Punisher I grew up with. I would love this era to be collected. This era has been started to get collected in epic format, but there's some big missing gaps, especially towards the beginning of this era. This would take place right after the war begins. Yeah, I love the fact that people want to see classic Punisher, man. This is moved up into the top 10, fellas. Like that's huge. It's 16.
This is one of those ones where mapping this is kind of a pain because it's like, did we stick Warzone and War Journal into this too, or just put them all together? And basically, this is what we came up with. So I'm glad it's doing this well. It's in the top 10.
Yeah, it's a hard decision because later on, Warzone and War Journal, yeah, it's they all start kind of almost like X-Men, uncanny and adjectiveless. Yeah, but man, but I think hell, Jim Lee alone could sell Punisher War Journal, right? You throw Wolverine and Punisher on the cover from Jungle Adventure, or what was that story called? Whatever the hell it was called from 6. God damn it, I said 6-7 again. From that story, man, that book will sell. Like, yeah, this is great.
Well, no, I think
I know
both being in the top 10 at the same time just show that like this was the year to get these things out. Punisher is in Daredevil. He's in the Spider-Man trailer. He's having a special presentation. What are you doing? Like, clearly you're not shy about Punisher being front and center of your universe because he's in 3 different media projects this year. So this would have been the year for it. And who knows if the interest in these books sustains as heavily next year when we're past all of this. But it just feels like we're at that perfect nostalgia tipping point where people are ready for this book to exist in a way that they never have before. And I really hope Marvel listens. If there's one, this wasn't my number 1 vote. It wasn't in my top 10. If there's one book that I just hope Marvel pays attention to us, I think it's this one for me.
And I have tried in the past with phone calls, just talking about how people really want this and it's been missing. And it seems like this year they really have shown Punisher some love. We've had some new series. We've had, oh my God, I think in a month's time there were 4 collected editions. One of them being the Marvel Premiere one, but an epic, a Marvel Premiere, a fat trade of Jason Aaron's run. And then there was something else that I think, well, no, it comes out later on. But who knows? Maybe it might happen. I would love it to happen. Let's move on to number 7.
Not quite yet, my friend.
Oh, what is this?
I just wanted to show the difference because much like Spider-Man, there could be the version on the left that only follows the Epic collections, only collecting Punisher 1987 and all of his graphic novels, which is how the Epics are mapped. Or we could go anthology style on the right. So what does a volume 1 look like, the difference between? On the left, we see what a volume 1 could be just following the Epic collections. It would probably get somewhere around Punisher 29 or 30. Along the way, it would collect a number of other things, including the Assassin's Guild OGN and Return to Big Nothing. The Epic collections have always collected all of his graphic novels. Punisher actually had 3 different streams of extra material. He had graphic novels, he had specials, and he had annuals. So there was like basically a whole extra series worth of stuff happening every year. And if that was the case, we can project out with volume 2 would have. That would get us all the way to issue 59. That Punisher series runs to issue 104. So we're looking at probably in the area of 5 to 7 volumes, depending on how many crossovers and how many graphic novels you include. If you're saying how 5 to 7, go on Crushing Crisis, I mapped every issue. But on the right-hand side, we have the anthology style. The place where this diverges is where Punisher War Journal starts. Punisher War Journal starts after issue 13 of Punisher. So we would know immediately in this first book if it was going to be anthology or not, because we would have to have some Punisher War Journal issues in that right after issue 13. And so this probably would get all the way to Punisher 2020 or 23. And then it would also collect the first 10 issues of War Journal. If we took this path through the series, it would get longer because there are 80 issues of Punisher War Journal and 42 issues of Punisher Warzone that would all ultimately get integrated into this line. It's all mapped in the Tigereyes posts on crushingcrisis.com.
That's www.crushingcrisis.com. www. All right. Number 7 now. Is that okay, Crisis?
Let's go.
All right. You guys just got Matt My Punisher and Matt Spider-Man for free. X-Men Blue and Gold Volume 4.
Oh boy. Okay.
Leading up to Age of Apocalypse. And which kind of makes sense, right? Getting rid of that LegionQuest Omnibus, or was it an OHC? I think it was an OHC.
I think it was an OHC. Yeah.
Yep, OHC. And replacing it with something like this. Yeah, that obviously Gold and Blue, or Blue and Gold Volume 1 sold so well. It got restocked twice. And then Blue and Gold 3 comes out later this year. So hopefully they will do a 2 and a Volume 4. But yeah, it's crazy. This ranked so high. This was 38 last year as Blue and
Tigereyes,
Gold.
were you reading X-Men heading into Phalanx Covenant and Age of Apocalypse?
Well, it was, yeah. I wanted to go back real quick, not to the, but notice that the last 4 or 5 ranked have been on this poll forever. All the way back to 2016, years and years.
Yeah, perennials.
Yeah.
LegionQuest is collected in the Age of Apocalypse Omni, but there is a LegionQuest oversized hardcover that had all those X-Men Unlimited, all those issues of X Factor, things that were missing. So, yeah.
And I think it's been shown repeatedly that Age of Apocalypse as an omnibus, it's a special thing. They even Jeff York, I want to say, is the collections editor at the time, said we wanted to map it in a way that you would pick it up and you would have the whole story of how we wound up here, where we are, and how we got out of here. And so that's why it starts out with those Uncanny X-Men 320 and 321 LegionQuest issues, as well as X-Men 40 and 41. But then when they did the LegionQuest oversized hardcover, it had all of LegionQuest and everything leading into it. So it kind of answered the question of there's no problem with double dipping the Age of Apocalypse omnibus because that's its own separate thing. It's an event, a line-wide event at that. So yeah, this is a pretty clear map. It has Uncanny X-Men 315, which previously was collected earlier than these 2 oversized books. It's got Phalanx Covenant and LegionQuest. And then, as Omar has been hot to point out for years now, it would finally, in oversized hardcover, collect Rogue 1 through 4 and Bishop 1 through 4. And as we established the last time Omar and I hung out, Bishop 1 through 4 has not been recollected since its original trade paperback in the 1990s.
Beautiful Carlos Pacheco artwork on that too. Beautiful. Plus it's got Shard. Okay. Anything else to say about X-Men before we move on to number 6? Okay. We're moving on to number 6 with Invincible Iron. Where is John?
Where's John? Engaging John.
Invincible Iron Man by Fraction has broken
Iron Man made that call. Yep.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Iron Man, Punisher, and Iron Man breaking the top 10 is kind of a huge deal here for X-Men and Spider-Man fans. This is a huge book. This is another one that's kind of a no-brainer. Why hasn't this happened already? Out of all of Iron Man, it seems like the most predictable run they would collect in an omnibus format. Are you quoting Rocky? Oh man, I love that movie. My wife liked the book better, but that's okay. John is passing out from blood loss. I'm happy for my buddy, but yeah, surprise. This has some. I think this is the time when Larocca started changing his artwork to what he's done now, right?
He draws every issue of this. There's no fill-in that I can recall. He maybe one, but there's no alternating artist. It's 60 issues of Larocca.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think, is this the same question, Mr. Pepperoni? Or somebody else asking? The LegionQuest oversized hardcover is different than LegionQuest, the crossover. The 4-issue crossover is in the omnibus, Age of Apocalypse.
If you want to learn more about that, go and watch the How to Collect X-Men and Omnibus video where we explain every inch of every issue.
My dad called, so I had this. I thought I was reading that as my dad called it. He told me Iron Man made it on the list, so I had to Yeah, so it's a fun run. It's a great modern run. They're collecting it in modern epic. I'm sure an omnibus is surely to come. They actually mislabeled the oversized hardcover when it was coming out and called it an omnibus. Do you remember that?
I do. I own
Yeah,
them.
they mislabeled it and called it an omnibus, and people got excited, and then it turned out to be an oversized hardcover. Marvel was still kind of new at doing those things back in the day, but yeah, it's pretty cool that it made it to top 10.
If I'm Marvel, I'm definitely looking at how did the Fraction by Thor sell, similar time, similar giant book, and also Fraction writing Batman. I mean, you don't get better advertising than the writer of the omnibus you want to release being the writer of Batman at the moment.
Sure. Yeah.
Also, I know people have their issues with Larocca's art in this period, but it's just one of the few really long runs that from the last 25 years of Marvel that they just have not touched an omnibus. And that's a theme in the top 10, right? We also have Carrie. I mean, we've got Rucka Punisher, but as Lars pointed out, it's like 24 issues. This is substantial. I don't even know if you could read this in one day if you tried.
No, although I took a picture of this. I'm going to try to read it on unlimited, but yeah. Because I just haven't read the whole thing.
So maybe they break it into two, just because it's really pushing the limits of what an omnibus could be. But then Marvel has to sell 2 Iron Man omnibuses. I don't know. I think if they did Thor in one, I think they would do this in one.
Oh, I don't know, Crisis. I think this is 2.
Yeah, you think too?
There's a lot. Because remember, there's also, there's all those little one-shots and the mini-series they can throw in there.
There's a lot of one-shots they could fit into this.
I want everything. Okay.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Top 5.
Top 5. Here we go. Moon Knight, the Modern Years omnibus.
Okay.
This was 5 last year. It was 4 2024, so it slipped down to 1. But yeah, this is Bendis, this is Ellis, this is Bunn, this is Wood, this is Lemire, and I think Max Bemis, right? Max Bemis, right? Yes. Max Bemis,
yep. A deeply weird run.
It is a huge gap filler. Huge gap filler. I didn't know Moon Knight was going to sell so well, guys, when they announced that first omnibus. When they announced I announced those. When I announced the first omnibus, when I announced the first, I forget who gets to announce this. When I announced the first epics, I had no idea Moon Knight was going to sell so well. I thought it was just a weird character like Darkhawk that only certain people liked. And holy crap. That damn Jed McKay Moon Knight omnibus is out.
That's just it. I've been loving the Jed McKay run. I mean, for the first time in my life, Moon Knight is a must read every issue that comes out.
It's so nice that this is basically like all we really need, if we're not counting the post Jed McKay stuff, that will have like a whole run of Moon Knight stuff in omnibus.
Now
he would become Marvel's most collected character. He would get there before Black Panther. Black Panther, I think has 2 omnibuses. Would Marvel ever do this all in one? No, I do not mean to suggest that. If you have the names that this has, Bendis, Ellis, Wood, Bunn, Lemire, and Bemis, you do one book that has the Bendis name on it, and then you do another book that has the Lemire name on it, and you split it in the middle. But it could be one book, and there's no productive reason to vote for it as 2 different books.
I will say this omnibus also has a range of storytelling. Some of the worst Moon Knight you're going to read, in my opinion, and some of the best Moon Knight you're going to read.
I would agree with that. And the art, I mean, Malieve,
Smallwood,
Smallwood, yes.
Yeah. And interesting data. People have been asking what we did with the data from those extra questions. It's coming. This book was #1 with voters who started reading comics in 2020 or later. It was all collectively their #1 book.
Okay.
Yeah, the Ellis run was really trippy. I did like the Bemis run. I like the Bendis run. That one seems to.
No, that actually.
oh my.
Go ahead, Lars. Defend it.
I've read about half of this. I really enjoyed what I did read. I can totally see why Marvel wouldn't publish it, and I'm sorry.
What? Why not?
Too many problematic creators.
They're doing the Thunderbolts. No, dude.
I know. I can see. I'm just saying, if you're them, I can see their reticence.
You just call it the Modern Years. That's it. Gets rid of that problem.
If I'm Marvel, I would wonder how many eggs I would be pelted with. So I'm just saying, if you're them, it's a concern. It's a concern.
I think
I'd be saying there's way more problematic creators that have got.
I was going to say this is a
names on books.
Really,
Wonder Man.
That's not really a justification. I mean, saying like, well, there's worse people out there. Yeah, okay. I mean,
Well, no, I can see
really
a problem
Moon Knight
with
lucked
something
out.
Like I can see a problem with Wonder Man, right? I get it, but Moon Knight, like, no, absolutely not. They're putting out stuff with these creators' names. It's not. I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
But that's just
we haven't seen any reprints recently with 2 of those names, but we would have to see. It's number 5.
I mean, no. I mean, if they don't get me wrong, if they do it, they do it. I'm just saying I can see why they might take pause. That's all.
Okay. Let's move on to number 4. Civil War.
Oh Lord, my.
Yeah, people
are crazy.
That was number 3 last year. Yeah.
Slipped of number 4 this year. Beautiful artwork. A really, really, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, disjointed event. I don't know how this omnibus will work. I remember I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I would hate to be in the office and my job be map Civil War, because holy crap, I think people would just be pissed off at me because I would put, I think just the
I'd ask for a raise immediately.
Trade paperbacks
before I do it.
I'm ready. I'll come in at a lower bid.
Okay, you can have it, man. Like seriously, like the creators weren't talking to each other, editors weren't talking to each other. The type of character you're reading in Spider-Man is even a little bit different between the 3 different series. I know people really want this. I'm surprised.
Some of the tie-ins are better than the actual main events.
This would be an excuse to print money. Yeah.
It would definitely be, I think, more than 1. I think it would be 2 omnis, maybe
possibly
even 3.
If they were 2, I've done the math.
It would have to go the Secret Wars Battle World style.
Yeah.
For a 7-issue event, it would scatter around 3 different omnis. Woo!
If it was 2, each of the 2 would be as long as Avengers versus X-Men. So it could very easily be 3, and they would still be very long books, even if it was 3.
Yeah, look, Chubby Ray is wanting these, man. I did vote for it. Look, it's Captain America, Tommy. Just saying, Captain America
is this
plays
the
a big
first
part
Cap
in this.
appearance on the poll? I think it is.
That depresses me.
Yeah,
so much.
You can't have it all, Brand. You got your Daredevil companion.
Top 3.
I know.
All right, number 3.
Top 3. Let's do it. The books ranked 2 and 3 were separated by fewer than 5 votes.
Interesting.
That's huge. X-Force by Colin Yost.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
With the coming of the Messiah Complex trilogy, I kind of figured this would come.
I have just started reading this on Marvel Unlimited, and it's pretty great. Yeah.
Yes, we got him.
I can't remember why did I start reading it. I can't recall.
Because we did a Messiah Complex.
No, actually, wait. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We read Messiah Complex for Old Reader, New Reader, and then I was like,
I really like this.
And I was like, going on over here. I'm gonna give it a try. Yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah, Maddie read like 50 issues of X Factor by Peter David because of that Old Reader, New Reader, and she fell in love with it. So I'm glad
that's the correct answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now maybe I should have read the Render Run first. I don't know, but I started with this one, and
No, this takes place before the Remender Run.
Oh, it does. Oh, this one comes first. Okay.
This is the X-Force that came out of the Messiah Complex.
There we go. I'm up to about issue 8 or 9 or something like that. Yeah.
So this is Crane's artwork during this time.
Yeah.
So solid. I can't believe they lost him to, where did he go? Valiant, I think he went after this.
I think so. Yeah, the Valiant relaunch. Although that was 2012.
Mike Joy, who also went to Valiant. Oh my gosh, his art was so good. I really love this book.
Yeah,
10 years ago for Tigereyes, when this was in the top, whatever it was in 2016, I went through my whole run of this and I counted every single person they murdered, and I did a murder count. When Tigereyes counted down the 2016 poll.
I'm guessing it's not low.
No, it's high. Not as high as people think. There's definitely been X-Men books with higher body counts, but this one gets up there.
The problem here is you have to kind of imagine how many people are they killing off panel. If it's a great big slugfest, but yeah.
But the cool thing beyond everything's like it's a murder book, it's the Wolverine murder book. There's 2 really interesting things happening here. One is that finally Cyclops takes Wolverine off the leash. That's the whole point of this book and the Remender book too. Although at that point, they're not collaborating with each other anymore. Basically, after Messiah Complex, he takes Wolverine aside and he's like, do what you got to do, because this is our chance. Now that we've sent hope to the spoilers, what happens at the end of Messiah Complex, but then Wolverine maybe takes it a little too far. And Cyclops also takes it a little too far, because both of them make choices that Lars will have now just read at the beginning of this run that the other one does not enjoy, including Lara being on the team.
Well, yeah, frankly, that was the story beat that was the hardest for me to swallow. With that Cyclops would just go, murder who you want as long as it's useful to us. I'm like,
but at that point, I think he had just snapped. Yeah, we can review this anytime on Old Reader, New Reader. If you
I'm there. Me and James,
because I really like this book.
I'd be up for that.
In a way, though, that direction for Cyclops does kind of set up Schism.
Yeah.
Sure, and if
Road
that was
the path to prelude to Schism,
if that's the intention, I kind of see it. It doesn't quite in my head canon that Cyclops would be that ruthless.
Derek, I felt the same way. I wanted to hate the series because it seemed like an edgelord type of series, and taking Reign and placing her in it, I was so pissed about that. But I eventually came around to it. Same.
Some of the arguments get a bit bizarre. It's like Cyclops kind of saddles Wolverine with some of these characters and then blames him if they get hurt. It's like, wait a minute. It's not Wolverine's fault. It's your fault.
All right. Let's do number 2, because the less than 5 votes is what separated 3 and 2. Oh, but before that, Crisis.
All right. So this will be quick. New versus old. 37% of the top 60 is in the top 60 for the first time. That's about tracks, because Marvel printed 20 books from the top 60 last year, and we got 22 new books into the top 60. We just lost a couple of the really low ones to ones that were surging this year, like that Kate Bishop book. That's actually a little bit higher last year, but we always see about a third come in because Marvel prints a third. Marvel versus non-Marvel, in terms of non-Marvel being like Aliens, Predator, Star Wars, 2001, Akira. Only 6 books in the top 60, 10% have non-Marvel this year. That's down from 15% last year. So we had a little bit more Star Wars in the top of the poll last year.
Okay.
So now everybody in chat likes to talk about this the whole time. I am a data or it didn't happen person, so let's talk about the real numbers. Last year, X-Men were 32% of the top 60 to Spider Family's 15%. They crushed them. The year before, it was neck and neck. X-Men had 23%. Spider-Fam had 27%. There were more Spider-Man than X-Men in 2024. Where are we this year? X-Men are exactly a quarter of the top 60. 15 titles. Spider-Fam are exactly a fifth of the top 60. 12 titles. So for those of you who are like, it's all X-Men, Spider-Man, there's nothing else that I like, this is actually their lowest combined performance of the past 3 years. Together, they only have 45% of the poll this year, when previously it was higher, 47% and 50%. So the data tells us there's actually less X-Men and Spider-Man this year than you thought there was.
Is that indicative of how many have come out?
No, I took the proportionality after this, but they both actually have a huge proportionality footprint on the poll because there's just so much material.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready?
You bet.
We're separate. What? Are you serious?
Not even 10 points.
Amazing.
9 points. One second place vote.
Of all the things you've ever said to me, this could be the most shocking.
Okay. This is
why voting matters, people.
Yeah.
Yep. See?
Look at that. All right, I'm going to put that up just in case. Yes. Go share with your friends. A single vote. That's nuts.
All right, Omar. No more fake outs. Number 2 is
X-Men Blue and Gold Volume 2. That is a big surprise, honestly, that it ranks so damn high. That is what? Well, okay.
Because it's
I'm one of these people that, I always tell people vote for what they want to. It makes sense. People don't give a crap about, like, I don't care if Marvel said it's coming. I want them to know that I want it now.
Yeah.
Like, I look, here's the thing. I have said that this book has been mapped by Marvel. And it might come, I don't know when, but the fact that people still voted for it, they're like, I don't give a shit, man. I'm going to tell people at Marvel that I want this book and I want it now. So more power to you. It is your vote. But that is surprising that it made it that high, honestly. Especially, I don't know. Crisis. I thought
after the Firestorm that came out in Volume 3.
Well, yeah, but then I explained that there would be a volume 2 for sure, that they know it's coming. And people, that's why I thought this would be maybe in the top 60. Did not expect it to be number 2.
Yeah,
That's
usually
crazy.
books rank lower when we're like, oh, Marvel's going to do that. You see that with the Avengers Volume 7 this year.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
usually there's a little bit of a dip at first when it's the next book. And then for each year that goes by that they don't do it, it starts climbing back up. That's how the poll usually works. This is crazy to me. I would have never in a million years guessed that this would have went up. I would have said it would have gone down. Especially because they just reprinted the Fatal Attractions Omnibus. But the heart wants what the heart wants, and everybody wants Gambit, one through 3, and oversized. And Omar, I realized we missed one in our map. This would also have Spider-Man Mutant Agenda 1 through 3.
Oh, and let's go ahead and throw X-Men Black Sun Magic in there, because I don't know where else.
No, but Mutant Agenda actually happens right before a Fatal Attraction, so this is the right place for it to be.
Okay.
This was the #1 vote with voters who started reading. Oh no, it should be not reading, collecting. Sorry, that's a mistake. Voters who started collecting omnibuses in 2020 or later, kind of showing that they're ready to jump on the blue and gold train because they didn't have the chance to buy all those oversized hardcovers over the years.
Okay.
All right.
#1. What the fudge? No, it's not. Nobody. How many votes did Heathcliff really
Not
get?
many. Not many.
You're not getting me this time.
56 issues, though?
Man, yeah, I was going to say it ran 56 issues. My God.
It's part of the Star line. Yeah, it did.
Wow.
All right. Kurt, Crisis, I know you're messing with me. What is the real #1? Ready for the #1?
I think we figured out by now what it's going to be.
I love it. All right. #1 is Indiana Jones, the original Marvel years. It ranked #1 last year. It ranked 22 before that. I don't know where you all are sharing this poll. We did. There is no.
I have thoughts on that, but you do your talking first.
Yeah, I don't know how much we're allowed to reveal about the things that we've talked about behind the scenes when it came to voting, but it's insane where, like, how many people want this. It's insane. I'm glad that it kind of came close to being #2, though. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. Would they buy this, though? That's the thing, right? If Marvel were to print this, would the Indiana Jones fans that are, I don't know, in some kind of forum or Reddit group, would they buy it?
The defense force for Indiana Jones is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, I'm sure people really wanted Micronauts, Godzilla, Rom, Indiana Jones. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but okay. So here's where I'm glad we asked for extra data here, because I got some news to drop on y'all.
Is it in a slide?
Yeah, but we could start talking about now. We thought that, exactly like you said, this is some group of Indiana Jones fans. They've infiltrated us. It's like Skrulls. They're among us now.
Legit. Yeah.
No. If you look at the data, and Pollmaster Jim and I went so deeply through all of the data, this is on top vote of so many different demographics who have so many different things on their ballots. People who have classic material, people who have new material. If you now go to the next slide, there is no Indiana Jones fan conspiracy. This is #1 with voters who read comics before 1990. #1 with voters who read comics before 2000. #1 with voters who own their own first omnibus before 2010. #2 with voters who have 100 or less omnibuses. And #1 with voters who own 200 or more omnibuses. The only people who did not, as a group, make this their #1 were the people who've come to this hobby after 2020, because they probably just aren't even aware of it. So we can now definitively dispel the myth that these are only some group of Indiana Jones Redditors who are pumping these numbers up. This is literally, look to your left, look to your right. Somebody voted for Indiana Jones.
Omar.
I voted for Akira, fool. And I think I only had 4 of mine make it into the list this year, but that's okay. Man, I'd rather have He did have a really cool intro song, man. I love that intro. Wow, that's crazy. Do we have any more data to share, or what else you got here?
There is a little bit more fun with data since we have it for the first time. So let's just quickly have a come down as we talk about some of the data behind the poll. And again, so much thanks to Pollmaster Jim for being our data guru in chief here.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we continue. I mean, the amount of stuff he wrangles and models is incredible.
Look, you got to clone Aftermath omnibus voted in here. Omnivote. You're fine. All right, just missed the top 60. Oh, Defenders, so close. Fantastic Four volumes. Runaways by Rainbow Rowell. That one,
Such a good run.
It is a good run. You know, I really like that Runaways run. Ultimates and Defenders by Al Ewing. Less than 5 times. What is that one down there? Less than 5 times first place votes away.
So less than 5 first place away. Yeah.
Oh,
the next
okay.
group.
Captain America Volume 6, Guardians of the Galaxy by Al Ewing and Donny Cates. Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan. I think they should just remap that book and make it one omnibus.
That could be
honestly.
Yeah.
That would
could
be
be an
great.
expanded one.
So
Top
for the voters who started reading comics before 1990 as a collective, this is what their top 10 was. It looks pretty similar to our top 20. What's outside of our top 20 that made it in? They are big fans of 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's how you know that got into the top 60, because ends of the top 30, because it's the people who started reading comics before 1990. Clearly, also they're huge fans of Avengers by Roger Stern, which, as Tigereyes mentioned, has been on the poll ever since I think the second year of the poll. So these are people who've been waiting for some of these books to exist for a long time. But also, you can see this is every single person who answered that question, which was hundreds. And their number 1 and their number 3 votes are Indiana Jones. Now let's go to the next group.
Hold on, I got it. I think this ludicrous would happen in the DC poll. We have sense.
Oh,
you wait.
So for people
I think we
who
could get that
started reading comics pandemic era or later, what is their top list? Their top list looks slightly different. Number 1, Moon Knight. Number 2, Blue and Gold, because they didn't have a chance to buy all those OHCs. Number 3, Fraction and Larocca, Iron Man. Number 4, Punisher by Rucka. 5, Blue and Gold 4. 6, Civil War. 7, Fantastic Four by Ryan North. 8, X-Force by Kyle and Yost. 9, Daredevil by O'Neill Miller and Mazzucchelli. And 10, Age of Krakoa, Reign of X2. Basically, if you look at this, there's only 1 book on this list, 2 books on this list from before the year 2000. They are very motivated by saying, ooh, there's a modern run and it's big and I want it.
Dude, that's crazy that Daredevil by O'Neill made it on this list.
that one, yeah,
That's a huge what? Okay.
it's slightly odd.
And then if somebody bought their first omnibus in the past 2 years, basically since we've been doing the poll in this style on this channel, what are their votes? Their votes are like all over the place, but it's pretty much like our top 10, Blue and Gold 2, Civil War, Blue and Gold 4, Invincible Iron Man, North Fantastic Four. Again, newer people want it bad. Moon Knight Modern Years, Krakoa, no Shaka Krakoa book. They, however, Omar, really also want Inferno Aftermath because they're getting the Blue and Golds and they're like, well, I show the love before X-Men 280. Yeah. And then also Road to Messiah Complex is in the top 10 for these folks as well. So I just thought it was really interesting to finally have some demographic information to kind of vet where does some of this support come from in different parts of the poll. So we'll probably keep asking those demographic questions, and thank you for answering them.
Thank you, voters. The 3rd annual Tigereyes DC Most Wanted poll launches later this month. You can preview the titles right now on NMC's Discord, the Marvel Masterworks board, or our Reddit.
And actually, it's not later this month. It's actually May 7th, but we'll just stick with later this month.
Sure. Yeah.
Guys,
we did it. Another 4-hour stream. I don't know how you all feel, but
I got a lot of
My headphones died twice in the middle of this.
I ate a banana.
I cannot thank you all enough for sticking with us for 4 hours. That is crazy. Omar, did you say Blue and Gold Volume 1 was a restock in June or July? I don't remember. It's either one of those 2 months, though. Sorry. Got 8 out of 10 in my top 60. Feeling pretty good. How about you, OmniDog? Any of yours make it in the top 60?
I know Inhumans did. I'm trying to think. I can't think of anything else that I voted for making it in. I don't think so.
Wow. 10 out of 10.
That's crazy.
Must be an Indiana Jones fan.
Wow.
Where did the Great Lake Avengers rank, please? I purposely did not have that pulled up because I have a fear that people would be asking me where something. I'm going to put the whole list on Patreon. So keep an eye out there. because I didn't want to spend time going back and forth, back and forth. We're already at past 4 hours. That would have added another 30 minutes or so. Well done, guys. I love this poll, and thanks again to Tigereyes for starting.
Yeah.
All right, Tigereyes, speech, Tigereyes.
No, get me off there.
Okay, no speech with Tigereyes. Sorry, everybody. I'm so happy Blaze Ghost Rider is in the top 60. Now I just have to keep hoping the Marvel prints it. That is right. So I have already mailed Marvel the top 60. And like I mentioned every year, whatever they decide to do with the list is up to them. They can throw away my email or look at it and say, yeah, it's a good idea. We didn't even think about that. Question, I never read Cyforce. Is it a good comic for fans of Stranger Things?
What a question.
Don't expect Stranger Things, but it is a good comic. That's an awesome question.
It is a surprisingly good question. I recall it being a good comic, yeah. And probably good for Stranger Things fans, yeah.
Patreon will have the written documentation of the stream. Yes, Lars has been typing away.
Absolutely.
All 600 plus books for your amusements and torture.
He's
All
actually
right.
been sketching key moments like a court reporter. like a courtroom sketch artist.
It's true, because otherwise nobody would have any idea what this looks like. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and start signing off. We are back together, by the way. Some of us will be back in Avengers Doomsday. Melanie was wonderful enough and had the bright idea to actually make a community post. So if you want to see the dates that we have locked in for the upcoming polls, that can be found on our community page. She also put it on Patreon, and I'm going to have Taylor share it on social media. But the most wanted DC Absolute and Omni reprint poll starts on April 15th at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. That will be the next one.
Can you get Melanie to send me what she's posting so I know what shows I'm on and what time they are?
Part of an email. Yes, I will ask her to do that. Yes, I will ask her to do that. Can you tell us the 7 that got no votes? Were there 7 that got no votes?
Yes.
Prices? What were they? Do you know?
I will reveal one because no, I won't. You got to go on the Patreon. I can't. It's something I hate.
I don't mind you
specifically.
revealing one. If
Something
you know
that I
what it is.
rant about and despise from the last year, and it got
Really?
no votes, and it made my black.
Yes,
little
but you
heart
rant
so
about and
excited.
despise so many
Well,
things.
now I know. I need
narrow
to
it
know
down.
what it is. What is it?
Subscribed only near mint condition.
Damn it! I hate that guy. I don't want to give him any money. Okay, OmniDog, where can people find you?
On OmniDog's Vault on YouTube, and tomorrow at 2 p.m. I will be on a special afternoon stream on Omnibros with Riley, and then at 6 p.m. I'll be on Chubby Ray's channel. Thank you for having me tonight. I appreciate it.
Busy OmniDog. I like that.
You're in high
Crisis.
demand.
My second in command, my dude. Where can people find you?
I'm at crushingcrisis.com on the web, where you can find the complete maps to every single thing we talked about today, and also another 547 books, courtesy of folks like BrandXK and all the other mapping minties. I will be back here on this channel in about a month's time to talk about the DC Most Wanted poll. And if you want to start planning your list right now, we've already pre-released the list of titles on Reddit, on Marvel Masterworks, on the Near Mint Condition Discord, and on Crushing Crisis. So take a look. Thank you all so much for voting. This is my favorite day of the year.
Yeah.
Brand, are you found anywhere? Like a milk
Probably
carton?
not, no, except for here. But it was great being on the stream. Hopefully I can do this again with that DC one.
Yes, the DC one's a lot of fun. And Lars Pearson,
Yes, sir.
formerly of Things, where can people find you?
Formerly of Things, Lars Pearson, publisher and editor-in-chief of Mad Norwegian Press. Formerly of Wizard Magazine, please go to madnorwegian.com if you're into Doctor Who. Oh, thank you, James. And we have a number of our reference guides on sale. And with Lance Parkin, I co-write a history, which is the definitive Doctor Who timeline.
And from an undisclosed basement location is Tigereyes.
Florida.
Where are you on the internet anywhere, Tigereyes?
I am not, but I will be back for DC's Most Wanted.
Okay, excellent. I am the Uncanny Omar. I'm back every day. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. I'm interviewing with Melanie. We're interviewing Kelly Thompson.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've interviewed Kelly a few times, and this is Melanie's first time, so she's a little nervous, and it'll be a lot of fun. That will be a live interview at 4 p.m. And then I know Domovex has some things scheduled. He'll be taking over the Saturday live stream this
I'll be on that too.
You're a busy guy. You take care of yourself, my friend.
I'm on your channel on Thursday too.
What the hell are you doing on my channel on Thursday? Never mind. I got it. The Marvel solicitation. I forgot about that. I got to double check to make sure I got that in. All right.
Yes, everyone loves you.
I am out of here. Thank you so much to my wonderful co-host. We did it. Another year in the bag. So we're out of here. Have a great one. Hit that like button on the way out. Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.